Welcome to Analytics with Nax. This is another video in the end-to-end series where I'm going to teach you structured query language, that is SQL. I'm going to teach SQL using Microsoft SQL Server. This SQL video is slightly different from my other end-to-end videos where I recorded dedicatedly for YouTube in all those end-to-end videos. Whereas this video some interaction, like why I'm saying this, because this is not dedicatedly created for YouTube. Instead, I have given a training to some people or my ex-colleagues and some of my friends during the pandemic or lockdown time, and I have recorded it. So this is slightly different from other end-to-end videos, but there won't be any compromise in the quality of the video or the content. I hope you enjoy this one as well. So what are the topics you are going to see? So I will discuss deeply in those videos, but to be understanding what things you will learn as part of this video, I'm sharing this slide over here. So you will understand about database, why you need database, and what is the DBMS SQL Server and what role SQL plays in it, then followed by all other topics related to SQL only. So initially you will understand all these concepts, then you will deep dive into SQL language. So this is the main agenda of this video. With this note, let's move on to our core topic. And this channel contains INR 75,000 worth or $1,000 free content. Just utilize it. As you can see from this playlist, this is the Analytics with Luck playlist where you can able to learn SSIS, SSAS, altogether you can call it as Microsoft BI, and also this channel is predominant having a Power BI content as well. And a lot of people ask for career guidance, whether the resume preparation, how to crack the interviews, or how to move to these technologies. So for them I've created career guidance. So please utilize this free contents as well. Let's begin our today's topic.
So it's all about data, and you have any examples of data, like whatever we use to store is called your data. It can be a customer information in the sense customer name, customer phone number, all those things are considered as your data. So this course is intended to have a database. So database purpose is to store your data. Okay, so just going to a history, why you need a database? Before inventing a database, what was there? And what are the difficulties or disadvantages on storing the data before the database? What kind of system they used? Okay, in that system, what are the disadvantages they face? For this only they came up with the concept called database. Okay, we will see that history first. So as I said, you can see my screen. You can see my screen, guys?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yeah. See, like, see, you have a data, right? As I said, the customer data. So earlier, before the database invention and all, how they are stored? They started storing using a file system. Say, for example, I can store this file as a customer info. Okay. So customer info. So say, for example, I have a customer name and I have a phone number, something like that. So name can be Naga and my phone number can be 98674, something like this. And even I no need to store in the same way like this. I can store in the same way like this, like Naga and 98765. My address can be in say, for example, I'm in Kuwait. Maybe someone else, say, for example, Varun, his number is phone number is like this. So I can keep storing the data in this file system as well. So this is how the conventional storage of data has begun. Okay. So when you keep storing the data like this, data. So when you have your data stored in a file system, and what complexities arises? Like Windows have a restriction, like you cannot have a storage of a file more than 10 GB, 5 GB. I'm not saying about today's high technology. I'm speaking 20 years back. So they have a storage restriction of a file, individual file. So they have a restriction. We have a restriction of storage of a file. Okay. So that is why you have the file system has other disadvantages over a database. Okay. Now, just a minute. Sorry guys, I'm getting repeated calls. Okay, let's continue. So earlier they used to store the data in the file system. Okay, so you have a notepad, or you can create a Excel spreadsheet over here. You can keep storing the data in Excel spreadsheet as also. So this is the file system you have, and it's used to store the data. It also serves the same purpose. As I said, database used to store your data, and you can even store the data in the file system. So what disadvantages that it had in typical file system that makes you to create your database environment? I mean, that makes you to create, meaning like that made you to evolve the database architecture. Okay, so challenges what we face is like size of your data. As I said, if it is for a small environment, if you are managing for your own purpose, then it's fine. If you assume as an organization, you will keep on adding the files, you will keep on adding multiple files, and you will, as you see, like you can't able to take the backups. You store it here and you put it in E drive, F drive. Someone asks you to verify where it is, you find very difficult. So first is size. Hello, someone is speaking. Okay, so ease of updating. So ease of updating means you can't able to easily update. Say for example, in the same file you have hundreds of customer. The customer information has changed. He has changed the phone number. You need to go and search. Assume you have multiple files like that. You have 80 to 90 files. You don't know in which file the customer data is stored. So updating becomes very difficult. Storing is easy. Initially you start. Okay. Accuracy, these are more or less related. Accuracy and updating, everything is same. And security. So when you have a data stored in the file system, securing those files, say for example, as a manager, I need to access only the payroll. I can access the payroll, but the other employees should not access the payroll information. If I have all the information stored in my desktop like this is your data, and you have payroll information over here. Okay, so you have payroll information. So if this folder is access to everyone, say for example from the manager, from the TL, or your employees, everyone can go and see their payroll information, how much they are paid, what is the salary of my colleague, what is my manager's salary, then that becomes unnecessary confusion. So there should be some restriction to people who has to see what. Okay, so security implementation is very complex here. Can't switch between the screens. Hold on. Can you able to see, guys? I will teach you in this manner because switching between the screens become very difficult. So security restriction is there, and that makes us life very difficult. And redundancy, as you see, like you have the same data. What you feel like, you feel very comfortable in taking backups. You have one copy in D drive and use copy and paste in E drive. After some time, you will not update in E drive or D drive. You keep on adding multiple backup versions, and whichever version you need to use, you don't know after some time. So this redundancy of data, and you will not have accuracy. This is closely related. And incomplete data. So incompletion in the sense, if there is like some constraints are not defined in your file system. Say for example, your employee or your customer should always have some phone number so that you can able to create. If in a file system you do not impose an restriction to it, without having a phone number you can start creating it. So those kind of incompleteness you will keep on adding. That becomes very complex when you have your data stored in your file data storage. So this is the main disadvantages that earlier systems faced or earlier organizations faced, so that it made us to evolve and move towards the storing your data in your databases. I think till this it's clear, guys.
Yes, Naga.
Yeah.
Cool. Fine. So coming to the modules now, with this note, let us see what are the things we have in this session. So basic database concepts. So basic database concepts, and we have introduction to SQL Server. So these are the things I'm going to cover. Why it keeps changing? So introduction to SQL, DDL, DML commands, working with queries, all these things will make you to have a full SQL developer, that is SQL Server developer, once you learn all these courses. Okay. So I think Rabani, Rahil wants more on the module 6 to 7, 8, 9, 10, those things. So they are familiar with the module till first 5 modules, I think. Let's see.
Nagendran, will this course will also cover the SQL fundamental about data querying?
Yes. That is what working with queries. You have a module 6 over here. Hold on.
Select, insert, update, and delete those and joins.
Yeah. So you see here working with queries, aggregate functions, joins. You can see my mouse pointer there. Joins.
Yes.
So implementation of data integrity. So basically it involves know about the database and using SQL. Okay, I mean using SQL, and we use SQL Server as a DBMS. I'm going to quickly start that session now. That DBMS, all those things. So this is your course content. Just go through it.
Okay, because my job primarily to retrieve the data on if anything need to be updated or something.
Exactly. So you will learn all those things because SQL means that is mandatory. You need to create table and updation. Querying is main part that comes with the DQL. Okay. We will see. So I have 12 modules here. I'm going to take each module 1 hour, and I will have another half an hour to I mean, it will not complete in 1 hour. Some classes will take more than 1.5 hours. So that's what I told, a 14 hours session. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, give me a minute. Database management system. So now I told you about database. I mean data. We discussed about data. Anything, any information is your data. Okay, so it can be a customer information, it can be your transaction, it can be your what to call payroll information, employees, and just you say mobile information, EMI number, I mean IMEI number, your mobile model, everything is your data. Okay, anything, any information. Definition of data is nothing but any useful information is called your data. And database, that is used to store your data. That's all, simple things. Okay, and where this database management system comes into place. So if you read through the definition, I think I'm not sharing the screen, hold on. So database management system, if you go through the definition, it says like it's a system software for creating and managing your databases. So first I started with data, then I told what is a database that is used to store your database. Then I'm telling another term called DBMS. So this DBMS is nothing but that stays in between your database and your user. So it's a software that is used to collect the data and store it in a database. It acts as an interface. So basic logic behind database is nothing but database management system. Okay, so DBMS makes it possible for end users to create, read, update, and delete database in the database. So it's nothing but a software written, it's a program that makes you to create the database and modify the database. So in general term, you will say databases only, but indirectly, all the works done by database management system. It's nothing but your software. So now I say like I am teaching this database course using Microsoft SQL Server. So it is one of the vendor, that is Microsoft is a vendor providing this software. So SQL Server is your database management system. You got the point? And Oracle is your another database management system. And IBM DB2 is your database management system. Underneath what will have, you will have databases. So databases is common. Okay, that doesn't matter. So MS SQL Server, Oracle, all these things are database management system. I hope I'm clear in this point. So how this database is architected, in the sense people will have data. Okay, so people has to insert a data in different ways. Like this, the user can use the client tools, or hold on. So user will either use the client tools, or they will use the APIs, like application programming. If you assume you are going for any online shopping, they will use to collect your information. It can be a card details or any online application. So this API is nothing but this top screen is nothing but your screen, front end screens. Okay, using that they will gather the data, then using the DBMS software they will store the information in the DBMS, I mean database. Okay, it can be a mobile application, and it can be a video, or any other things. So your data can be anything. Basically it is not only a text, it can be an image, it can be a video. Those things also can be stored in the database. Okay, okay.
So
What else?
Nagi, one question here.
Yes.
So this
Yeah, go ahead.
DBMS, you said like MS SQL Server and Oracle.
Yeah.
So who, like in the real time scenario, like who decides like what should be like MongoDB? We have different DBMS. So
Yes. So who decides which RDBMS to go? Correct?
yes.
Yes, so it's a business call. Basically, if you have all your products built in Microsoft, they always go for Microsoft SQL Server. In some applications, they used to go for Oracle. So purely based on the business analyst, or I will say architects. So architects will decide based on the volume. Each DBMS has its own advantages and disadvantages. They need parallel processing. They need multi-level tasking. Those kind of strings can be applicable only in MS SQL Server. Oracle will not support that. Then they will obviously go for this. So based on the business scenarios, situations, they will go for each and one. I would say RDBMS, I mean Microsoft SQL Server, because I know that one. I don't know about Oracle. This is a human mentality. If you know what, I mean, whatever you know, you will project it. That is how it works. Most of the companies, as simple as that.
Okay.
Okay.
In my organization also, they're using Toad Oracle.
Yeah. Toad, and MySQL is open source, so it's I mean it's a free open source software. So MySQL, they will not charge anything. So that is RDBMS. That is I mean that is nothing but your DBMS, database management system. So this thing you need to be clear in mind. Okay. So
So
Toad,
the base
yeah.
concept will be any differs the syntax or stay on the SQL when you retrieve the queries or something. When we work on with SQL, Microsoft SQL, and when you work on with
Yeah.
Oracle,
So
will there be any
yeah.
difference?
No. So the concept behind this is database is common for everything, and if they use SQL, structured query language, okay, that is common for everywhere. Maybe the syntax may be different. If you know the programming languages like C, C++, any programming language, it has its own syntax. Declaring a variable, like you mentioned the data type integer a, or a comma integer, it differs between the programming language. Similar syntaxes will differ, but they follow the SQL, then the syntax would be same. Slight differences will be there in some cases. I would say in Oracle and SQL Server, we have 80% same syntax for most of the cases. There are some cases for providing access, those things, the syntax will differ. Even if you learn this SQL, it will be applicable for Oracle and MySQL. Everywhere you can use the same query. Okay. Okay, so with that note, let's move forward. So now you understand what it is. Microsoft SQL Server is nothing but your DBMS. And what it will do, it will enable you to create databases. The databases will store data. Now the question arises, like when you have a files, okay, you are storing any type, whatever I typed earlier, okay. Yeah, I typed in the notepad, I can store it in Excel like this, or I can store it in notepad like this. Move this window away. So I can store anything like this. I can store like this. I can store like this. Hey, come on, I need to fix this one. What I'm saying is, you see here, I can store here in this format, any other format. So in case of database, how the data should be stored? So you got my point? You can see my screen, or it's pausing this one. Okay. Why it's like that again? Hello? Yes, can you able to see?
Yes, we can see now.
Yeah. So
Yes.
yeah, 1 minute. I need to fix this guy. I mean, it's sharing, share everything, something like that. Screen. Hold on. Now I hope it's fine. I don't want to. Each time I'm switching, it's asking me. Okay, fine.
Share everything
Now,
should be fine.
yeah, share screen is fine now. Okay, now you see, like here you have a customer name, phone number. I can store like this. I can store like this. So that is any way I can store. If it is a file, I can store like this also. One customer I will store. I will say Hari. and I will say like phone number. Here I'm storing phone number here after his name in this next line. Here I can store like this. It's my wish. There is no restriction in the file system. But in the database perspective, how you need to store the data? So there is a thumb rule like in DBMS, you need to store the data in tables. It's pretty much clear. Okay, so the tables are nothing but your spreadsheets. If you see here, yeah, so this is your spreadsheets are nothing but your tables. If everyone, I hope everyone worked on Excels. So table is nothing but you have rows, you have columns. Okay, this is how the data should be. So in order to store your customer detail, you need to define customer name. You need to define, I mean, you need to define this column customer name, phone number, and address. Okay, this is the thumb rule where your data should be stored. I mean, how the data should be stored. So your data is stored in a table. That is called your relational database management system. So I told about database management system. So there are different types of DBMS, object oriented, hierarchical. No need to put much into it. Now the full famous everything is like RDBMS, relational database management system, where your data are stored in a table. Pretty much clear. Okay. Now, what is data, field, record, database? This is the hierarchy we need to follow. Data, as I said, any information is your data. Field is nothing but your column. Each column is your field. Technically speaking, when a business perspective, any application user will say it as a field. Okay. In database world, it should be considered as column. Okay. So it's a column. Then record. So record is nothing but you have defined the headers. So I am having one record here, Nagi 98765 and address quite. I'm just typing just a country name here in address. So each row, one row is called your record, or I mean it's called a row in a table, or it's a record. Okay, that is what you say it as a record. Then database. Okay, so I created this. I will name it as customer. So whether this is considered as a database? No, this entire thing is considered as a table. So this thing is considered as a table. Okay, now I create another table like payroll. Here I can maintain another information. So this is how the group of tables. So a database can contain multiple tables. This maybe I can say like entire Excel sheet. This single Excel sheet considered as a database. So this Excel sheet is a database and can contain multiple tables. Okay, got it. It is simple as that. Now with this all this informations, okay, let us quickly know what is SQL Server, all other stuffs like this. Okay, come on. So you got now every idea about data, database, tables, DBMS. Okay, as I said, Microsoft SQL Server is your DBMS or DBMS, Relation Database Management System. So I have provided the link to you guys in the email I have sent. You need to install the softwares so that it will install Microsoft SQL Server engine. So the architecture comes like this. Okay, I need to go back here. Say for example, now I am saying about this two part. Let me highlight these two part. Okay, database and DBMS. So whatever link I provided in the email, that will install your SQL Server only. Okay, this alone, the center part alone, it will install. The second software, maybe I will quickly show it to you guys. I need to go to mail. Okay, so this .NET framework is forget about this. There is no concept related to SQL Server. All this SQL Server built in .NET code. So that is why Microsoft asking you to install. Forget about this. This is not related to our topic. Then SQL Server. See, this link is nothing but your SQL Server as a DBMS. It is nothing but your server, the DBMS software. Okay, this is what you need to install. Download. Now, as I said, if you have a 64-bit, you choose this one. If you have 32-bit system, you choose this one. So these two will install your DBMS. Then what about this management studio? It is nothing but your client tool to connect. See, server is a software. As I said, it's a software, just a software that will sit in your one desktop or server system. I mean, any server, dedicated server. Then you need a management studio to connect to that server, and you want to manipulate it, create a database, or you need to query it as you asked. You want to select or create tables, whatever operations you do, you need to have a client. This is management studio is nothing but your client. Okay, so in this picture you don't have that you assume this particular picture, maybe I say this one as your management studio. So first link will enable you to create the DBMS. Next link, management studio, you need to create and database or all other stuffs. Okay, so I will help you if you find difficulty in creating, installing. Now, I already installed DBMS, Database Management Studio. That is nothing but your SQL Server. I'm trying to connect with your Management Studio at a client. Once you install it,
So we need to choose 64 or 86 according to system requirement, right?
yes, based on your system, you need to choose either of those. I have selected 4 options. You choose any 2, that's enough.
What are the two options, Nai?
Just see, I told you like here, x64, x86. You no need to install both. Download both. Check your system configuration in my computer, like here,
Yeah, I got
where
it.
I can find. Okay, whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit, you choose. In my case, it's 64. I'll choose this one and this one. That's enough. Then click next and go for it. 1 GB only. And Praveen told he is having 32-bit, so he installs 86. This one as well as this one. You need to choose these two, then go for it. Okay, just download and install it by default options. Next. Then you will get all the environments like this. Okay, now this is the client. As I told, see, this is my DBMS. I already installed. It will go and sit. You cannot see this one unless you have the client tool. Just you have to connect the. Now this part, this database won't exist. Only this one is existing. Okay, DBMS software. Now you are connecting to the client, then you are creating a database, then you create table inside it. Okay, all these things you need to do manually. Once you install the DBMS, it will not have database in place. You are doing only the DBMS at first place. Okay, now already installed. So this is my server name. As I said, this is the server. You go to other engines, you forget about all those things. Server name, I will give my server name, then click on it. So it is connected. So this SQL Server Management Studio is your client. It's connected to your DBMS, that is SQL Server laptop. This is the server name, and this will have all this architecture. Okay, I mean we will go through it later. Now, in order to create database, I already have some databases. So in order to create databases, one of the main advantage of Microsoft product is that minimal coding. You don't need to write coding much. Instead, you can write. You can create using a GUI. So just right click on it, new database. I will say like SQL training. Spelling is wrong. SQL training Corona. Fine. So it's as simple as that. Just provide the name. These file groups I will explain later. Just click on OK. Then you can see like SQL training Corona here. Okay, these are database I already created. So once, see, this will contain the folder, databases. Inside this, what we'll have? Inside this only database, under the database only, you will have tables, views, all those things. The disadvantages, whatever we faced in the file system, like security, and you have a consistency, the user should not have restricted access. Those things can be implemented using these options. Okay, we will, while going through the sessions, you will learn that one. Now, so this is the database. You can create it like this, or you can choose this one. You can create a new query. I'll say create database. I'll say test2, something like that. Okay, this is also way of creating it. It is as simple as that. So you have a test2 here. Okay, I don't want it, just I want to show you guys how it has been created or how it should be. Now we'll stick to this. So how to navigate? See, once you have your database in place, okay, here you choose that database, then press new query. Okay, so now you see this is highlighted here. Let us have a spotlight. You see highlighted here, SQL training the database. Then you can start writing it code. Now, as I said, you need to have the table to store the data. So as I said, like here, you have customer data. So these are my customer data. So you cannot copy and paste and store it. You need to create a table first. That table only stores the information. Okay. So instead of writing the codes, I already prepared some kind of scripts over here. Module 3. Okay. So first, as I said, it's a customer information. So this is the syntax for creating your table. So it starts with create statement, and what you are going to create table, customer ID, customer name, and address. So these are the things I want to store. So just imagine with the Excel example, these are nothing but your columns or fields. So you are just creating a metadata, that is headers, okay, so that these columns is going to hold those information. Okay, this is the column name. And what about this? These are very important part, nothing but your data types. So any programming language or anything which have a data type, meaning what is the type of your data? Say for example, this customer ID I set as integer, int. Integer is nothing but numerical values. It will hold the values from 1, 2, 3, 4 till some limits 3 million or some million. It will hold. And customer name should be varchar, that is character. It should not, if you put integer over here, it will throw error. In this place, if I want to insert Nagi, it will not allow. So it is saying that restriction to your data, what data it's going to hold, that is your data type of your data. you need to declare it. There are number of data types. Mostly we will use integer and varchar. We will go through it. I will share you the link. There you can study what are the different types of data types and when to use this, when to avoid this, what is the difference between varchar and varchar. We will go through it. Just for now, you focus on table. This is the column names and these are the data types. Okay. Now you see here, I don't have any tables now. It will by default, it will have system tables. Once I select this statement and do execute, it has said completed successfully. Then do a refresh here. You find a table here. Okay, this is the customer table. Now, as I said, how I can see a data inside the table, I cannot see like this. I can see the columns. What are the columns? All those things. Okay, but I cannot have any data. I mean, I don't have any data. It just creates the structure. Now you see, this is the data: customer ID, customer name, customer address. Okay, so there is no data, and how you want to store it? So
insert it too.
Wow. I'll know the answers. Okay, fine. So basically, you created a schema or a structure, and you want to insert the data. This is the only way you can insert into a table. I mean, you need to explicitly specify insert into what is that object name. That is, object name is nothing but table. Then you need to mention the columns. So this is John, and he's from London. Now, when I select this statement, okay, now I go and see the data here. So one customer information is stored. So this is how your data are getting stored in the database. It's flat. I mean, it's flat in the sense it will be row by row. So this is called a row. This is called a field. This is called a field, and this is, each cell is a data. Okay, this is how it is related. Now let me insert some more values so that I can find something useful. So now I have inserted 2 more records. So this will have Kumar, Abdullah, Bangalore, all those things. So now you got a clear understanding about how you can store the data.
Should we add semicolon at end of the query?
Come again?
Should we add semicolon at the end of the query?
Yeah, as I said, so it depends upon each DBMS or DBMS. In Oracle, you need to do. In MySQL, you need to do.
What I studied when I studied, actually, I was forced to add a semicolon at the end of the query.
Yes, that's what I said. So syntax differs. Go ahead, Praveen.
But you did not add a semicolon at the end of the query.
Yeah, that's what. So as I said, this SQL is standard. I mean, whatever I written here is SQL. Each and every RDBMS has its own syntax. So in SQL Server, there is no semicolon. In MySQL, even in Oracle, I'm not sure, there might be a semicolon. Okay, so there is no thumb rule. So you need to focus on one particular technology or querying or RDBMS. If you once you're familiar, then you can compare. While learning, I recommend you focus on this for now, then you go for a comparison. Okay, because you already did a study on that. That's fine. I'm saying here in SQL Server, no need. Okay. Okay, guys. So this is your about the table. Okay. Now let's focus on your syllabus. So you see like limitations of file management systems. I have covered basic concepts and advantages. basic concepts is like a server client architecture. What is data, field, record database, exploring relational database management system, understanding client server. So mostly this same. This is history, basic features, components, and tools. Yeah. So you need to starting and stopping. These are very small things. Introduction to Management Studio. Whatever I use, this is the one. Types of system database in SQL. Okay, fine. Someone have any question? Someone unmute or something? Okay.
Can I just say once again the relational database management?
Yeah. So you now you've somewhat you are familiar about DBMS. It's a software. Now, so relational database management system is nothing but every table is a relation. I mean, to rephrase my sentence, it's a software. Okay. Then what comes a relational database management system? You need to store a data in a relation manner. So how it is relational manner? You need to store it as a table. So every table is a relation. That is what is a relational database management system. Okay, so how it is related? Let me explain with the. So basically, DBMS I explained. Now you see the customer ID. This London is related to this ID. This London is not related to him. So every table is a relation. Every column is specific to this particular person. It is not specific to this guy or this guy. So this entire row is called a relation. They are building a relation. So this entire table is called your relation. Okay. Not satisfied, I think.
Okay,
I'll
fine.
Google it.
Good.
No. I'm saying there are other ways of managing DBMS, object-oriented, hierarchical, relational. So they consider everything as object, hierarchical, all those things. Now, relational management system is nothing but purely you need to store the data in a table. That becomes your relational database management system. That's what the definition of it. And every table is a relation as the thumb rule. Okay. Now, let me explain some more thing about services. So back to this guy. So this guy just sits as a service. You see services dot msc. You see here, this is the guy. SQL Server is nothing but your DBMS, database management system, that will run as a service. This is running. Okay. Now he is the one. I mean, we are running now. When I stop it, just see. You run this query. It will throw error. It should throw. Just keep on running because it doesn't find the instance. Earlier, see, the connection is broken and recovery is not possible. Okay. So basically, this is the server and the service, okay, which is enabling you to run the management studio. I mean, DBMS. So this is the service. If there is some issues like this, just go and check the services. Connection is broken, recovery is not possible, something like that. Okay. Let us start that. So it is already running. Now when I go and run something, instead of that, I'll select this statement that will run immediately. Now it's working. Okay, and your management studio also will run as a service. I think. Wait a minute. Microsoft SQL. Not sure. Okay, that is not as a service. So this is your service, and management studio, as I said, you can go and check it here. SQL Server. It is management studio. This is your client tool. That is what you want to understand. Using this only, you told about Toad. Toad is a client tool to connect to your Oracle. So it's not a database. Toad, I think if I'm not wrong, Varun, can you tell me Oracle you use Toad or some other client?
Toad, I don't have much idea. I heard about it, but not sure.
Yeah.
Toad
So
I
Deepak
used
told,
it.
yeah, Toad is a client tool to connect. I think it's otherwise it's like IDE, integrated development environment kind of thing. So you can connect to server clients, all of this thing. So it's a client tools, okay? It's a client basically. So Management Studio is your client, and your SQL Server sits down on underneath, okay? So this is the things you need to know about. Then what? System databases. Okay, now see, when I say like I connected this DBMS database management system, when I right click on it, okay, create new database, it has created me a SQL training database with all the schema, tables, views, synonyms, all these things. How it creates? Basically, this system database, if you expand it, this internally create a model database, master database, MSDB, TempDB, all those system databases to process. Basically, this model will have the all the content to be created. When I just create a name, so this will create a one copy. This is taken as a copy, then this database is created. So already they have defined how it should create all the metadata over here. Okay, so just a copy and paste and renaming it to whatever name we provide. That is what your model database. And this master information, by default, all the data should be stored, metadata. If you see like what is my system configuration, all other stuffs, okay, this should be stored in some key database that is called your master database. And I'm not pretty much sure about it, but TempDB, whatever processing you are doing, say for example, it requires say select 70 plus 80, okay, I typed something wrong. 70 plus 80 is 150, very easy answer. So I'm running this. So 150 is your answer. So this requires some computation, some memory power to calculate. So those calculations will reside in your TempDB. So basically, as a software, it doesn't do anything on its own. All the things is doing using some kind of system databases. Okay, so these are the main purposes. We will don't look much into it. Okay, if you look into much into it, you will get confused. We are never going to use that one. Just to for your understanding how they will create all those things, questions will arise. For that, I'm telling you. Forget about all these things. You just focus on your data and the history. There is disadvantages for using a file system. That is why we came to database. And in database, it is not just a database. We have a database management system underneath that will use it to create databases, and it is called relational database management system, and your data is stored in a table. So this is the flow you should remember. Okay. I think today I can stop. So these are the things I covered today. Tomorrow I touched these things, data types, all those things. We will look deep into what is your data types, DDL, DML commands, when to use this one, create all other stuffs. Okay.
So in our previous session, we have seen like what are the basic concepts of DBMS and why we need to go for databases. And I have introduced the SQL Server. That is, SQL Server is one of the DBMS, and We have seen SQL Server Management Studio, how to create a database, and all other basic things like what is the data, field record, and we have seen module 1 and module 2. And so in today's session, we will see the SQL basics, that is introduction to SQL. Let's see where this SQL sits in this database world. So basically we know that DBMS, database management system, is a software, and we need to install, and we can access from the client systems. So these client systems, either it can be from application or from client SQL Server Management Studio or any APIs, should communicate to this DBMS. So SQL is nothing but a structured query language that is used to communicate to the database. That is as simple as that. As it says, the language, any language is used for communication. The SQL is a language to communicate to the database. This is the definition of your SQL. So when you say it's a language, then SQL consists of 3 kinds of commands. Basically, they categorize the SQL statements or some kind of querying into 3 main categories. There are other categories to kickstart your SQL knowledge. I think this is fair enough. So what are the different types of statements? We have DDL, DQL, and DML statements. So what this will do? Assume the data definition language, which is nothing but used to create the structure of the objects. When I say objects, it can be a table, it can be a view, it can be a stored procedure functions. Those are considered as objects that are used to create the structure and modify the structure. That is your alter. Once you created a table, you want to include or exclude some columns. In that case, you need to go for alter. You want to remove the table or drop the table from the database, then you need to use drop. So these are the different commands. Truncate used to clear the records. Commands used to define the structure of the object. That is why it is called DDL statements. And then DQL, once you created, this should come second, like data manipulation language. So as soon as you create the objects, the data is not available. You need to insert the records into the created object, or you need to add some content. Okay, then you have to go for insert a record, insert a data into your tables. That is what your data manipulation language. What are other operations you can do? Once you inserted, you find like some data to be modified, then you go for update. Some data to be deleted, then delete statement to be used. I will explain it with some examples. What are the different statements you can use? Once you inserted, everything is done, and you want to see the data. That is your querying. So most of the part you have to be familiar with select. So it is not a single statement. There are a lot of other options in data querying, like grouping, where condition, everything will come here. But basically everything comes under a single statement called select. So these are fundamentals of your SQL. Data definition, data manipulation language, data query language. Let us see by creating one table. Then I just want to explain the some of the concept called data types. Then we will go through all these statements one by one. So the first statement, I'm going to create the structure. Okay, I'm going to instruct what this statement I'm explaining. So what I'm saying here is I'm instructing the database management system from my client. That is, this my management studio is my client. From the client system, I am instructing the DBMS create the table. So it has to understand, right? This is the syntax. Okay, the any language has some syntax and programming language, I mean. So this is the syntax to create your table, which says like create table and your name. You can give any name. They have certain rules to give a name. You cannot have a space here. So some rules are there. Okay, so you need to follow those rules, and you need to provide the column name followed by the data type. Then this is the constraint, whether it's a null, not null, all those things. I will cover it later in later modules. So to understand it, this is the syntax: create table, table name, followed by column name and data type. This is the second column name and its data type. This is the third column name and its data type. Okay, so once you do this, okay, now you can see already have this table. So let me drop this table, delete it. So I do not have this table right now. Okay, the customer. So when I say execute, select the statement and click on execute. Let me connect it. Command completed successfully. So now you can go here in your database SQL training Corona and refresh it. So as soon as you do that, okay, sorry, see, there is a issue here. I didn't create it in the SQL training Corona database. So you need to choose it. First you choose this database and execute it. That is created in the master. We need to delete it. I can drop it later. Now I created in this database. Instead of this, okay, you can use some class like use. If I want to create this table in Naga store, okay, when I use this one, it will automatically change it to Naga store. So first statement you need to use, that is use the database name. That is the best practice. Let me change it to SQL training Corona. Here also SQL training Corona. Let us keep like that. So by mistake it will not you will not create in a wrong database. So this is fine. Now once you see and refresh it, you can see the table created, and as soon as you create it, okay, there won't be any data available. You see what are the things it has created. You mentioned only this. Now you can see what are the columns available are created in this table. Then is there any constraints, triggers or keys you have created? All those things will automatically fall under this table. So let us stop this, I mean break for some time for creating this table or DDL and DML statements. What are different SQL statements? I want to cover the important topic like this integer and varchar, or what is this data type is all about. So I quickly try to insert one record. So this is how you need to insert a record, and I can see the record here. Select star from the customer. Okay. Now you see here you have your customer ID, customer name, customer address, right? So in this you have something like integer and varchar. What are these? These are nothing but your data types which defines what data this column should hold, whether this column customer ID is an integer or text columns or any other binary or numerical column. So those kind of what is the type of data you are going to store, that is your data type. That is what you need to mention it here. So what are different types of data types available? Let us see it here. I hope it is very small. Let me put it in big screen. So now you see basically most of the time exact number numeric you see here. The first preference is here the big int, integer, numeric, small int. All these things are used to store the numerical values. There is a limit for each and every data type. I have given the link over here. I will share it in the description so you can watch that one. So each data type has the limit. If you want to store big numbers, okay, it's more than trillion or some big numbers, you cannot store it in integer. And if it is something between 0 to 128 numbers, you can use the small int instead of using the integer. So based on your type of data as well as the volume, how much data it is going to store, the limit, okay, minimum and maximum limit, you can choose appropriate data types. So if it is strings, that is text, there are three varieties, three types: character, text, varchar, and nvarchar is a new data type that needs to be added. Then last is, there are other kind of data, like you have date time here. If your column going to store the date related data, then you can use date time to small date time or time. So based on what kind of data you're going to store. So each what is the difference between date time and date time 2, we can check it later. Basically this will have only the date, this will have a date time, and this will have date time with some UTC kind of thing. So based on your business scenario also, you need to choose appropriate data types for the columns. So mostly we will use integer and nvarchar and date time. And there are certain things you have boolean values, right? Whether it is true or false, you have kind of binary 0 and 1s. So those things you can show it as a binary. Then you have it's not a binary, I think. This is for var binary, and image is for big numbers, right? You can store an image in this data type. If SQL Server can store the images in a column. So how images will be stored using this data type. When you store it in var binary, you can retrieve it, okay. That is what. So there are some special data types also there: XML, spatial geography types. So these are some special data types that you can use. Here you see the character string varchar, and you see the Unicode character string nvarchar. So what that differs from char and nchar? N stands for Unicode, and which is basically nothing but Unicode characters are multilingual. Like these will store only the ASCII characters or only alphabetical characters in only English language, you can say. And whereas the Unicode characters will support the other languages Chinese language or Arabic language values if you want to store. So the purpose of these data types is to enforce certain rule. Like if you define a type of a column like a date of birth as integer, and you cannot store the your date of birth in that field. So it's type of some kind of checks you are doing, and to enforce, because another main important aspect of having proper data type is uh, certain functions you will call to say. For example, you want to get the first four characters of a string, okay. Then some string functions will work only based on this data type whatever you define. So these are the main purpose you need to define a proper data type. So another example I can give is like you want to add 5 days from or subtract 5 days from the current date. I mean to say from the date in that column. Then in that case you have to use the date add function that takes the one of the parameter as date column, date field, date data type. So if you are not defining your column properly, then some of the functions won't work. So with this note, I explained the purpose of data types, how important it is to make your database proper design. Moving on to the SQL statements. Once again, let me start creating it. So this is a create table that we have already created and added one record into it. So now we have defined integer in varchar and varchar. So I have mentioned both here in varchar and varchar. So now if we insert some other characters other than English characters or ASCII characters, this will not support, whereas this nchar will support your Chinese characters or your Arabic or other than English language. That is where Unicode stands for. There are mainly other difference as well, but understanding I am mentioning it to you. There are some storage reasons as well. I mean, there is storage wise it is optimal, that is Unicode character. For to begin with, just try to understand there is two difference. I mean, difference between varchar and varchar. So I have inserted a record. I want to insert a few more records. That is 2 records here. Okay, to Shakti Bangalore, and let us try to query it. Okay, now you can see here customer ID, customer name, customer address, everything was there. And then what happens when I try to change, you know what's happening. I will try to insert it in a improper order. Like I mentioned customer ID here, which is the integer column, but I am trying to insert a character value here, and this is the character. Okay, I mean that is string, and this is again a string. Okay, what happens if I do like this? Yes, it throwed a error. Conversion failed when converting a varchar value Abdullah to data type integer. It is trying to convert this value to integer because customer ID, whatever you defined here is integer, right? So you cannot insert character value in an integer field. So it's a kind of one check that it is imposing. These kind of checks that you cannot impose in a file system, right? If you in Excel, if you are having one value 1 2 3, then again you cannot impose much. Okay, that is what the people can start typing the name or whatever they want. So I'm not saying only in Excel, the file systems they maintain notepad or other files. So this is one of the disadvantages in file system that will be overcome by database. This is a classic example why we need to go for databases as well. So the next statement is like in the DDL is to alter. Now you see here we have 2 records. Let me insert the third record now by replacing it with the proper order. Okay. Yes. So I'm inserting the third record. There you go. Let us see this. 1 2 3 John, London, Shakshi and Abdullah. And now after I inserted, now I want to add a new column called a phone number and a gender. Okay, So how to do that? It is like altering the structure of the table, that is object. The customer table is object. You are trying to alter the structure, correct? So for that you need to use alter table, the table name, that object name, then add the column, whatever the new column you are specifying, then the data type. Okay, so this is the way to alter your structure of the object. For that, just execute this. Now you go and see. So whatever changes you do, in order to see the result, you need to use select star from customer, that is your TQL. Now as soon as you add it, we didn't say anything about the data. We are just adding a new column to this table. That is what this alter table will do. Similarly, I want to add another column called gender, which is character 1. Let me query it. Now there are 2 blank columns. Fine. Let us keep these 2 later. Okay. Drop and truncate. Let me go to another important DML statement. Now we have seen create and alter. Then we have inserted the record using the insert statement. Now I want to alter the structure, means you go for alter. I want to modify the data, means you need to go for update. Update is for modifying the data. Okay, so the another important statement here is update customer set m. So what will be the result of this query is like, irrespective of your gender, you are not seeing anything over here, just update m for all the rows. Okay, that is what it is saying. Let us try to update it. Let us keep it like this. Then you see the result now. Once again, you see here 1 2 3, everyone got the gender as m. Let us have it like that. Then what happens, I want to update the phone number. Let us keep the phone number as null. As such, we will do it later. Now you understand the concept of update. If you want to modify the record, then you need to use the update statement. I'm not modifying the existing record, I'm just modifying the existing column value. There is no value, I have added new value here. Okay, so if you want to change for this particular London, I will do it later by using a where condition. We need to do it before that. So I want to show you the last DML statement here, delete. So when I want to clear this record, okay, yeah, everything I want to clear it, what I need to do, you need to use a delete from customer. That's it. Now you go and select this table. Now there is no record. Okay, so these are different statements you need to understand to work in your databases. Okay, so first, to begin with, create, then you need to alter, it, then you need to insert the record, you need to use insert statement. If any record or data to be updated, you need to use update. Then removing a record from your table, you need to go for delete. This is the core key concepts. Then what about these two, truncate table and your delete table? So these are one of the important interview questions. Let me put the data once again into this table so that you will understand. So now you have 3 more records again. As I deleted the record, now I do not enter the gender now, so again it will be blank. Now what is this truncate table is doing? It will also clear all the records from your table, but some indexes if the table contains, that will also to be resetted. Okay, the identity column will also be resetted. There is some few difference between delete and truncate, where delete, the key difference between delete and truncate, one of the important differences in delete statement, you can use a where condition. What is a where condition? To view the records, you are using a select star from condition customer, right? I want to see only this customer ID too. For that, in order to filter it, you use a var customer ID, customer ID equal to 2. So I want to see only the customer ID 2. So let me hold on a minute. There is no underscore. It's only customer ID. So I can see only the customer ID too. When you use select star from table name, it will display all the records in your table. I want to specify or filter out certain records, then you can use a where condition, where customer ID equal to 2 will give me only this record. So similarly, in order to delete only customer 2, I can use a where condition here, where customer ID equal to 2. So this will delete only Sakshi. Now you can see in your customer table, you will have only the 2 records over here. This is the key difference. But whereas the truncate, there is no where condition. Whatever records you have, even it contains 1 million records, it will clear it very fast. That is the main difference between delete and truncate. Now there won't be any data in your customer table, and there are some key differences as well. And what is the drop table will do? So drop table is nothing but will remove this, will delete the table itself. See, delete is deleting the data. Okay, what drop will do is drop will delete the table from the database. There won't be any table anymore. Okay, drop table name. Now if you see customer here, when I go to click on tables and refresh, customer table is gone. There is no more. Now even you query it, it won't be available. Invalid object name, the object itself dropped. That is what your drop will do. I hope it was clear, like what is SQL, what are different SQL statements to manipulate, and what is its purpose as well. Let me walk you through certain other examples, as I mentioned before. Like we have seen, if insert wrong values like Abdullah and in 3 and 4, then I meant to say in the customer ID is an integer, where I need to insert an integer. And what happens if I'm not mentioning the column order like this? Will it insert? Yes, it will. Actually, the column order, if you are not mentioning the column, however you have created it, you see here this order you have created it, that in that order this will get insert into. Now I am saying Naga, and I am in say for example Dubai. Let me insert now. Okay, let us select this, select star from customer. Okay, now I didn't mention any order, but still I can insert a value. And what happens by mistake, user inserts a data like this, Dubai, and he says he's Mr. Kumar, or Kumar is not here. Fine. What happens now? Let us see. Okay, so now I have mentioned I will just move it a little up. Okay, now you see here, this is a statement I have executed. Insert customer Phi and Dubai. Now what happened here? So the customer address is Dubai but inserted in the customer name column, whereas the customer name Kumar is inserted in the customer address column. This is because the order you are not mentioned here. Okay, you see here in one of the example, customer ID, customer name, address, and this order should be the same. And in order to do a proper insertion of into particular column like this, okay, you can mention the values in different order, but what you need to do is you need to mention it in this insert statement as well. As we do not mentioned it in this example, it is inserted in the created column as well. In this order it has inserted. Now in order to work this one, I'm again inserting this record, but what I'm doing it here, customer address, customer name. So insert into customer, customer ID, customer address and customer name. Earlier we used to give customer name and customer address. So this is the proper order. Now in order to give different order, because once you create a table you don't know which order you have given, so you just pick up the column names here, and based on the column names provided in the insert statement columns, you can mention the values. So now once you insert the same record, let me put it for 6. Okay, again I am putting for Kumar. So what happened now? Yes, so now even though I mentioned like 6 Dubai and Kumar, the Dubai value is inserted into customer address properly. You see for 6, right? So this is how some of the basic things you want to understand, and syntactically this is a syntax and you need to follow it. And how about your one of the update statement I mentioned, like select star from where condition we have seen. Similarly, even in update statement, we can use a where condition. Now let me add gender. Again you will see always once you do some statement changes, you just try to select start from, select the data and see. Once you do this one, what happens is like it will update m for every individual. I hope for Sakshi we need to update it as female, right? So one of the simple thing I can do is where I will say customer ID. Okay, customer ID equal to 2. I want it as F. Okay, I want to put it as F, female. For other than female, now once you do the update, go and select it. Always select star from customer. So your life as a database developer will be in select star from table only. Now you can see like for only for Sakshi I want to update. So where condition is basically restrict your data rows to filter it and update or select wherever it is possible you want to apply it. To filter a rows you want to use where condition. Now for other than 2, everyone is male, so in that case I need to go for not equal to 2, make it as F. Let us have this one as such. Let me copy and put it here, male, and I will say not equal to 2. So this condition will evaluate for each row. Okay, and say for example this is 2, so it will check for customer ID 1 equal to 2, no, 2 equal to 2, true, then update this particular gender column, and 3 it will say false. So like that it will execute whatever rows having a true value. For that, it will execute this set statement. That is the syntax for update. Now, other than 2, every row will become true for this. Let us see. So it says 5 rows affected. Now let us see. So this is how you can update a newly inserted column. For different combination, you need to use different conditions. So this is one of the important aspect of your what you call SQL statements. So there are two things I've covered it today. One is about data types, how it is crucial, and whether it's an integer in varchar. You cannot insert a numerical value into an integer, and the different SQL statements. And we will see another important concept here in the SQL the table. It's like you can see here a null or not null. Oh, what it is. Let me quickly show it to you. Okay. Now I'm saying I'm adding another column here phone number. Okay, and which I'm defining it as let me add one more table, create table, gender, and what you have home in where care of, or it's again it's a care of one, and I will say it as not null. Okay, put it comma, customer not null, just for understanding. I'm putting it here. Now you see select star from. I'm trying to explain what are the different things you have it in your table creation step. That is core important. Select star from customer table not null is null. Now I want to take insert table script. And this is a customer table not null. Let me put it here. Now this I defined as not null. Okay, what happens if I'm not putting this value at all? That is, I'm putting customer address as null. Okay, even I can ignore it. Let me show it to you what I'm trying to say. Here first I'll put gender. I'm trying to insert the value over here. What was it? It was whatever, Chennai, and I will put him as male. Okay, this is fine. Now 1 John, Chennai, and male. Okay, now what this is saying is this one, null or not null, this column should have a value. Not null means this column does not allow nulls. This always should have some value. That is what it is saying. So some columns are optional, meaning like this, maybe some customer can give the address or not. That is fine. But in your case, like phone numbers and genders, maybe it's like a dressing company. I mean, the retail company, they want to understand the customer base, whether they are female customers or gents customer. They want to record it. Then they will make that as not null. They want to understand, make that as a mandatory field. In that case, it is compulsory. So now you can skip the second value. What I'm trying to say is, let us copy this once again. I'm not providing this customer address now. Okay, in that case instead of address, I'm not giving any value over there. What happens? Let him be 2 and he is Kumar, he is a male. Let me insert it. What happened now? Now the customer address is blank, that is null. This is allowed. So this particular null is a constraint that says this column will allow null. There can be a value or you can skip it. Whereas if I'm not giving a value for the gender column, okay, now I'm saying customer, I will give customer address. Now I'm not going to give any value to the gender. Instead I will give only Chennai. Okay, what happened to this statement? You understand these two difference, statement difference. Now the error says cannot insert a value null into a column gender because of this constraint. Column does not allow nulls. How this error comes is because of this single constraint. Okay, so you are defining some, imposing the rules. As I said before, these kind of rules are data in integrity you cannot impose in the file system. That is why you are going for this database management system. Now you understand this point. Now this record is not at all inserted, that is 2 Kumar Chennai is not inserted. You can see this one, 2 Kumar blank, that is this statement is executed, 2 Kumar blank and mail is executed, but whatever you mention only Chennai, 2 Kumar Chennai is not executed because you are not giving the gender. In order to insert 2 Kumar Chennai with he, maybe again I will insert just as a duplicate, that's fine. I have to put this column here. So you need to correlate this to any business scenario, as I mentioned before. So these are some of the constraints: null, not null, unique, check. So I will cover more on to next session. We will stop it today. Okay. I hope I covered 2 of the topics. One is about introduction to data types and DDL, DML topics. Then constraints, I will take it on next session.
Hear that. Okay. So yesterday we saw about not null constraint. So we have a table over here. Home. Let's see whether this table exists. So there is no data and we have only 3 columns. Let me do once again. I'll put phone number as not null. So I'm adding a column here now. Let's have phone number. So, and yesterday, I mean, till this time, I had only 3 columns inserted. See, I'll first come to the not null part. So now I have a phone number defined as not null here as a constraint, not null. Now what happens when I try to insert without a phone number? Okay, I mentioned only 3 columns here, so phone number is not included, meaning null is inserted. It says cannot insert a null value into a column phone number. That part I have seen yesterday. Now when I want to insert, I'll go and check what is the varchar only I put. So I put just my quiet number. It is 8 digits. 41. Okay. Now when I do the same thing here, it get inserted. There are fewer columns. Yeah. See, this is another important factor I want to inform you. There are fewer columns in the insert statement than the value specified in the values column. Meaning like, See, first statement indicates insert into customer. I'm saying you insert customer ID, customer name, customer address. Okay, only 3 columns I mentioned. But while giving the value, I gave 4 columns, including a phone number. So it throws the error. So you need to add the phone number as well. Now you see, phone number I have added. Now I will insert it. It succeeded. So now you select the data. Now you got the phone number. So you might have a question like whether I need to mention the columns always. If you remember the column order, people won't remember what columns order that created in the table. What I'm trying to say is, if you are not specifying the column order here in the insert statement, the SQL will take the default order, how you are created. You see here, this is the customer. So this is the first column, second column, third column, fourth column. This in this order it will take. Okay. Now what happens if I remove this order? I mean this column specification. Will it work? Any guess?
It should work, Naga.
Yeah, you are expert, I know. So it will work. Again, I will do insert. Yes, it worked. Good. But what is the data here? See, I have 2 records. Already I inserted. Already this is the case. But what is the big challenge in this is like, you can't remember what is the order of the column until you know this one. Say for example, by mistake, if I do like this, the order is changed. Okay. Will it work? Yes, obviously it will work. Now what happens? So in the customer address place, I have replaced. Okay. See the issue over here. If you are not specifying what column I am inserting here, by default it will take whatever order it has created. Now in order to achieve the proper ordering, now I will say, see, without specifying, this London has went to customer name, this John has went to customer address. Now I can do a proper, if I mention the column names over here, give me a minute. It will be too basics for someone who already knows this. So specifying the column order is very important. Now I can specify whatever order I want. Okay, so this London is nothing but my customer address, so it should go in the second column here. And customer name. Now you see, let me select and show you the results first. See, now this record is wrongly inserted. Okay. Now what I'm trying to say is, whatever order you are specifying here, customer ID, customer address, customer name, customer phone number, same values should be represented in the values as well. So now when I inserted, instead of this wrongly inserted record, I can have a proper record here when I select it. Let me see. Let me show it. Okay. Now you see. Now you got London. Even you have a one London John over here. The column order, whatever you inserted, it doesn't matter. When you select it, it will properly insert into proper values. So it is always recommended to specify the column names while you are inserting. Okay, just you cannot skip it because people will forget what is the column order over here, whatever you created. Okay, that is the thing. It doesn't mean anything about the constraints, just for your understanding I told you. Back to the topic, not null, we have discussed. Now what are other constraints we have? We have unique, check, default. We'll discuss these three now. I'll take primary key, foreign key later when I use joins. So unique. So now I told not null, always I need a data. Say for example, not null, I said the phone number I need mandatory, okay? But I don't want to get, people won't give phone numbers sometimes. You as a customer, I will say like, I will not give a phone number because you will send me a message. But I want the phone number by default, application design like that. So you'll put some dummy numbers over here. Default.
Nagi, one question.
Yeah.
For int, can't we give any constraint like in like size?
Integer, that is the size. I mean, yesterday I gone through this. I mean, in this website, you can go and check what is the size, maximum size it will have. Like,
Yeah, I'm not asking maximum size. Can we define the size for an int?
now integer by default, it will have its own, say for example, let us go and check it here. It will have something like 2.3 million something. That is the maximum limit for integer. So, but it is understood. It is a whole number. Big int data type. So this is the value it will allow. This much value. This is the maximum size. But it is defined. It is internally understood. Small int means only 28 characters, something like that. 128. So 32768. 32,768. You can, if you type it as 32,770, it will throw error. Limit crossed. It can store up this value only.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, so but integer it will show this one. So no need to specify the size.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I used to have that spelling mistake. Got you. Thanks, Rabani. Thanks, Ragil. So phone number, I want to make it as default. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, now you saw a not null constraint. Only if it has a value, then only it will allow. If doesn't have a value, then so I need to put something in that place. So it's combination of both. It's a not null. You need to specify a value, but if someone is not specifying, make it as default. That is 999 some values. Say for example some phone numbers. Okay, this is your default. Let me create, and you can understand better. Constraint. Create table customer constraint. Okay, now you don't have data. I will copy this guy. See guys, I'm trying to insert the existing record here. So now you see my data is created. So I have got 60031. Now what happens if I don't specify my phone number? Say for example, I'm saying I'm removing this phone number. Then I didn't specify phone number. Earlier case, what happened? It is inserting a null. When you see, when I create a column, empty column, it has created null values. Now you see default is nothing but you are stamping some values if it is missing. Some value is missing, you default it. This is a constraint, default constraint. Okay, so default. And we moving on to check constraint. Okay, check is like you say like you want to have certain rule. impose a rule. Say for example, someone is registering for a college and whose age should not be greater than, should not be less than 18. So this is the rule you want to impose. Then I create a rule like age integer. You cannot default it here, but you can set a rule and you say like a check if age is greater than 18 or greater than equal to 18. So that solved our problem. So I'm just dropping and recreating these tables, okay, just so that so all these things I'm dropping and recreating because I want you to understand from the beginning. All these things, while creating a table itself, you need to decide. So that's why I'm doing one by one. So now I again created this one. Now I'm selecting it, okay. Now I'm putting only the age here. I'm going to insert age. I have two cases, one failure case 14 and it should fail. Insert check 14. Come on. Insert statement conflicted with the check constraint. So it says like it is failed. It doesn't insert a value, anything right now. So if I use 22, then fine. Okay. And it has default to my phone number. I didn't give my phone number. So both constraints worked. So this is about check, default, and unique. So there are certain things like my phone number, in this case defaulted to 999. Say for example, my name should not be repeated. I should not have any other customer. The perfect example should be a unique constraint Aadhaar card. So I have an Aadhaar number that should be unique. I cannot repeat for different customers. Same Aadhaar number cannot be applicable to another person. So in that case, I'll use unique constraint. Let's keep this one here. I say Aadhaar. Again, Aadhaar is integer only. So I will put integer. Okay. I'll say unique. Just say unique. It should be unique. I'll go here, age. I'll say Aadhaar. Then I use 98765. Okay. So I have a default value here. I'll go and copy some more values. So this is a commenting out, meaning that will not be executed. You need to put 2 hyphens, okay? That will be commenting out that code. So I commented out. Now other, I give 8675, something like this. Age I didn't put for him.
Age.
Yeah. So the error message will be really clear. See the error message. There are more columns in the instruct statement than the values. So I have mentioned age. I didn't specify age here. That's why. So I say 34. I will give 34 for him and 56. Now you see like each other is your unique 986, 876, 87643, something like that. What happens when I try to insert a record with the same value over here? I'll say I can have one over here. I can have repeated here, repeated here, repeated here. This guy is repeated same. Okay. When you use this constraint, okay. Violation of unique key constraint, cannot insert duplicate key in object. So if you see here, compare this result with this data. So 1 again London, John, and 22838763. So this is conflicting with this particular record, so it is not allowing. Now I say I'll change it to 9. This will allow. Now you see I didn't impose any rules for this unique constraint for this particular column. Okay. And I had a default for this phone number, so it keep on adding the default. Even I didn't mention. If I do mention phone number, it will update. And age, I put some restriction that is greater than 18. Aadhaar, it should be unique. So if it is repeated, then it throw error. So these are the things why you need constraints. Just imagine in a business world, guys. Okay, so there should not be any duplication of other information. If someone is claiming some now you say corona claim, someone government is offering 1,000 rupees, so they will come and whoever collected, so those Aadhaar will be recorded here. Assume this guy. Again you are going in some other state and you can claim. People think like that, but if it shows as unique constraint, already you have claimed. Instead of this error message, I can show like you already claimed in this particular location, don't come again, something like that. Okay, these are the things you impose in database level that will have impact on your real business. So that is why you need to have concentrate on this constraint, how it is related to your business. Okay, I hope this example suits well. Anything else, guys, for constraints? No, right?
Oh. Nagi, it's not only for numbers. Even like in some websites, we create this with the same email ID. They already tell us like already.
Yeah, exactly.
It works on the same thing, right?
Exactly. So it is not for a particular number. I'm saying integer is easy to understand. So it is for the data type, any column. That column, see, it's for the column. So understand about the column. Column will have its attribute. This is the attribute of your column. There is nothing but your metadata. I mean to say this, the rules are for the columns, not for integer or character. Email, as you said, email, perfect. Since you cannot register same email ID in Netflix 2 times, something like that. Same thing. Okay, guys. I will take this primary key for. Basically, a primary key defines your record. Okay. I mean to say, if you want any information for that customer, you need one key to identify it. That is what your primary key. Got it? So like you have Aadhaar ID for a customer, then you have Aadhaar ID to be defined as your primary key. Then you have your name, all other things. Okay. So what about if you do not have Aadhaar ID? Before Aadhaar ID, what will be your unique combination to create record? I mean to identify a person. Any idea?
Maybe a phone number, Naga.
Yes, before phone number. Phone came 10 years back. Okay,
Some
fine.
enrollment number. Enrollment number.
Basically, yeah. So basically, I have it's a common name across the globe. I mean, some names like Sunil, Varun, or Raghav. It's a regional name. It will be common, or some in case of Arabic countries like Muhammad is a common name. So you cannot create a primary key based on the name. here you see you have a customer ID defined. Okay, so customer ID is there, customer name is there. So customer ID is nothing but whatever you ID you generate. If I don't have this guy, I have only name. So the names are so common everywhere. So how you can distinguish that one? It's like, just give me a minute. I will drop this guy again. Drop table. Okay, what I'm trying to explain here is the purpose of primary key. So I have a name, a customer address, phone number, other. Now you, in case of even a person have multiple phone numbers, how to handle it? I hope everyone has 2 to 4 phone numbers. So can you repeat the record? No, right? Okay. Questions about? Please think now. What is the primary key is like? A primary key should identify a record in a table. If you want a uniqueness to be maintained in your table, that key should be identify that particular record. Once you give that primary key, then that record is for that. There is no duplication. It is a unique key as well internally. Okay, that is the definition of your primary key. So in case of customer name, what you need to do is like, you need to have uniqueness, but you cannot have a unique name for the customer. It will repeat. So you need to add two possible combination, combine these two columns. He cannot be, I mean, a person from same street does not have same name. Okay, you need to find such a combination, then you create a primary key. I hope somewhat little bit confusing. Let me create and show it to you. So here instead of ID, I will replace customer name. John is there. Let it be. Here the order doesn't matter since I have mentioned customer name here. This is the thing. Okay. I'll copy this guy, put it over here. I'll put same date of birth. Now you see guys, John Kumar London. John is London and Kumar is from Bangalore. Okay. Now I can have another Kumar from Bangalore. Okay. So what makes me to create a unique key over here is, I mean, if I use the primary key, okay, I cannot have another Kumar here. So I will create a combination. I just for now understanding, there can be multiple Kumar. So you find a combination from your table that makes you unique. So Kumar and Bangalore. I can create a combination of these two and create it as a primary key. Now I say like I created a primary key here, customer name as primary key. Drop a constraint, create table. I've created as a primary key. So there is no difference once you create a primary key, no difference in the table structure and all. It's same. When I insert a value, I insert Kumar. Sorry. Here I say like Naga. Sorry. Okay, now you have a Kumar and Naga. Now imagine there is another Naga comes into place, and he is from Mumbai. Here I need to change. This says like violation of primary key constraint, cannot insert a duplicate key in object. Okay. So basically you need to have primary key that defines if he is from, I mean, just imagine instead of this customer, you imagine as an employee. Okay, employees, you can have a names as a unique values. And if you say that employee, say for example, in this session we have 8 people have a unique name, no confusion at all. But if someone is having a name called Ganesh is joining from Kuwait, Ganesh is joining from India. So what makes them unique? Location, Ganesh from Kuwait and Ganesh from India. So you need to distinguish Ganesh based on the location. So you will combine these two location, I mean a name and a location as your primary key. That makes your unique value to identify a row. Okay, simply a primary key, usually you think like only one column is considered as a primary key using a name. Now if a username has different values like this, Abdullah, all other things, then no issues. But in practical world, okay, Abdullah Kumar, now you have inserted. Now that is why people always have a customer ID generated. Got you. So in irrespective of location, all these possible combinations I need to create. Instead of that, what I will do is I will create ID for you, customer ID. Then I will generate it as a primary key. Okay. So that will identify me individual record. So this is your primary key concept. Now let me tell you what I'm trying to explain. The customer ID. So there is no records. Guys, I think damn silent. You are there? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Any confusion, guys? Are you getting the point what I'm trying to convey? Any confusion? No? You got what is the purpose of primary key? Now you see, I have created a primary key here. 1, 2, 3. So now instead of saying if I have Abdullah here, it should be Abdullah from Bangalore. Maybe
My primary key is like verifying it in another table, right? Like that is foreign key or primary key.
See, now I am trying to insert 4. Okay, let me. No, wait. Guys, as I told, I have 3 Abdullahs here. Okay. So what makes you to differentiate from this Abdullah to if I created a customer ID as a primary key, I will have a logic to generate this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I will give this customer ID to the Abdullah. Always if you come back to my store, you give me customer ID or you swipe in using your card. That card is tagged with customer ID. So all billings will be against this Abdullah. So I don't confused with this Abdullah, that Abdullah. I'm at least bothered. Okay, so you need to generate a primary key to identify a record. So this 4 is your Abdullah Bangalore. It doesn't matter whoever Abdullah here it is. Okay, that is the main purpose of your primary key. How you will create based on the combinations you choose, or new customer they come, they create a new record that will have auto incremented values that I will explain it later. So this is your primary key. Now I say 4, he is Abdullah Bangalore. Even Abdullah can be from Kuwait, but which differs him? Aadhaar card differs him. So it doesn't matter how many Abdullahs, whatever data they have. I mention only the primary key. So primary key purpose is to identify a record in a table. Okay, any doubts?
Is primary key always unique, or you need to specify unique?
Yes, that is why I asked primary key. Praveen, when Praveen answered, he said like primary key is used to identify a table record and it is unique. Then I asked what is the difference? That is why he can't able to answer. So this is nothing but the difference between your unique and primary key. Primary key is not a unique. You cannot switch between both. I want a unique value. Whether I can have a multiple primary keys in a table? No, not at all. You can have a single primary key in a table that defines a record. Okay, you can have a multiple unique constraint. Say for example, Aadhaar I have a unique and phone number I have a unique. Instead of default, I can also have a unique phone number. Okay, so multiple unique key constraints can be applicable, meaning like unique is for a particular column and your primary key is for the entire table.
Yeah.
So this is what guys, the main constraints and primary key, all those things. So foreign key, we will take it tomorrow. Already we are 10 minutes over time. So with this, we'll stop. Today we focus on foreign key. And before heading to foreign key, so what are these things says like it is used to implement a data integrity. So what is says data integrity? So the definition says like it is used to maintain some data consistency or relation between the data like that. So the definition is like here. So it refers to accuracy and consistency of data. See the consistency in the sense once you have a primary key and your check constraints, so your data will be consistent. Otherwise, you miss some kind of rules if not imposed. Say for example, someone who doesn't have any age limit, whoever applied for college, then you will allow them to apply for the college. It is wrong. So you are imposing certain rules so that your data is accurate and your data consistency of your data is maintained. That is what data integrity means. Okay. So there are different types of data integrity. Domain integrity is all these things used to create for a column, particular column. And entity integrity. Entity is nothing but for your table. For entire table, you are maintaining a primary key. Then foreign key that just now I'm going to explain. I'm going to explain next. So referential integrity. So these are some kind of integrities, data integrities that you can able to achieve only in the database. All these things are challenging features in your file systems. Okay. So with this note, let us move on to foreign key. So we saw about these things like yesterday we have constraints, all these constraints, primary key, not null, unique, age limit check, and everything default. So whether this table exists because I worked on something might be deleted. So we have data. So customer John London, this is the guy. And I try to refresh yourself. I just trying to give you some fix over here. I mean, this queries will throw error and you guys have to answer it. Okay, so this contains one record. I'm going to insert another record now. So this is also done. So 2 records. Now you just see the constraints once. Okay, quickly. So address is not null, phone number is unique, age is greater than 18, gender is by default to you. So these are the constraints I have. Now this guy fix the issue by changing respective value. When I run this one, I will get an error. So what it says?
Age
Any guess? age. So 17.
Yeah.
So this throwed an error. So let us give it as 19. Okay. Now we try to execute. Now done. Okay. So again, so this record will be inserted. Now fix the issue by looking at the value itself. We can say violation of unique key constraint. That is insertion of duplicate object, duplicate key values 987. That is your phone number. Phone number here it is repeated. So I put phone number already here. This guy already there. Same phone number. When I try to insert, it is throwing me error. So this is kind of integrity, data integrity you are imposing. I just change it to 9, something else. Done. Okay. Now I have this customer table, guys. Customer ID and name, customer address, phone number, age, and gender. Okay. Now, what is the referential or foreign key? What is the purpose of foreign key is that you need to ensure that whoever is the actual customer, those entries only should be available in the other table, or those valid customers should be allowed to enter in the table. So that is why you impose certain rule. Whichever is a foreign key here, he should be the primary key here. This guy should be the foreigner of another table. Okay, that is the rule you are trying to impose, so that your data is again maintained in an integrity manner. So I have another table. Say for example, I have a purchase table here. Okay, so this is a customer and I'm having a purchase table, like you are going to a supermarket purchasing some items. Okay, so what I do is like I need to track a bill that will generate a bill. Now you have this customer is nothing but all those guys. Okay, over here, customer name. So I don't need to maintain the same information over here in the customer purchase table. Just I will refer the customer ID. Then whoever purchases in that particular bill, I can refer its location, phone number from another table. That is customer table, customer constraint table. This is the customer constraint table. So whatever you are seeing here is nothing but your customer constraint table. I'm going to create the new table, customer purchase, okay, with the customer ID referencing to the customer constraint customer ID. Let me create it. Okay, I already created it. Okay, so I'm trying to insert the records. It was affected. Now let's see both the tables together. Select star from customer constraint, star from customer purchase. Now you can see from this table. So this is the customer master table, which is having customer information, and this is nothing but your assume it is something like serial number, line number. In each bill you have some number. So what it says, like this John, one indicates John purchased biscuit, paste and bottle, and he purchased 2 quantities of biscuit, and which is having a unit price of 20, and paste 60 rupees, bottle 60 rupees. So these 3 rows belongs to John. Okay, next 2 rows belongs to Abdullah, and these 3 rows belongs to Kumar from Bangalore, not from Chennai. Okay, now this is a customer ID having a primary key here, unique information, that is for single record single record per customer. This particular row identifies this customer, but here it is repeating. Okay, so from this you can see like foreign key can be having duplicate, or it can have multiple values. Foreign key correct? Now, what is the main advantages of having a foreign key? As I said before, you cannot have a customer ID 5 here, okay, in this purchase table, okay, without having information in the customer master table. So let us try to insert a customer ID 5 in this table, okay. Then let's see what is the issue happening. I say like customer 5, okay, he is purchasing biscuit, let it be 3 items, 5 biscuits he is purchasing. When I try to insert it, it says like the insert statement conflicted with the foreign key constraint. The conflict occurred in the database, okay, in the particular column customer ID. So what it does is that each time when you try to insert a customer ID foreign key column, it goes and checks in this particular table customer contract, that is primary key, whether that value exists or not. It does something like a check constraint, okay. It is like checking each time when you do an insert whether that value already exists in the primary key table. So let us select this guy once again. Now you do not have a 5 here, you can't able to insert unless you have a value in this customer master table. So let us insert customer ID 5 here, then we will try to insert here. Then what happens, we'll check. So I will take customer master, customer control. I will have as I will put it under Deepak from Chennai. His number is 67890 and his age is 32. Let's insert him. Now what happens? Now we have a new customer here, okay, Deepak. And now when I try to insert in the purchase table, he purchased, customer ID 5, purchased biscuit 5, and each cost to 20. Now I insert. Now it got inserted. Now you got it, guys. So without having a master information created, you can't do the transaction, okay. That is what the main purpose of foreign key. So why we need to impose all these rules? To maintain the data integrity, okay, so that your system will be consistent. This is the thing. Any doubts, guys, in this? Hello?
The first one, John,
No,
Abdullah, Kumar, are from
Yeah.
customer constraint or customer constraint,
Customer
right?
constraint. See, the first
Second
one is
one
you say like customer instead of customer constraint. For now, you say like customer master. Okay, customer master.
customer master. Okay.
This is from purchase. This is customer master.
But
This is
how
customer
it
purchase.
checks when you run this when you run the customer purchase, how this checks in the customer master file?
Yeah. That is what I'm saying. I didn't create. That is the purpose of the DBMS written a program. They have written a program saying that. So that is what the definition says. You see, like here, when you see the definition of these two tables, let me bring both the tables together. Control Z, Control C. So the checking happens internally. Okay, that is the program written. So you see like customer ID in the customer master or customer constraint as a primary key. Now here customer purchase table, I need to say this is the foreign key. Foreign key always will refer the primary key of any other table. So foreign key references, I mentioned customer control, customer ID. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, here you need to define. That is why I mentioned. Okay, so this will be internally taken care by the DBMS. That is the program it controls. That is a software duty. to check. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
But still
Nagi, in
we
the
need
customer,
Yes,
yeah,
yes, Raghav. Go
in the
ahead.
customer purchase table, like you have given the
Hmm.
foreign key like customer ID, and it's a primary
Hmm.
key. Whereas if you have given
No,
like customer
no, no,
name,
no, no, no. 1 minute. So in
yeah.
the customer purchase table, customer ID is not a primary key.
No, in the customer constraint, it's a primary key.
Yeah.
Yeah, where have you given in the foreign key, like at last you have given the main ID is customer ID. So if I have given there the customer name like that means it will not work, right?
It will not pick up. It will not pick up.
Yeah,
See,
there
it
your
will
customer
always
ID.
references to. It will always reference to a primary key only. So you,
Okay.
whatever you defined as a primary key in another table, that column only you need to queue. You can have a unique value instead of customer ID. You have an Aadhaar card. Okay, that is
Yeah.
fine. But whatever you define in this table as a primary key, that only you need to refer here. That is a
Okay.
thumb rule. There is no clarification. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So the another important purpose is like people always maintain like the disadvantages of a file system, as I said. So assume like you maintain the customer information in this one file and the purchases in another file. What will happen if you lose some information somewhere? You are losing here or you are losing here. Let me tell you. Let us delete this guy. Try to delete the customer master Kumar from Bangalore. What happens? So any guess? What happens now? Who is that? Mute, please. Okay. Delete from this guy, customer ID. So I want to delete customer ID 3. Okay. You see the data once again so that it will be clear to you. So here I want to delete this guy, but this guy already have a transaction over here. Okay. Delete from customer master or customer constraint. It says like the delete statement conflicted with reference constraint foreign key, because unless you delete the related information, the foreign key information, the master information won't be deleted. Okay. Because once you delete this guy, this will not become any meaning because it always referencing this value. So when you keep on referencing it, okay, if it will not allow you to delete. But when you delete this guy, then you come and delete this guy, then it will happen. So always it should flow from this direction. Okay, from foreign key you need to delete, then only your master information to be deleted. Let us try that one. Customer purchase. Okay, now when I delete from purchase, it will delete. Then so earlier it threw error, now it got deleted. So these kinds of rules and the constraints will make you to maintain your data integrity. Okay, now it got deleted, cleared off. I hope I'm clear, guys. So with this note, we'll stop about constraints. Let's focus more on other modules now. You guys have any doubts? I'll give a minute. Otherwise, I'll move on to next topic.
So Nagendran, primary key in a table, there is only one primary key can be, but we can include
Yes.
more number of columns. Whereas
Yes,
in
exactly.
foreign key, we can add too many foreign keys.
Yeah. Yes. In a single table, you can have multiple foreign keys. because your foreign key is nothing but, see, you can create this product master. You can see that biscuit is repeated. That's why I desperately put biscuit 2 times. So you see, like, this customer also will purchase a biscuit, this customer also will purchase a biscuit. Okay, so you assume you have another table for product. Okay, and this product is maintained as primary key. Then you can have multiple foreign keys in a single table, no issues.
Okay. So primarily
So
foreign key
this
can
is
be
what.
used in customer ID or phone number.
Yes, yes,
In
see
those
here.
scenarios, we can
Yes,
use it.
yes, exactly. So in this definition, you assume like you have another table like product master. So here you need to define it as foreign key references while declaring. So these things you need to be very careful while designing. Okay, all these things comes when you're designing product master, product ID or product name. Okay, something like this table doesn't exist, that's why it throw error. Now you see customer ID, foreign key references customer master or customer constraint customer ID, product varchar, foreign key references product master product ID. Like this you need to define. So as to summarize, a table can have only one primary key and the primary key can have multiple columns. On contrast, a foreign key will reference any of the other primary keys, and single table can have multiple foreign keys. Okay. Now another point I want to touch here is, you see like customer purchase table, I'm inserting only customer ID, product, quantity and price. Okay. So each time when I do a insert, there is something automatically one counter is increasing. That is your row ID. You see 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18. Something I deleted 3 rows. So in between 3 rows gone. So 18. When I do some other insert like this, I can do another insert also. This guy again came. The customer again he can come. Okay, the showed. So again he came. Now you see 1920. This is 1920. These two records got inserted now. Okay. So 1 2 he initially it was the case. Now again he came for the shop and he purchased a biscuit and paste again. So 1920. So this number I have not specified anywhere in my insert statement. Okay, insert statement. So to auto increment some values based on the incremental values, it is similar to a default. Default, what it will do, always it will stamp a single value. So I want each time one row to be incremented. So for that, a function name called identity. Identity 1, 1. So in Oracle we have sequence 1, 1, something like that. Okay. So it is a function you need to specify, meaning that begin from 1, increment by 1. If I do increment by 2, then it will go, see the sequence follows like this 1, 2, 3. Here if I say for example 3, 1, 4, 7, 10, 13, something like that, keep on adding from the last whatever the digits it were there. So this is the purpose of your identity column. Any doubts in this identity? No. Okay guys, let's move on to the next topic. Where are we in overall topic? Here we have seen this one. I mean insert, update and delete slightly. We'll discuss more about this. Now I'm going to go more deep into DQL, that is data query language select. Here it is written only select, and we will do more magic in that. For that I will try to go some table over here because I can't do much over here.
Okay, I got customer data over here. So you have first name, last name. So similarly, you see I have used the customer data over here with the minimal columns, age, customer, phone number. So in a real world, okay, you have a customer data with all these attributes. See guys, you have a customer, he's a John, okay. Now you have got customer key, okay, this is the actual key, I mean maybe a ID for him. For this particular column, I mean this particular record, you have all the attributes, nothing but first name, birth date, marital status, all these things are belongs to this particular customer. As I said, this John is not belong to this guy, he is belongs to this. So this is nothing but your record, okay, record or row in a table. Now so when I want something like somewhat, so when you insertion, updation, deletion, you know guys, now I want to have some queries saying that I want someone who has born over 9070, I mean 9070. So then what you need to do, like this business scenarios will come. Select star, I will put select star from this table name, okay. What I'm trying to explain here is you have learned about insertion, updation and deletion and all. Now after insertion, what it will do, you need to access the data based on business scenarios. I want to know how many bachelors in my customers, how many married people in my customers, and I want to know whoever has not provided the email address, or whoever is male, and whoever is male and it is married or single, something like that. It should be bachelor or college graduate, something like that. So business scenarios will come, they will keep on asking the question. This is where I think my colleagues find most of the time, I mean they always go for queries. Lot of questions will come from the business and we need to query it. So the one and only statement is select. The syntax is follows as like select star. This star is nothing but, if you see star, when I highlight it displays the column. Star means all columns in the table. You can specify a single column also, say for example customer alternative key. I can select only this, but it doesn't give me any view, just give me data of it, okay. So I can put it like this also. I want to bring some columns front, I can bring that column front, then go for it. So this is, you till this we saw about only querying like select star from table name. What about this? I mean it was like that control is it, why it was 3 distinction values, what are those? Okay, we'll take this later. This is nothing but for now explanation. This is database, this is a schema, and this is your table, okay. I'll tell this later. Let
We
us
should
stick
use
to,
where condition.
yeah. you know better, I think you already learned, just hold on. Okay, the request of procedure failed. Why? Control N. See, either I can choose, see, I can run from my SQL training schema. This is the database it's going to run. If I use this, I can access the another database also. Syntax error from select star from. It defines inter-database queries, okay. Forget about that. Just keep it simple as that. dbo dot dim customer, then where to filter whatever columns you want to filter, you need to use a where condition with, I want just say gender, I mean male customer, You put gender equal to M. So this is the syntax. Select column name or star and from your table name, then where condition to filter. If you do this one, there is no filter. All the records, 18,000 records will come. Now you use where condition that will filter only male customers. Execute it. You see, out of 18,000, 9351 is your male customers. Let's go for, I'll take account here, 9351. If it's female, how much? 91. This is male, then it's female, 9133. Okay, so this is just a typical query how you need to query your database. Okay, simple basic query about select statement. Now when I have something like whoever gets more than 60,000, so these are the operators you need to learn. I'll keep this query as such. Greater than, that is yearly income. Yearly income greater than 50,000. I think this is in US dollars. Again 9,000. Maybe I will increase slight. Whoever gets most of it, 80,000 US dollars means I think it's around 6 lakhs per month. So only 3,000 people who has yearly income 80,000. Okay. So if you see the results, it filtered with 80,000 greater than. Maybe if I use equal to, the result will change 3040. Okay, 4382. So everyone, I mean to say, whoever having, instead of having greater than or equal to, I mean I can put equal to, that will give me 1000 records, 1342. Okay, you see the result now, exactly the matching. So these are the operators. Okay, like what operators you have? Conditional, equal to, greater than, less than. These are the operators you use here. Let's go to the syllabus. Select statement using strings and arithmetic operation, exploring where class with operators, and I go for top, distinct, null, etc. Okay, fine. So now you see, like just a basic understanding of gender and yearly income I saw with only one column. What happens now, whoever gets 80,000, and also I want a female customer who is getting a salary of 80,000. This is the condition. So you need to combine both the condition here. So you need to use and, just a plain English, yearly income 80 and gender equal to female. So if I use like this, this will not allowed. Always string values should be quoted with single quotes. So I used both. So my results are drastically reduced, like 671. When I use this alone, it is 1342. So I can say like it's 1342 and female is 671. So what about your male? So these kind of checks you can make by yourself while doing some kind of work. What I'm trying to say is 671. So it's exactly same. So even male is 671. See, I got output. Before I know the data, When I subtract it, it will come. So this is simple thing. Okay, so how many conditions you can have? You can have many condition as such based on your business logic, based on the request. There is no restriction like only 2 condition, 3 condition. You keep on adding the condition. So this is like yearly income 80,000, gender male, and how many kids. I want only 1 kid or without a kid, something like that. Okay, so maybe I will add and total children equal to 1. It's like a question and answers you got using your query. So people will ask you a question, who a male person having a 1 children and getting a 80,000 salary, how many people are there? We will give this list. So what they will do using this, they will do some analytics on that. They want to promote some offers for these customers who is having only 1 child. Okay, something like that.
Nagendran, can you also tell me some specific period after which some greater than or equal to?
Yes,
Because
yes.
when
Date
we
part I
query,
didn't cover. Yes, yes. Date part I didn't cover. So I will come to here first. So date, similarly, integer, n varchar, this one, you have a date data type, like I will say date of birth. I can go for date time. Okay, date time. And I'll drop. So date you can it's little bit tricky always. You need to use the appropriate format. DD, MMYY, MM, or what I'm trying to say is either you can specify YYY, MM, DD. This is a standard format used to follow. Okay. So in this format only you need to insert. Yeah, YYY, MM, DD. So in the same example, I will specify date of birth. So how you need to specify? Either you can use the same format I mentioned, 1988, 12, 29. Say like that. Okay, I will insert this guy. Okay. So 1988, December 29. Okay. This is the and time also you can mention. I didn't mention the time, so it taken the midnight of 29, 00000. If you born on second, no one cares about the time. I mean, typically recording, I mean, in the database level, only to astrology, I think we use time. Fine. So now to answer your question, so date is same like any other data type. Now I want some dates like whoever born after 1970. So here we have something like and you keep adding, no restriction. Okay, birth date greater than, you take a copy, you say like including, see this will say like including 70, I mean to say 1st of January, I mean 1970. This greater than or equal to means including this date. If you remove equal to, this is excluding this date from the 2nd of 1970. Okay, January 2nd. So include means equal to. So there are customers who are born after 1970. So there are 5 customers over here. So this is simple typical example. Okay, and date functions we will come through it now.
Nagendran,
Yeah,
if the database has year, month, and date, and suppose if we need month, date, and year format, it should will this be displayed in the way which we require?
we need to have appropriate function. There are a lot of functions.
Okay.
No one knows the syntax. See, like format param 1, param 2, and param 3. and we need to specify appropriately. See birth date, that it can be either first parameter or second parameter. Now you see DD, something like this. Let's try that one. Now it worked. See, year went at last, something has happened instead of 12, something it has happened. So you can do it, okay? It's not doable. You need to find appropriate function, then do it. Usually it will be like convert we'll use, cast we'll use, format. So in Oracle also, I think it will be format or some other function. So it doesn't matter. Just we need to find appropriate function. Everything is possible, okay? When you see the birth date, comparatively you can see the result, what happened. So it has converted the dates, and it is doesn't convert it. Maybe we'll say something like this. Yeah, now it worked. December 17, 1976, March 18. Okay, we can do it. Find the bug.
Thanks.
Yeah. So now you got again, when you want to work through the database, you always not going to work with all the columns or all the records over here. You have 18,000 or some tables contains millions of rows. It will, while running the query itself takes a lot of time. For that, what you do the sampling of records. Seeing this column definition doesn't make you to understand what is the exact data, whether some data is there or not. Okay, so always you want to see the data. At that time you can't see the entire data, so you can use top 10 records, which will give you first 10 records, so that you can analyze, understand what kind of data it has, whether people are filling the email, whether yearly information is there, something like that. So top 10, just for profiling purpose, we will use this one. Now you can ask me like, I know that I have all these columns all in place, but what about this guy? I mean, English education, or here you have English occupation. What are the different occupations I have? I want only the you see, this is repeating. I don't want like this. I'm saying, what are the different occupations? We have professionals, management, and skilled manual, all those guys. While inserting, they will keep on adding it. Okay, then I need to get those distinct values. So just you can mention distinct of that column name, English occupation. When I use this one, I will get, there are 5 different values in this column: professional, clerical, manual, and management, skilled manual. So these are the different values. So no need to go each and every record over here and see. You cannot copy and paste. You got the point, right? If someone asks you what are the things, you go and check, you take this value, then you keep on taking this value. You don't remember which one is already you have taken or not. So just putting a single query will give you what are the distinct values, unique values in this table, I mean in this column. So this is about your distinct. Then, as you asked, as I told you, when you use this select statement, you always see like 26, 37, 31, 11. Again, I'm running 26, 37, 31, 11. Okay, so as I said, it will collect the data based on the order, how it is inserted based on the index logic it works. But I want certain order, like geographic key starting from 1 to ascending. I mean, so how you specify? So select start from this one, where condition used to filter. I want to display the results in some order, order key, order by. See, basically it doesn't inserted by geography key and all. You see the customer key. So based on the customer key it is inserted. I don't want to be displayed by customer key. I want it to be displayed whoever based on the earlier date of birth, ascending order of date of birth. So order by birth date, you mention ascending. Now you see the customer key has changed 1, 2, 3. Instead, whoever has born earlier 191602. I'll show both the results together so that people will understand. This should be top. Okay, now this doesn't have, first query doesn't have order. This has order based on the birth date. You see the results based on the customer key. Always it will fetch based on the customer key. Here the customer key changed. It picked me the oldest birth date. Since it's ascending, I can use the descending also. So whoever is the youngest will come first. Again it picks up from the same order. Here 1986 is the latest. So from that it has picked me. So if I want to use multiple columns, say for example birth date as well as gender, then put comma gender descending or ascending. If you don't specify anything, then it is by default ascending. So ascending in the sense F will come first, M will go next. See, if we use 2 columns order, it takes long time. Birth date descending IJKLM F. Why it's showing ascending? I need to specify. Hold on. Ascending means M is coming first. I'm not sure. Okay. See, based on this combination, in this date only M is available. Okay, and in 22nd only female is available. So it filters by a group. In this date, first it filters by date. In this, if you have multiple columns, then F will come first, M will come first. Maybe if I change this order, you'll understand better. All females will come first, then on that it will have a date. Female, female, female. Then here you have a date. Forget about this. I mean, it's just ordering how you want to query or see the data. So the entire query, entire life in SQL, you will work on this. You will have these things like select, from, where, order. So this is the hierarchy you need to follow. You cannot put a where condition before where class. Doesn't work. Syntax error. Okay, incorrect syntax. So always you remember this order of execution: select, from, where, and order by. So this should be your flow, and in between you have before order you will have a group by also. Okay, this is the whole SQL statement. There is no more addition to it. Group by I will take it later. So this is the thing. Got it, guys? Yes.
Yes.
We have touched a little bit about this. I mean, queries, stop, distinct, null. We will see some of the string and arithmetic functions. Actually, I thought of taking joins, but today I think Varun has not joined. Varun also wants to learn joins. So let us focus more on this functions. Tomorrow I'll take up the joins. So now we will stick to one table. Okay. Let us have yesterday's the big table that we have shown, so that we can have multiple functions together. Customer again. Okay, fine. So now yesterday we saw about some of the operators, simple operators in the where condition that we assigned. Now I'm going to work on some of the functions that we have to use. Always we need to have, it is not as simple as that, whatever you store. So say for example, sometimes you may require only the characters from before this @ symbol. If you see here from the email, I want to extract only this guy. I want to extract before that part, this part alone. So you need to work on some kind of functions. You need to impose certain rules to it. So let us have a very simple example now. We can come to this extraction of the part before this @ symbol. Now, I want from the email, I want first 4 letters always to be written, okay, as an output. What you need to do? Let us have, we need to have only 2 columns now. I will have email address, other columns I will remove. Select email address. Uh, see, when you have output like this, so your window, you can switch between these 2 options: results to grid, results to text, results to grid. Okay. Now, what I want is now, I want first 4 letters from this email. So there is a function called substring of your email address, which column you need to specify, comma 1, comma 4. So 1 is your beginning of your character, I mean starting point, and 4 is your length. So if I select like this, I got John 2, ego each, something like that. But I don't have, it says like no column. So to give a new column, so it is like a derived column. This is your actual column, which always have a column header. And whatever you're deriving, you need to specify some column name. So I will say first 4 char or small email, something like that. Okay. So this is nothing but your alias name. Alias name is nothing but, in going forward your queries, you can use this name as a reference. That is what alias name. For this table also, I can have alias name called short name, something like this. So this is going forward, instead of specifying the entire name, I can use this cust. This is your alias name, short name. You cannot say short name, it's alias. Instead of this, you use this name for reference. Now it says no column. Now it says small email. So this has came with a small email. So this is very simple function using strings. So You got the idea, guys. Like you cannot have just a simple table. Always you need to use appropriate functions. The requirements are very different. So now you have a lower, upper, R trim, L trim, string, split. So simple as that. Now you want everything to be upper, lower. So these are Excel functions. You remember, guys, everything is available in Excel. Whoever worked in Excel, they're aware of it. So I'm doing it for only single column. It is not mandatory you need to work for a single column. Everything turned into caps upper. So you can use another column also. So each column you can derive, but everything works row by row. For each row, the appropriate column, it will work. So say for example, I need to concatenate these three columns, first name, last name, middle name. I just use plus symbol. So everything is a string, then these three will be combined. If it is a numeric to string concatenation, it will throw error. You see, everything is joined. John V. Young. So this guy doesn't have a name at all. No, this guy has, see, another beautiful thing we got now. So this guy is written with null. So meaning that this guy doesn't have a name.
That guy doesn't have a middle name.
Come again?
That guy doesn't have a middle name.
Oh, you saw the output or you were telling?
No, I saw the input.
Oh yes, you saw the data before. Okay. You see here, another interesting thing to discuss. Like these guys, these two guys had all the three. So you got the output. So something added with the null, concatenated with null, then it becomes null, guys. So null plus anything is null. Null into anything is null. So null is very tricky. So what to do in this case? Any guess? I need to add all the three. So what I need to do if some column is null? So always first name, last name is make it as not null. But middle name, some people have, some people don't have. So if it is a null, what I need to do? I need to insert an empty character here. So in database level, you cannot add an empty character. So while giving the full name, what I need to do? I am saying, instructing this, if is null, this guy is null, okay, is null of this particular column, then have some empty character, or you say hyphen. Okay, so Ruben hyphen Taurus. For these guys, there won't be any hyphen. Okay, just for your understanding, I usually put like this, empty character, so you will not find a difference. That's why I'm putting hyphen now. Now you see, this is the column we are deriving full name. So it's like a magic, guys. It's like you playing a game. You can play with this data. Usually we will say like that. We will play with data. So you see the difference here. So like this, you need to learn a lot of functions, when to use, what functions appropriately it will be used, how to handle it. So most of the time we will face like that. If we will ask, give the full name, then we will give the entire thing without checking these things. So just check your output is correct. If it is wrong, then you need to use appropriate function, how to fix it. These rules you need to know. Okay. Let's have a look at some other functions. At index, length, different, char index. Okay, char index is an interesting function. So now I want to find where this at indicates. Some people will ask, you assume there is some feedback given. and some people say like this particular string I want to find. Some bird words or something, some negative reviews there, where it was there. I mean, which at what character it was there, something like that. You need to find some hyphen or some special characters that where it exists. Okay, you need to find that one. So I use this at where this at exists. So for that, char index, character index, you put comma, expression. Expression means you give that email address. Maybe I'm not sure. It can be before and after. I mean, either you should specify the which character you are searching for. I want to search for at, and it says like you need to find the syntax. I'm not sure about the syntax. I can't remember. Just I'll see. Expression, and start location. You can start looking from fifth character. You can start looking from first character. Let's say like for John 1 2 3 4. See this guy. It is at right 1 2 3 4 5, and it should return 6. For this guy, it should return more than 10 or 20. Say I will put 1 here. Index. It is other way around. If it is not coming like this, then quickly I will change. So first character is what to search. Next, oh sorry, this should not be a quotes. It should be okay. Let us try a column. This is the column input. Okay. Yes. So at is sixth character here, and here it is ninth character and eighth character. When I say like start searching from 10th character, or here, or maybe 8 characters. When I change it to 8, these two will return 0. I mean, this will return 0. This will return 1, or maybe let us see how it works. See, this doesn't find at all because I'm saying start the search from the 8 characters. So from here there is not symbol. So here it is start from 8, but it returns 9 only. So 8, and immediately it finds next character, it's 9. Okay, so these are the scenarios it will come in your work life. So where you need to appropriate functions, when to search. So skip 5 characters, then start searching from the 10th character. So all those things, you no need to write a big logics and all. Everything is predefined. You need to go and search here, find appropriate functions. What are the different functions available? Then you will do it. That's all. Okay. So let's start with some of the functions with
Nagendra, finally gave this INDX, right?
Index, just alignment.
Okay, fine. So just an example, if say if email address, I just want to retrieve only the at wherever for this email address we are saying at. If suppose if anything we have some unique data, and somehow the rows which doesn't have the unique data, in those cases I need to retrieve only those unique data, and wherever it's not available, it can be 0 or whatever, null or something. In those cases, how to retrieve?
No. Can you refine your question? I mean, it's a little confusing.
Email address, we can say at is a unique. Okay, so I need to retrieve only the at wherever it's available.
I mean, you're saying I want to retrieve only the at symbol over here, right? You need to write a combination of functions. Okay, so let me write that query. It will take maybe at least 30 seconds. Okay, so you tell me the logic how to find. So in this case, you are saying in some cases you have that symbol at the 6th position. Okay. you are having the at symbol at the sixth position. You can able to find the position of the at symbol using this char index. Now I want that particular character, okay, in this position. So this should be the input of another function. Similarly, what we did here, substring is input to the length function. So now I need character index of this particular add, and I need the character in that particular position. Okay, it is again we can use substring here. I think so. Substring of this will return the sixth position, right? So this is the starting position of the substring. Okay, so substring,
Okay.
what it will do is, so in this position you need to give this input, and how many characters you want? Only one character.
Yes.
That's the thing. So it's just a programmatic approach how you work. Okay.
Okay. Okay. So we need to use a substring.
Substring combination, it depends based on the scenario, how based on your requirement. Your requirement is now I want at symbol and using this. If I use two characters, three characters, I mean three characters from the at symbol, I can get next three characters.
Okay. Is
So
there any like
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know whether it's in Microsoft SQL or not. So similarly, we used to give right like equal to this.
Yeah, like percentage. Yeah. I'll come to that. In where condition we can use those things. So it's like it's not like a like here. Like is used for something else. I will come to that where condition now. So I want to cover some more functions in integer. Then I'll go to like and where conditions. What are the other combinations? Okay. So I don't think okay, math functions. So all the functions, like any programming language, whatever programming languages you use, those things will automatically applicable here. So what I'm trying to tell you is, let us save this guy as string functions. Scripts. String function, maybe functions, I'll say. Okay. So everything you can work only with your table. So there is no way of working anything else. We'll have a PLSQL there. You can have a little bit of programming. I don't have any decimal values here. Going back to our module here, because we have some decimal values here. No way. Why? 28 comma decimal numeric. I'll try to fix that one. Let's have okay, so let's have some addition. You want to add these two, just this column plus this column. You can add it like this. So if it is a string to string, then concatenation will happen. Then if it is a numeric, then your addition will happen. So this 1 comma 1 house owner, like this should not be summed up. We don't know, just I'm saying. So this will return only the values after addition. So just you need to ensure whether it's correct or not. So keep those columns before doing the calculated column, computed column. So it's like 1 plus 0 is 0, 1 plus 1 is 2. So you are returning a correct values. So simple addition, subtraction, arithmetic operations using a row by row, you can use this one. Okay. So all other mathematical functions also you can compute. Wait, logical function. Choose and are not required. These are not for us. Okay. Now let's focus on where condition you set. Like, so now you have here select star from dim customer. You ask like where condition. So when it starts from. So if you say like where English education equal to, you need to desperately specify bachelor's. Then you need to specify equal to symbol here. But most of the time we are not sure what is the spelling over here, whether it contains proper value. You need to search in appropriate approximation. So in that case, you can choose like it starts with B. Then you need to say percentage. Percentage means it can have any values after that. So whichever starts with B, all the things will come. Let me put distinct here as we seen yesterday. Distinct English education. Bachelor's only. So when we say C, no English education starts with C. Let us see. Now you have partial high school and partial college. So when I put here that starts with P, partial, okay, both the things will come, okay. My spelling is correct, wrong, partial. Only these two will come. So when I say like little bit further, I want only starts with C. It can be a college or high school, only C will come. Take some time. Only C is coming. I'm excluding the H. So this is the way how it works. Now I want in between the text with the common, okay, that contains O in any of the values. I mean in between any of the text. Like what I'm trying to say is, I want the English education where it contains a text like O anywhere. O. So you need to put percentage before, percentage after. So O, wherever it is, it will pick it up. So it excluded some other part, like if you see here, and graduate degree doesn't have O. So it excluded it. It brought me 4 cases. So this is very important function like condition that we use. Okay. Yesterday we saw about R. I mean yesterday our previous classes. I mean uncondition. Let's say like I have a male gender and who is having a salary of 8,000. And what about when I have a male, or he can be married or unmarried? You should use R condition also. So whatever functions you use and or, you understand the difference between and or, right? If say like M and S, so it should be M equal to S, and M and S should be there in this both the columns. And if you say MRS, here M and RS means it will pick up all the M's here, all the S's here. In this case, let me take Excel. The difference between and or, I don't think you need to work both on this. Let's say male, female here, and use have S and T values. So the possible combination of these two is nothing but your, I will repeat this guy twice. Okay. Here also yes, here also T and T. Okay. So uncondition means I say like M and S, only this row is returned. When I say M or yes, okay, here it's a gender. It says like status, you consider status. When I say gender and gender equal to M and status equal to yes, then this will return only this row. Okay, M and S, and means it should match, this also should match. If I say like M or S, gender equal to M, so this will return this record because of this is true, and this will return this record because this is true. Then it comes with, it checks status is yes, and obviously this is true because of this reason and this reason, and this will also return this record. So it will return 1, 2, 3 records. So this is the difference between R and AND. So you need to be very careful while choosing AND condition and OR condition. Okay. So for each column, it will keep on adding a true or false based on that, either one of the true, then it will go. It's a generic, I mean, we have studied in some trigonometry or mathematics. It's mathematics rules. Okay. I hope you got the point. Let us try one. Equal to M. I'll put R, Mauritian, status equal to yes. So this brought me both M and yes. See, now you see like here I have brought F also. Why? Because this becomes true. This is M. I want male gender only, but this, for this condition it becomes true, and for this also true. And if I say and, so all the records drastically increase 4085. Okay, got the point, guys. So this is the crucial thing, where in where condition you can have multiple combination. You always go for and or equal to and any greater symbol. Even you can have these functions, char index of these functions. You say like what it will return. It will return at right. So you say like see guys, what I'm trying to say is why. So here you have a trait, same function also I can have, I mean you can write a function also over here. Let it be like this, and I want whichever character having at. If you say like you find some other characters, that character alone you want, then you can get. So same 4085. If I change the symbol to something else like star or 8 star, I will put. It will not return any of my record. Okay, so it's like how you execute each row, it will go and check whether this condition is passed, this condition is passed, and after returning whether this condition is passed. So either you can use the functions in select class or in the var class, it doesn't matter. Okay guys, with this I'll stop here. Anything? So we have a customer information, and as I said, if we need to get some information, we always need to work on select queries, that is DQL queries. So based on the requirement, people will ask different queries, and using our select statement, using var condition, we'll filter the records we will use a different condition and or combination to get the results. So we saw about these operators: equal to, greater than, less than. These things are used in numerical values: greater than 100, less than 100, or greater than or equal to, like this, less than or equal to, like this. And there is some cases you need to filter with a range, like date of birth, whoever born between 1970 till 1980s. So you need to get the between the range. Okay, so for that cases you use between is a keyword or operator we say. So let me have that query where now the scenario is you need to get the list of customers who has born between 1970s till 1980. Okay, so for that case you can write different way. One of the easiest way is like writing birth date between, you need to mention two dates, 2000 sorry 1970 01 01, then and. So if you use between, then you need to use and, obviously. So 19 what you need to, both the dates are included. Okay, so you need to write 1980 12 31. So this date also included, this date also included. Now when you use this one, so there are 7005 customers who has born between this decade 70s. Okay, you can see quickly 79 79 75, those things. Okay, only it's between these range. See, even 80 April. So this is the about between keyword or operator. Now there are certain things like earlier we used to query using a equal to operator that filters only one particular case. Like if I want only the bachelor's customer who are as a bachelor, then English education equal to, I mean whoever did bachelor's degree, it tells about your education, so I will filter using bachelor's. Now imagine a situation like I need bachelor's as well as I need something like who did a partial higher secondary. So I need both the cases. So in this case there are different ways to write. Either you can use or condition where English education equal to bachelor's, or again see the syntax, guys. So you cannot put English education on bachelor's or the value. So once you are done with the single column and value, you are done with your one condition. Then another condition you need to specify with the column name again. So English education again equal to. Okay, so this will give me both. So if I run this one, it gives me 5000 5356. So let me put another way.
Nagi,
Like,
one down.
Yeah.
Can't we put both in a list rather than giving?
That is what I'm going to do next. So if you keep writing like this, I'm saying the count. I'm trying to take the count so that it gives you the proper output. 1581. So this partial high school is 1581. You can see the record counts here, 1581. Now I'm running only the bachelor's. I'm not running the partial high school. So bachelor's is 5356. 5356. Okay, so let me copy this guy and put it here. So now I am putting both cases. So it is addition of these two, 1581 and 5356 if you put R. So it should return me something around 6937. So this is the correct results. Okay, 6937. So we have different ways. As Varun highlighted, this is one way of writing. Then what happens if my list keep on increasing? Like I have 10 members in that list. I need to put it in filter it out. Okay. So for that, instead of putting like this, I can put it here in condition. So the list here, it is not a list. So it is like in condition. You can put multiple values over here. It will return multiple values. So this query will return same. So this has returned 6937. You see here, this one also return 6937. 6937. So now to summarize, so we have a between operator to filter out using a range, and we have an in condition to filter a list of values. Okay. Now the same thing I can write in another format, maybe in select statement also. We can use in a subquery. What I'm trying to say is, this assume you have one query that returns these two distinct values. You can have a select class inside this one also. That's what I'm saying. So for that, let me prepare that query first. And occupation equal to English occupation equal to profession. See, let us see what are the distinct values we are getting in English education for the occupation equal to profession. Distinct. So we get, so all the professionals has did all the 5 categories. Okay. So even you can mention this one here. I'm just moving it forward so that I mean towards right. Okay guys, so see the query. So this will return my customers, and it says like whoever did the English education, and English education in this should return list of only those values English education. I mean some values over this should return only single column. This should not return multiple columns. If I say like English occupation, it will throw me error. So this is nothing but your subqueries. Only one expression can be specified in the select list when the subquery is not introduced with exist. So forget about this. It says like only one column it is expecting. Okay, if you specify multiple columns, it will throw error. So basically, either you can specify it in a list of values, or you can specify a query, okay, that will return list of values, so that it will automatically picks up. You got it? So that is what working with basic subqueries. It's as simple as that. You got it, guys? Hello? Hi Rahil, you are
Yes.
in finally.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I've been there for
So
since last 10, 15 minutes. I've been listening.
okay,
Operators.
that's good. Good, good. So I hope I am clear with the in operator when to use. So in operator to filter list of values. You see, like you cannot have or condition here. So you might have thought like instead of or, I used in condition. So in condition is used. So this and this will return same. If you have a single values that you whatever values you can put it like this. But in this, you don't know what are the list of values it is going to return. English education, but this value, whatever it is going to return, it depends upon the another subquery, this query result based on the filters. So in that case, it will be very useful. So you cannot compare these two. So when to use? So if you don't know the prediction of output, then you go for this statement, in statement. If you know the exact values, you can keep adding the or and whatever the values you have. So it's the way you have to query. You need to know when to use this such a queries. Okay. So with this note, we stop operators. Let's move on to our next topic, aggregation functions. Okay. So any idea, guys, when we use this aggregation functions? Any idea? No. So let me ask this question. So how many of you used pivot tables in Excel? Pivot table? Any idea? No idea. Hello,
Pivotable used
I've
guys?
used, but not much, Naga.
some time back.
Yeah, sometime back. Okay, fine.
I have used the
See,
pivot table.
generally, so what is its used for?
We can sort out the data according, right?
It's like it's a number of data we can, we can have the whatever we need in the pivot table. It's like
Okay,
get, getting the whatever data we need in short form, not searching the total overall.
short form. See, you guys know
Hmm.
about pivot table, but you are not
Hmm.
coming actual point. Okay, the
Hmm.
thing is, let me explain to you guys. So forget about those things. Thanks for your answers. And so I copied the customer data once again here. I'm going to do a pivot now. The idea behind the pivot table is like you want to see the data in an aggregated manner. See, as a company executive or managers, they want to see the data at the higher level. Say, for example, you are running some supermarket. So at the end of the day, each day you want to see the total sales, and you are having different shops, say for example 3 shops. So you need to know what is the sales of these 3 shops all together in a single day. So aggregate level, you no need to see in detail each time. Okay, at a given shot in a single day, you want to say what is my total sales, correct? So these are nothing but your aggregates, total sum. So nothing but, if you see here, assume this is your customer data. I want to see what is the salary, total income, okay, total yearly income of all the bachelors. I want to see what is the total income of the professionals in my customers, or management students in my customers, total income. Okay, so or how much they are spending, what is their salary. Okay, assume these are some kind of employees. Instead of customer, you forget about the customer perspective, we'll stick to this salary perspective. This is the employee information. So employee's role is profession, and he is a management profession, and he did some cadre or education like that. Okay, now I want to analyze how much I am spending for a profession, something like that. So I have a base data here. Let me search for a profession. Come on. It starts with whatever. English occupation. Okay. See, when I put it, it's not sorting actually. Okay, someone said it's a sorting. It's not actually. It's like grouping. So what are the distinct values it have? Against which what you want to see? I want to see the salary. What is the salary column here? Yearly income. So if you see here, total yearly income I'm spending for an employee who is a profession. This is my total yearly income. Skilled manual. This is my total income. I mean, total I'm paying for the skilled manuals. And whoever is in management, for them I'm paying this much. This is the yearly income of it. So you are aggregating the data. Assume you have 4 employees. Someone is getting 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. You add 20, 30, 50 and another guy 20. So 2 20s, 30, 50, which will be like 110. Okay, 20,000, 30,000, and you are paying 40,000, 50,000, 20,000. So these are your 3 employees. So what is your total employee expense? It's like 1 lakh 1 lakh 10,000. So if you see here 1 lakh 20,000. Sorry, my calculation is so poor. So 1 lakh 20,000 I am spending for my employee salary. Now assume these guys, 2 guys are your supervisor. Okay, these 2 guys are supervisors and these 2 guys are cashier. Assume like that. Okay, so if I want to see how much I'm spending for a cashier, I will sum these 2. If I want to spend I want to analyze these 2, which is 50. So it's like grouping of certain values, certain columns, and you want to see the summarized results of it. This is what your pivot table does. This is the main purpose of your pivot table. So what operation it does here? Sum. Instead of that, I can go and do the other aggregation value. See summarized value field. I can go and check how many persons count. If I put count, it will give me the count of employees. In clerical, there are 123 employees. In management, 159 employees. In manual, 90. So it just says aggregate values. And I want whoever is getting maximum salary. In clerical, someone is getting 40,000. He is the maximum. Let us go and check how this is correct or not. Okay, let's do some research. Not a research, just filter it out. So I will go here. Okay, let's filter. Okay, I will go and query it. Employee. Oh. Hey, come on. What is the column name? English occupation. English occupation. English occupation equal to clerical. Okay, I filtered the data clerical, and I will try to, I'm saying the maximum salary in clerical is 40,000. Whether it's true or not, how can I find? I can put like this: order by yearly income, descending or ascending? Descending. There you go. So 40. So there are a lot of people who get 40. So it doesn't give me a ranking basis. Whichever is maximum in that column, for clerical, it will give me 40. That is what you got, 40 here. So let me change it to management. $177. That is what you are getting here. Okay. And now I'll slightly change the query. Like I will remove this guy. See now what happens? I put max. I'll remove this guy. So what happens? It will pick me who. This is the guy who is getting the maximum salary across entire department, irrespective of the department. So let us see without this where condition. This is what it's happening. So this is the maximum salary. You got it, guys? So these two guys are getting maximum salary. So basically a pivot table will give you the aggregated results, the high level information to group based on particular column, and you need to do what aggregations you want to perform. So basic level of aggregation, sum, average, minimum, maximum, count. These are the 5 aggregation functions you can perform: sum, count, average, minimum, max. Okay. These and all belong to Excel. So in SQL we will perform these 3. So all these things are conventional one. Whatever you see in Excel, that will be applicable here. How you work in SQL, that's we are going to see. So same results I want to get it now. Here, whatever I'm seeing here. So just choose value field, sum. It becomes same results. I'm going to get it now. So now instead of filtering to management, all those things, so if I filter through one particular category, it will give me all the results. I cannot analyze using the 5,000 records or 6,000 records. Just I want to use group by. Group by what column? English occupation. That you need to specify the column name. Okay. And whatever column name you are specifying here in the group by, you need to put it in the select statement. Okay. Yeah, the star won't work out. If you see, I can put it like this, it will throw me error. If I put like this, then fine. Then, okay, now this is incomplete. What aggregation I want to perform? I want to perform sum on based on yearly income. As you see, like this is the derived column. I'm using some I'm using a function here. Similarly, we used a string functions yesterday, is null something, same thing applies. So you need to give a alias name. So total I will say occupation income. Now forget about this. So it is not ordered by. Order by should come at the end. Critical, clerical, same results. It's not showing us the same results. Sum of yearly income. Since I may not copy the entire content, let's see. So how many? Yeah. See, basically it contains only the top 1,000 records, guys. I copied only 1,000 records. Here I had queried for all the records. So let me do it for that. You got it right. The difference don't have. Okay, if you want, I will copy and put it here. No, see 18,000. And based on this, I will create another pivot table. Income, English occupation. So 892, and you have the same results here. 892 management 2839 here 2839. Okay, guys. So this is what it is basically does. So basically, if you want to group based on a certain column, you use group by Then aggregate function. What are the aggregate functions it can have? You can have some count. How many rows in that particular column? You can specify any column here. No need to specify count of yearly column. If it is a count, you can specify any column. If it is sum, what column you want to sum? Yearly max of yearly income. You can put multiple cases. It's just like deriving a new column here. Okay, now, so this is CNT, this is maximum occupation and minimum occupation. Okay, so now you see, like for clerical, this is this total amount I'm spending, and in this 2928 employees are there, and in clerical someone is getting 40,000, someone is getting 10,000. So as an aggregated level, I can see in a single report as summarized report here. Okay, so basically this group by is very essential part when you take reports. Now this is fine. So what about, like now based on the computer results, from this I want to filter certain things, like whoever is getting maximum salary in any of this group, the salary greater than 30,000, okay, or 50,000, say for example 50,000. Some scenarios will come. You just choose the maximum salary, and from that whoever is getting the 50,000, filter those groups alone. Okay, like that scenario will come. So here you can't use the where condition over here, where salary, maximum salary. They are asking only the maximum salary is greater than 50,000. Okay, so after computation, you want to filter means you need to having same, the having sum of yearly income, okay, greater than 50,000. Now what happens? You computed the result, okay, then this will exclude this guy and this guy, because these two records doesn't have this condition failure because of this rule. The salary or the maximum salary should be greater than 50,000. So these two will be neglected. Oh, am I wrong? Okay, sorry, this is not yearly. See, yearly, say I put having sum of yearly income. Sum of yearly income is this column, which is greater than 50,000. So only it come. I need to put this condition, that is max of yearly income. So you need to choose appropriate function. Now filtered out. Okay. Any confusion here? Now I'm going to start a interesting part, guys, about joins. Okay. Now I'm going to start a interesting part, guys, about joins. Okay. When you go for join is nothing but you will join two tables. So when you will go for it. No answers. Okay, fine. Let me answer
When we
that.
want to compare data with one table and another, both tables, between both tables.
Not only comparison, there might be a situation we need to compare. Basically,
To retrieve the data
join.
also,
Yeah, one at
I
a
think
time.
no. To retrieve the data also, we need to use the joins, right? With a common column name. From that we can
Yes.
combine both
So
the table and get the data.
yeah, we saw about primary key and foreign key. So in that case, you need to get the product information, the purchase. You remember the customer constraint or customer master and customer purchase. So in order to retrieve, so you need some information from other tables, you need to join. Okay, this is the thumb rule. So in after joining, you want to apply some condition as Praveen highlighted. Yes, you need to do it. That is fine. So basically join is required because you need to get information from another table. That is why you are joining. That is the thing, as simple as that. Okay guys, with this note, let me open joins. So I have got two tables here. One is customer and another one is customer info. Okay, these are two tables I highlighted in yellow and another one highlighted in blue. These are two tables. Okay, now basically I want location information for the customers. That's why I need to join in this table to get the customer location. Now, what is left join, inner join, right join, full outer join? Let us see in this picture. So left join means I use this one as the base table and this is my right table. So this will include all the records, okay, all the records from the left hand side table. Then whatever is matching, that is for 1 is from Chennai, for 2 is from Delhi, for 3 there is no matching records, so the result set is null, and for 4 you have Bangalore. Fine. What about these two guys? I mean 5 and 6. Since it is a left join, this will include only all the records from the left hand side table. It will ignore what are the extra records in your right hand side table. It doesn't matter to it. So this is your left join will perform. Okay. And inner join or EG join, people will say, like when you do an inner join, yeah.
How do we classify which one is left join?
Yeah, see, now you try to understand left join, inner join, right join, and we need to use appropriately. When you understand the left join, right join, and inner join, okay, then you need to query it. While querying, you will decide which join to use, whether it should be we need to use inner join, whether we need to use left join. That you will decide. Okay.
Okay.
But if now you try to understand what is left join, what is inner join, what is right join for now. Then while querying, we will see, you will understand when to use this one. Okay. Okay, please note inner join. So inner join, like it should match both the sides. The record should exist on both the sides so that data will come. Here you see, like for 1 it is there, for 2 it is there, and for 3 there is no record exist here, so it will skip this record itself. Okay, now for 4 you have Bangalore, so this is your record. So these two columns from this table and these two columns from this table, I mean this two columns from this table. So this is your inner join. So both tables should match. Right join, like I said, it will include all the records from your right hand side table and matching records from your left table. That is for 1, 2 and 4 only. 5 and 6 there is no records here, so it will populate null. There is no for 3 ME is script here. Since it's a right join means it will include all the records, only matching records from left table. This is your right join. Then a scenario like full outer join. Full outer join, which includes both whatever in your left hand side table, everything, 4 records, and whatever in your right hand side table, 5 records. So if it is not matching, it will throw, it will have null values. For this, it is having not matched in left, so it will have null values. This is your full outer join. This is about joins, guys. Any questions in this? It's clear now. Hello.
Can you explain the full outer join?
Yes. So full
Can
outer
you
join.
repeat once again?
Repeat full outer join or repeat all the things?
All. I did not understand anything.
Who is this? PK from web.
One and Praveen.
Praveen, okay, fine. You change the name. Okay, fine. First, I will explain the full outer join and I will explain the other things once again. So, full outer join. So, basically, as I said, forget about this thing, guys. Okay, forget about this. I can't hide it. Hold on. I will hide it here. Okay, now you see, this is your tables. Okay, customer and customer info. So now you tell me, what is the location of Guna? Location of Guna. Hello guys, you can unmute one at a time.
Bangalore.
Bangalore. So Amy. Empty.
No location.
Yeah, no location. This is what you will say, right? For Abhi, it's Chennai. For Daniel, it's Delhi. So this is what you want. Basically, you want a location means you have to go and join the customer info to get the location. Whoever has a location, they will get based on the match. If they don't have a location, then they have a null. So basically, null. Sorry. Bangalore. For him, Chennai. For him, Delhi. Okay, this is what you are expecting. For a join, as I said, join is required only when you need to get information from some other table. Now I need location information, so I will go and pick it up and I will fetch it as a result. Now, how to do that? You can do multiple joins. Okay, what happens? I need all the employees, all the customers, okay, only having a location. I mean to say, if it contains null values, don't show him. Then I need to use the inner join. What inner join will do? It will go and check here. If it is there, these two guys will come and this guy will also come. I mean to say, these two guys will come and this guy will come because it doesn't have a location. Okay, so you skip the record. If there is no matching record, you need to skip. If the question is like that, if the request is I need those customers who is having a location, okay, then you need to do inner join. What is the inner join here? If you see, now I bring the inner join first. Okay, so inner join as expected: 1 Abhi Chennai, 2 Daniel Delhi, 4 Guna Bangalore. So these 3 records as came. When I ask, I need only the customers having a location. So then you need to perform inner join. Okay. Now people ask a question like, I need all the customers, whether if they have a location, bring them. If they don't have a location, show them a null, or default it's something else, whatever they can ask. Okay. I need all the customers, but if they have a location, bring them. If they don't have, show me null. Okay. If the question is like this, then I will show all the guys, and along with the location. If it doesn't have, it will show null. Then I need to use left join. So what happened here? I brought all the customers. Okay. What happened here? I introduced them. I brought all the customers, then whose location is here, and customer location is null for ME. But I need to have all the customers. I should not lose my customer information because not having a location. I need to count. If I count, this is my query output. If I count this one, it will give me proper customer count, 4 count. If I count this one, I will skip the customer count. I will show only the 3 count, but which is not correct. But if the question is like that, then you need to use inner join. It is always safer to use left join, but based on the situation, you need to choose between the joins. Either you need to use inner join or left join. Okay. Okay, guys. Now clear, Praveen?
Hello,
Somewhat.
Ragindran.
Yeah.
If there are too many datas, then how we can decide where we can use left join or not? Because some customer ID will not
Data,
have the
no,
location.
data doesn't matter. See, data doesn't. You are saying here you want too many datas or multiple records, or too many datas means which you mean? Multiple columns?
No, the left join, the customer ID 3 as EMI and location as null.
Yeah.
So we're not sure whatever the data is having null. So in
No.
those
Data is
cases,
not null. See, data is not null. There is no data at all. See, simple as that, Deepak. They are asking, I need locations for all customers. Where you are storing your location, you are storing it here. So what you do, you go here and pick up all the locations based on the join. But the location for ME is not there. It can be a scenario like ME does not provided you the location. She has given only her name. She didn't provide her a location. That is fine. It is a valid business case. Based on your database design, she refused to give her location. So there won't be entry here. So she didn't provide you the location. Okay. So what's your question in this?
okay, I
Too
can
many cells
clarify.
means, yeah, that is what. So it is not mandatory that you need to have a location or something. It's based on the business scenario. This table can be anything. For simple understanding of this is the thumb rule used for any complex joins. I mean complex tables also. Okay, fine. So right join is same as like that. So it will include all the columns, mostly 99%. You will use only these two. Right join won't be the case for most of the cases, because either you will use all the records to be fetched from your left hand table, and you need any other further information, you go for join. That is the thumb rule usually for joins. Okay, you use left join or inner join. And right join is typical case. It's good to know. like you need all the locations to be there, and whichever customers you map, something like this. You got the point. It is vice versa. Okay, if you have this guy here, I mean this swapped, if you use this one as a left table, then this is nothing but your left join. Let me explain that later. Now already you got confused, so I don't want to confuse again. Full outer join, on contrast, you will have both the information. All the elements in your left hand side table will be there. Whatever matching, it will come. And whatever you have here, I mean right hand side table, everything will be displayed, I mean in your query, and with your null values, whatever matching in the left side, that is your full outer joins. This is the case, guys. Okay, let us try to query it with our customer and customer constraint purchase table, how it works. So here again we have two pieces of information, whether we have created I think we have created this one, right? What happened? So primary key, foreign key, right? Yeah, you're right. We don't have any since see this scenario will not happen for ME. Okay, you have entry, there won't be any cases. This is fine, this is fine, absolutely fine. Yeah. Okay, what I'm trying to say is for 4 there is no entry. Okay, when we do the left join, now I will say like how to do all these things. I want what are the items. Now you see guys, I explained only with one example. For Abhi, I want only the location. Okay, here I want what are the things he purchased. John purchased biscuit paste bottle, so I need customer ID John. It will repeat 3 times now. Let me show that. Select star from left join. See, now I take this particular customer master or customer constraint as my base table, okay, and I'm using it as a left hand side table, left join with customer purchase table. Okay, as I said, I can give alias name to make it, otherwise I need to use the 3 naming conventions: schema name, table name, and column name to join. Okay, instead I will give a alias name as master and this one as transaction. Left join on. Okay, this is the syntax. So this is my first table, left join with the right hand side table, and giving my alias name based on what I want to join. From master table, customer ID, and in transaction table again a customer ID. Okay, now see, always a result of a join is again a table. So you have a table here separately, you have a table here separately. That is why I put combined together. Once you have a join here, both the tables will combine. Once you link these two, both tables will combine and give you another table. So from here you can do any where condition. I want only Delhi means, so I want only the Delhi customers. Then do the join, then filter with Delhi. So it will first evaluate this result, then it will filter only this guy. This is how it works. Now let's see that one. Now when I do this, so from here the columns are conflicting. I mean here also customer ID, there, here also customer ID. You need to specify which column to specify here in order. Master dot customer ID I want master dot customer name, comma. Here, this is enough. I want these two guys. I mean here, customer ID and customer name, and whatever he purchased, biscuit, paste, and bottle. That is what I want. So where that data exists, transaction dot product. That's all. So I want these guys. That's all. You are done. Left join, customer ID, and whatever columns you want, you get it here. So John has got multiple things. Let's see why. Yeah, he has purchased once again in bottom, and we have entered another 2 records. So totally he has got 4 or 5 purchases. Let us see all 3 together, then you get a good idea. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so here you see the 3 records for John and another 2 records over here. So for John, biscuit, paste, bottle, these 3 records, then biscuit, paste, again these 3 records. Instead of that, to distinguish what is this record, you need to have this row ID to clarify. Transaction dot row ID. Okay, you see here for John, this 9, 10, 11, and your 1920. So John has purchased these things. Now you got the entire thing. Abdullah chocolate biscuits. Now in this you have a left join which says like I included all the records, all the customers. So I got 1, 2, 4, and 5. And whatever the matching records in my transaction table, right hand side table, all the matching records for this guy, it will be repeated. So it is not a duplicate. You cannot say it's a duplicate. It is actual typical requirement, because what are the purchases made by John? John has purchased biscuit, paste, bottle, biscuit, paste again. And based on this transaction ID, I have brought everything. This is not, you say it as a duplicate. This is actual thing, the purchase flow. Okay. This is the purchase of the bill. You consider like that. Now you see the null record here. Why? He is a customer, but he didn't have any purchase record over here. That is why you don't find any records in this table. So it turns to be null. This is your left join. So which includes all the matching records. Now in case I do the inner join, what it will do? Whatever is matched, those things only it will pick it up. This is your output table. So this one particular record will be skipped. Let us try that one. So nothing to do any much changes here. Just put inner join. Replace. Let us keep this one. Let's copy. Let's do it as inner. Let's do all together. We'll see everything. So this is your first table. This is your transaction table. Left join gives me a null record for him. And here you see only 8 records. The 4th record got missed. Okay, this is your inner join. So this is the purpose of join, guys. Hello there. And you say right join here, same result. It will include all the records, whatever is matched, you will get all the records. Since I imposed a foreign key constraint, you cannot have a record without having that case. Okay, that is why you don't find any nulls, but it will have a matching case here. You focus on left join and inner join, that's more than enough. Don't confuse with other joins, but it's good to know. Any clarification required, guys? Joins is fine. You got it very clear. Until you practice, it will be really difficult to understand. You need to figure it out. Oh, this is what it is. Okay, you need to ensure that one. Now, let us take one table which is having multiple joins so that we can go forward. For that, I need some table here. So just have a look at this data. So this is nothing but your internet sales. What it has is like you have an order number, then you have unit price, how much it is, and order quantity. Quantity is 1, 2, or 3, something like that. Okay. Then what is the product? Everything. Now this is typically which is a customer. As we created primary foreign key, we already discussed that one. Now you see here, we'll go to our table first, then I'll show you how it looks like, the keys what we have created. So customer constraint is our master table. The primary key will look as a golden color. Okay, golden color key. This is your primary key. If you guys forgot about the syntax, I mean the structure, definition of it, just have a look. Right click, everything is right click, and you see new. So this is the structure. Customer ID I created here, so it will create like this. If you the proper definition, primary key clustered, customer ID. Okay, this is your primary key, customer ID. Now I have created foreign key. Foreign key will look in a silver. Okay, silver color. Primary key golden color, foreign key silver color. This is your identification. So customer ID here they set alter table with check, add with check. See, I told you once, foreign key will enforce a check constraint. So that is what it said, with check, add foreign key customer ID in the purchase table. Okay, references this particular customer constraint. This is the way it will be created. Now moving on to our example here, to explain the joins, I want to take internet sales, fact internet sales. This table, as this indicates, the silver key indicates a foreign key, and these two combination will make you, we already discussed, primary key can be a combination of columns. So these two indicates your primary key. See guys, you have from the column name itself you can identify sales order number. Okay, people will have order number or bill number, and each bill you have a line number. If I go to a supermarket, I will purchase at least 10 items. So say for example, bill number 120. Bill number 120 will have 10 items. So bill number 120 will be repeating here. So that's why I add line number also. Line number will be all those 10 items will be unique. So you have both the things together to make it unique. That is why you have a primary key. So this is your fact internet sales. And you, as we defined earlier, what is the purpose of foreign key? You have product information stored in your master table, product master. So you no need to repeat those information again here. So just refer the product key in your sales transaction. So all other information can be fetched from here. So product key is the primary key here. So these are the product information I have. What is the product name? Yeah, here adjustable raise, Channing, crown raise, something like that. Okay, everything will be here. Okay, guys. Now I have a product subcategory. Where is that product alternative subcategory key? Why it's not? Okay, fine. Okay, now the question based on the different question, we'll try to answer using our SQL joins. Now I just explained the table structure. Now let's have some questions that needs to be answered. Okay, now I have this sales transaction. I have a customer. Let's go for customer. Let's see some field here. Okay, I need male customers who have purchased over 1970s or 1970 period, whatever period we have. The sales date is like 2010, so we will consider the 2010 date. In 2010 December, I need those customer names. This is your question. What you need to do? Now you need to identify what are the different tables you're going to work on. I need customer name, correct? So either I can use, but the question is says like I need a customer name during whoever purchased December 2010. Now in this, you tell me guys, what are the tables involved? One is fact, internet sales, another customer, correct? Now in this, which one to use left join and which one to use right join? I need these two tables now. I given a clue. Any guess? Hello? Is there? Just guess, you have only two options. Which one you will use left, which one to use right? I need list of customer name. Hello?
You need to use right join, right?
No, I'm asking, I need list of customers who has purchased during December 2010. That's all, simple as that. Okay. I need to tell me which one I need to use. I need to use join because the condition says like if they ask only the customer list of names, I need list of customer names. Then I will query only this table. Okay. But they ask me whoever purchased during December 2010. So they ask only the customer name. I will get the distinct values of this name. That's fine. Only one table is enough. But they ask me whoever purchased during December 2010. That during December 2010 available in fact internet sales. So I'm asking, I need to use a join here.
Inner join.
I need to join. So inner join, left join, and if it is a left join, which one I need to use first? Whether I need to use a dim customer table
Inner join.
and inner join like this, or I need to use like this. Option 1 or option 2? Option 1 or option 2?
Option 2.
Option 2 and 1 are same if I use inner join. So you can either use either of the cases. If you use inner join, the problem comes only with the left join. You need to understand the difference. Forget about now. I will go for option 2 as Rahil highlighted because he worked most on these problems. So I need to filter the dates. So first of all, fact internet sales, I will keep it as transaction and this one as customer. And I use, so this will include all the records from this table. So first have a count of records here. This will be a little confusing for you guys. Query like this. So the total count is 60,398. This includes all the records from this table. Now left join on transaction dot customer key equal to customer dot customer key. Again, when I select star, you look at the count 60,398. That takes some time. Mute. Okay, again 60,398. This is fine. So there is no duplication. Now you have joined both the tables. What will be the output now? What is happening here? Like you consider this is your transaction table and this is your customer table. So you are trying to do the left join now. So this is your output you have got. So is there any increase in the data? It is same because you have 6 records. You have got all the 6 records since you used left join. So I'm trying to explain with the small examples. If you work with the large data, it is same. Now what happened? You combine these two table data like this. So once you make a join, this star indicates all the columns from your internet sales, all the columns from DIM customer has combined here. So if you see here, what is the last column? Only I'm selecting the fact internet sales. Ship date is your last column. If I select along with this, you see after ship date, where is that guy? Yeah, after ship date, the customer key started. Customer key is from DIM customer table. Okay, so this is your output. Now whichever has a map, that will have a mapping record. If some customer information is missing in the master, you will have null records here. This is not the null. You should not look at null means this null. Always whatever you are joining with this column, customer key should not be null. Okay. Okay, there is no null columns because all the customers exist here. Forget about that. Okay guys, now back to our question. Now I need only the name, where the name exists, customer dot, let's make it simple as like first name alone. Then this is your requirement. Then I didn't filter it, so I need to filter where transaction dot sales date or order date. Order date. I will use some other function as well. Okay, here order date. Okay, order date equal to, or I can use between 2010 12 01 and 2010 12 31. Okay, this answered. So I need list of customers who has brought the items during December 2010. So only 14 customers, okay, has brought the items during this month. This is same like Corona. Whoever came from immigration, they will find a query like this only. So after some period, whoever came, and along with their address I want. So just put address line 1. So they will come and fetch you after having address. That's all. Okay. This is how you will query it. Getting the list of customers based on different periods, whatever period you want, you will need to put it in a where condition. So basically, we started the select statement with where condition in a single table. Don't confuse with the where condition with joins when you use what columns to use. Once you have a join, your output is nothing but another new table. So from this, you are going to query. That's all. Okay. I hope I'm clear, guys. Now let us see this example. Okay. Like I want to filter out when I do a left join, I want to filter out whose customer information is missing in this thing. Okay, you can do it in multiple ways. I can do it in a left join, but not to do that, let us take a simple case. Customer key. What happened? $60398. All the customers. Oh, only this person. How come? Oh, this is the transaction count. What I'm trying to check is whether all customers exist here or not. That's what I want to check. I want to delete one particular customer key from this record. Let us take this guy. Delete from this table the customer key equal to this. What happened? Incorrect syntax here. I think it is not required. See, it says conflicted with the reference constraint. There is some other deletion reference constraint. Fact internal sales. Not sure. Maybe. Give me a minute. I'm trying to give you a scenario where you can understand very better. Let us delete this guy. Delete customer key. What reference constraint is those? Not sure. Okay, let me delete this. If I'm not able to delete, I don't want to fix this one right now. Let us focus on something else. Delete from well, sales order number. No. Okay, I'm moving back to our example. I want these two tables now. So I want you to understand the joins as much as possible. Then only SQL will work out. Okay. Now you see here, guys. So 1, 2, 1, 5, and we have 4 is missing here. So when I do an inner join, select star from inner join customer purchase. I will keep the alias name as A for time being. I will put A and B. A dot custody equal to B dot custody. So what I want actually, I want only A dot custody, and I want age.
Nagi,
B.
can you explain alias one more time?
Yeah, alias is nothing but your alternate name. See, when you need to instruct this join, this column, I mean from this table, this particular column, customer ID. When I need to explicitly specify like this, the big table name. So once you give the alias name, once you start giving the alias name, then you can refer using that alias name. Instead of giving this table name, just I will put A dot. For Praveen, we are calling Chintu, right? So same thing applies. Going forward, we will refer Chintu instead of calling him Praveen. Same thing, alias name, short name, like that. I mean, not a short name, it is like alias name.
Like nickname.
Like nickname, exactly. So nickname, in technically, it is like alias, okay? So you are keeping A, and for this B, going forward, I can refer using A. Wherever I say A, in this query only, okay? Not other queries, only in this query. The scope is within this query. So A dot customer ID, B dot customer ID. So B indicates this table. A indicates this table. Okay, now what I'm trying to say is, so it will skip the 5th record. I mean, that 4, Kumar, since the customer ID does not exist. Now, what I want you to see here is, when I do the left join, what happens? Sometimes there is some cases. So this is the if you see the output like this, you can't get it. So always run along with your base tables and the result. I mean the query. So this is your base table A and B, and you are using a left join. So it includes all the records here, left, all the records in the sense all the members. Then if the right side table, it contains multiple records, it is repeated. Okay. So if I have a row ID, then you will understand. B dot row ID. So B dot row ID is nothing but you have distinct records here. 9, 10, 11, 19, 20, 9, 10, 11, 19, 20 for customer ID. Now, there is some cases like we have a customer and people will ask, whoever doesn't purchase at all, we have customers or we have one product that doesn't sold in our list, okay? Something like that. You consider this as a product and this is your transaction. Then there will be some cases like people will ask whichever has not sold at all. Then this is the case. So this particular product, okay, our customer who has not purchased at all, but he is our customer. Then how to filter it? So you got the result here. Then what you need to do? Just put where this column exists, row ID, right? Row ID or product, anything, any column you need to specify. So these two columns are from B table. So you put B dot row ID is null. Guys, where condition, we have seen about equal to, greater than, less than, or less than equal to, between, like, in, all those things. Okay, so for in order to filter a null value, you cannot specify equal to null. This will not work out. This is not this will return false only. So for null values to filter is null. Okay, now you see I will have that condition. I'll have all the outputs together. So when you select, you can comment it out. Now you see the output, guys. So this is your first table. Second table, when I do the left join, it includes all the products from the left table and whatever appeared. Then the next query I put, this is like whichever customer who doesn't purchase at all. So we can get the results like this. Okay, so this is how they will try to analyze, and business will ask a lot of questions. Most of them are adapt questions. So these kind of stuffs, you keep it ready, these queries, you will run that one, you will get that queries answered. Okay, this is the main important thing. So you just you just not use the joins only for joining. As I said, joins is used for looking information in another table. That is absolutely correct. But in this case, you are looking information for another table that is not exist. It doesn't purchase. Then you need to look up. Then only you know that he doesn't purchase. So obviously you are looking up information. Then only you know that is not purchased. So you got this answer now. Okay, guys. This is what very important when you use joins, when to use, where to use. So there is no thumb rule like which one to use, which table to use as left or right. It depends upon the scenario. Let me show you guys. So now you have a count of records, 4 records now, and this one have something around 8 or 10 records. 8 records. Okay, so when you run together, 4 and 8. So when you use this one with this, you are increasing the records. Okay, when you use inner join, I mean this one will totally you will get maximum of 8 records. How come it's 9? Okay, this one has left join, it included all. Okay, so inner join always will have only the matching records. Okay, left join will give you different results. So there is no count you cannot make based on the data value only. You are saying it now it increased to 9 records. How many records you have in your table, that doesn't decide you how many records you will get. There is no duplication, nothing you can say. This contains 8, so final result should be 8. Not like that. Okay. Okay, no. The point I want to make here is, you see like here 4 records, here 8 records. But when you use this one as your base table, okay, you will get always 8 records. So here I will swap this guy, the customer purchase, over here. Why? As I swapped, it becomes A table, and this guy will become B table. Okay, now you see the difference between these two. When you use customer control as a base table, customer purchase second table, and customer purchase base table, and customer control in the second table, I mean left. Now see the results. This contains 4, this contains 8. So your customer control, when you use as a base table, it gives me 9 records. But when you use customer purchase as your base table, it gives me 8 records because it uses a left join. It all includes all the records in the sense all the values. It should include all the values. That values is based on this particular joining column. So 8 records, and this one, since it included all the unique values from your customer control, that is 4. This guy also included, that is why 1 extra record is coming in this customer control when you use customer control as your base table. Okay guys, I think taken more time in joins, since this is very important concept in any SQL. Once you have familiar with joins, then you are done, you are expert in SQL. So this, so left and right doesn't matter, you use instead of using right join, you swap the tables and use. Okay, full join we already seen. We have one more join called self join. All these things are we covered: full join, union, outer joins. Outer join is nothing but left outer join, right outer join. What is self join? Any idea? So self join is nothing but you join the same table again for some purpose. Okay, usually it will be like you have I will go to Excel. When you will use employee ID, you have name, you have a manager ID. Okay, this is again important interview question in CTS. 101, 102, 103, 104, 105. I have A, I have B. Okay, these are employee names, assume like that. C. So each employee has a ID, and manager ID is nothing but B's manager. I mean, B's manager is A. If it is null, he is the topmost. No one has above him. Maybe he is a CEO, something like that. So again, A can be a C, B. Okay. So if the data maintained like this, so what it indicates is like, so these two information, it's easy to understand. So 101 is employee ID, his name is A, B, C, D. And the same information, the manager ID, okay, manager ID is nothing but maybe name, insured, I need to use ID, right? So it should be 101. And here it should be again 101. Here it should be like 103. Here it should be 102. Okay. So manager ID means, so for B, A is the manager. For C, A is the manager. For D, C is the manager. For E, B is the manager. In this case, I want name of a manager. I mean, I want this result like this. Name and manager name. Okay. So he doesn't have a manager, and for B it is nothing but A. Here also A, and for D it is C, and for E it is B. You got it, guys? So this should be the result. How you will get this result? You need to do the join of same table again. Okay. I mean, you need to use the left join of, you will use select star from employee, left join with select star from employee again, and you will give a different alias name, then you will get this results. Okay, let me insert this record. Okay, then I will try to code it in. You got this output, right? This is what the expected output. You need a employee ID name and manager name, but you have ID here. So you need to do the self join of the same table to get the respective description. That is why there is a concept called self join. So this is the scenario. It is not only you should have manager ID, self ID. There can be a chance as any other column you want to create. I mean, you need to fetch so that the same information available in the same table. So you will do the self join. So time now. Okay, I'll try to create in 5 minutes. Okay, create table employee. Any doubt, guys, in this? Employee ID, name, and manager ID. Sorry, I didn't specify the data type. Integer, varchar of 10. And manager ID again integer. Okay, I created, then insert values. I'm going to do some trick here. I don't think the trick will work. Okay, it's working. Okay, this is value, and here okay. Bear with me, guys. Insert into values. So I'm inserting these records as we saw in the previous example in the Excel. Now okay, so we have A, B, C, D as an employee, okay, whose manager IDs are available here. Now I want what I want the manager name. For B, I need to get A here. For C, I need to get A here. For D, I need to get C here. For E, I need to get B here. That is the output I want. Now this is the only table I have. So how to do that? So consider this as A table as left join. So now you see this should be my output column. For this guy only, I need A, B, C, D. I don't want anything with this. So from this base table, identify this is my A table. Okay, left join again with employee table. What I want from the A table, you do the manager ID. Left join on A dot manager ID, and from the A table, okay, what it does is basically if you do the join, you have A table and have a B table. So from A table you take this column manager ID, join with B table this column. So obviously you will get A, B, C, D against here A, C and B. So this is your A table, that is first table, left table, and this is your B table. That is what I am putting A and B. Okay. So A dot manager ID, B dot and employee ID. Okay. You see A dot star. First you see the output, then you will get to know B dot star. Correct, right? Left join. I put only left join on. This is the guy. Now you see, so these 3 columns from A table, and these 3 columns, as I indicated before, join will give you a table format. Whatever you use the left table, for that it will add some more columns based on the join you used. Left join, there is no 101, I mean for him null, so there is no records. For 101, so it had these 2 records repeated here. This is again. Now what you want? So you see guys here, employee ID name, manager ID, again employee ID name, manager ID. So this name you are giving alias name as manager name, that's all. So let it be a manager ID. Here I want output b.name, make it as manager name. So this is like giving alias, making it as manager name. You see the source data, then only you can understand better. So understand it guys. For B, employee B, 101 is the manager whose name is A. So A. 103 for D, 103 name is C. So C. For E, 102 is B here. So you got a manager name. Okay guys. So your crucial part in understanding SQL is understanding your joins. If you are familiar with this class, I mean, if you are confident in this class, left join, inner join, forget about right join, swap it.
This conference will now be recorded.
So I just want to have a couple of minutes again in joins, because people always have a confusion, and only if you know joins, then you can say you are expert in SQL. So yesterday we saw about left joins. I mean we need to use join for the purpose of, in order to get information from some other table. So let us have a refresh session now. So you got 2 tables. Now you are doing a left join here to get the related information, this product, whatever he purchased. So is there any rules like how many tables we need to join? So we have got here a transaction table, fact internet sales. Okay, this guy contains all the references like customer key and what is the sales territory key. Territory is nothing but your region. So this guy has got only the references. The values are available here. So say for example, I want to know this customer, what are the products he bought and in which location he has bought. Okay, so this column, and this column. So in order to get this particular customer name and what are the products he has brought and what is his location, physical location he has brought. So in order to get this one, I need to join 3 tables to get this information. Okay, so how to do that? So obviously we will select all those tables here. We'll list down all those tables. So this is the first table. As I said, I want a customer, I want product, I want sales territory. Okay, select star from. So usually in order to sense the data, I mean what data it contains, so just put select top 10 rows or top 2 rows for now to get what are the information we need. So people will ask, I want a customer information and what products he has brought and from which location. Like this only people will ask. You need to see what information we can provide. Some cases it will be specific. They will provide exact column names what they want. I need customer name, I need customer location, and I need this product category, something like that. In some cases, they won't provide anything. You need to grasp all the information. Okay. So this is what you have in this table. So this is your transaction table, the customer, product, and what is the purchase price of it, and is there any discount amount, discount price percentage, product standard cost, all those things are available here, and when it got ordered, when it got shipped, all those information is present here. This is your transaction. Then this is your customer information. Customer information have a name, birth date, email address, what is his income, all those things. Then product code is there, what is the description of it. Then sales territory, it contains the country name and group. Let us have in our report, we will have a customer name and his email address. Then from product, I need a product name, and from region, I will have a country. So these are the things I need from this transaction for this customer. Okay. First of all, if the people ask like for John V. Young, I need all those information, or they can ask from United States, who are the customers from this particular product, adjustable race, who and all has brought. So if they ask like this, you need to join all these possible combinations. You need to ensure that one. So back to our question. So for this customer 21768, they will not ask like 21768. Maybe we need to find for one particular customer what is the 21968, where customer key equal to, you can put it in quotes or integer. I mean, if it's integer, no need to put. So people will ask like for Cole A. Watson, can you give me all this list? Okay, something like this. They will ask a question like this. So let us do it in a query. So first of all, I need to have this table, then left join. There can be any order, guys. There is no specific order here because I want all the transactions first. So I will put all the transactions will be included. Then I do the left join of customer. So first I will put fact internet sales. I will put FCT. For customer, I will put CUS. So I hope you remember what is this. This is alias name. Left join on. Fact, sorry, FCT dot customer key. Dot customer key. Now what this will result, I will get a transaction details. After doing this join, my output will be another new table that will have all the columns in the fact internet sales and what are the customer attributes of it. So customer dot cust dot, maybe I will put the customer information first. First name, middle name, last name. Okay, let's keep it like this. So when I select this one, got everything because I have all the data here. I didn't filter for this particular customer. When I want to filter it, this guy, okay, customer Collier Watson, I need to split. Instead of Collier Watson, I can use the customer key. I have already find the customer key here, so I can use that one where customer key equal to this one. So now instead of see here it's showing error because I got a customer key from fact table, also from customer table. So from which table you are referring, that you need to say, otherwise it will say ambiguous column name. So you can specify either of them. I'll go for customer key equal to this. So this guy has purchased only 2 times. I mean, it's not purchase. Okay, he purchased twice, only 2 times. See the order number. It starts with 436 and 562. So 2 times, and you see the order date also. It is different. 2010 he had one entry. In 2013 only he returned back. Now, what are the products he purchased? Can you able to get it from here? No. Where that information available? You have a product key and you have a fact dot territory key, sales territory. Okay. So whether you can get those information from here, I minimize the table columns, whatever we are focusing on. So this guy has brought 2 products and he belongs to this region. So we not to get what is this country belongs to. First we will go for product. What are these products he has brought? That information is available in dim product. So get these 2 guys. I mean this particular table, left join. So your output table joining with your output table, this is your output table, join with this product. Okay, left join product on. So where is this key? Product key. That product key exists in fact. Product key equal to product dot product key. Now once you join this one, what will be the output? You see here product dot star. I put all the columns. I have brought all the columns from product. Why? Dot product key. Oh, sorry. See, I have to filter. I mean, I need to use where condition. Okay. Now you see for this product key, this is till this it's from fact table. After joining, you got for 310 and 600 product. What is its attributes? You got it in a table. This is your left join. See, left join here will take all the inputs from here. Okay, all the inputs. What is the output of this 2? I mean, when you have a where condition here, okay, you need to have where condition. What happened? Okay, this table doesn't include it now. See, that is the purpose of your left join. So this is your output. Okay, for these 2 products, okay, what is my data? So you can have multiple data here. In your left table, you have only 2 records, but in your right table is nothing but your product table. Left table you have only 2 records. In your right table you have 600 records. It doesn't matter. Once you do the join, okay, it will give you the results. This is your where condition. See, without this where condition, it does for all the records. I mean all the 60,000 records for this fact table. This where condition filters it. If you see, if I put this where condition here, you got my point. What I'm trying to convey is typically this first query is giving me 60,000 records, all the records. Where condition is filtering for only John. And the second product table, if I join without where condition, it is returning for all the 60,000 records. When you use this where condition, it is filtering only customer key. That is what it is happening. Left join. Okay. Now obviously you need to have this guy. Now I got product information. I don't want anything else except the product English name. So just keep product English name. Again you run. Now this is fine. So what about the territory key? Territory key is 6. Again you need to do left join. Territory key is in this table. On fct dot sales territory key. See, let us go one step back. Sales territory key is 6. So in this record, instead of 6, what values you need? You need the country. What is the value for sales territory key is equal to C. 6. We will see that one. Sales territory key equal to 6. So sales territory key is 6. What is the country name? Canada. Okay. Canada, I am expecting in this output. Territory dot sales territory key. Now I didn't see, once you join it, it will not obviously come. You need to select what columns you need. Okay, you need to explicitly specify, but internally it has created another table with those columns. Country. Now you need to query like this. So now you got Canada here. So you use this product keys as a joining column. Once you got the desired output, you can remove those keys. Keys doesn't have any meaningful information. Okay. Now this is your final output. If they ask for Cole Watson, he has purchased these 2 products. He from the location Canada. This is your output. So joins, there is no restriction that number of joins you can make. It's not only 2 tables. From a single table, whatever columns it refers, you need to get the missing information in another table. I mean, if the information is missing in the same table, it is available in another table. You find the link, then you use appropriate joins. See this condition from here, fact.customer key, customer.customer key. And from here, fact.product key in dim product.product key. From here, you have a sales territory key and dim sales territory key. This is again a simple example for using multiple tables in a joins. Okay. Any doubts, guys?
Okay. No.
Okay, great. Important concept in any SQL. Once you have familiar with joins, then you are done. You are expert in SQL. So left and right doesn't matter. You use instead of using right join, you swap the tables and use. Okay, full join we already seen. Then we'll see something in self join, union, all those things. Okay. Okay, guys. Now you see customer 1 and 2, John, Abdullah, all those things. Now I want to combine the results of these 2. Okay. Instead of this, I will have another record inserted. Insert into the query. Maybe quickly I will do the things. So I'm not specifying the column name here. I mean, instead I will directly put the values. So I taught you about values. Instead, you can also have a select 1, comma, instead of 1, I'd say 3, Naga, Bangalore. Sure, 24. You can specify like this also. Okay. Now what I'm trying to do is like you got customer information in 2 tables, table 1 and table 2. These kind of scenarios will come. You have multiple branches. Some people will have a branches wise information. They if their application is legacy system, they use I mean they have information scattered in different places. At the end they want to merge informations. Okay, now I want to combine and see both the customers, and there can be chances like I have a duplication also. These 2 customers over here, these 2 customers over here, but I want a unique values. Are just first of all we will see how to combine these 2 results. So you cannot do the join. Join means this information, okay, will come to your right side, this side. This information will come to your right side as an attachment to the existing records. It will again pick your table, okay, result set, but it is an attribute. It becomes attribute of this particular column if you do the join. But when I want to get the same results as 1, 2, 4, 5, and it should result as 3. I mean, concatenate the results. I want to add a row. I don't want to add a column, extra column. Okay. For that, you need to use set operations like union, union all. So let us do union all. So you need to execute as a whole, then only you will get exact output, expected output. So what is the result, guys? So you have table 1 and this is your table 2. The combined results is nothing but you merge the records, rows, okay, not as a column. And again, this will result you a new table. So this is your union all operation. Okay. And there are some cases like I don't want the duplicates. So this 5 and 6 and 1 and 2 is exact duplicate. In that case, I don't want duplicate means just you do the union. Remove this all condition. That will give me the unique values. Now you see this is union all. It combined 3 plus 4 plus 3, 7 records. So 7 and union. What happened? It skipped the duplicates. 1, 2, 1, 2 here. It skipped it and it gave me only the unique records. So how it skipped all those things? This union will take care. The union program is written. I mean, this program is already written. So this is your union and union all. And there are some cases like you have a customer here and you have a customer over here. I want to identify those are not exist in B table. So I want 4 and 5. Okay. In that case, take to this guy. I'll just put except. So what happens from the table 1, I will compare with table 2. I want those who are not exist in table 2. So I got 4 and 5. And if you do the vice versa, so one and I mean to say, I want those who are does not exist from table 1. I mean table. What I'm saying is I want this result from table 2. I want the customer who does not exist in table 1. Then just swap the table. I'll run together. So first result is table 1 except table 2. Second result, I mean this result is nothing but 4 and 5. And the next query I have written table 2 except table 1. So this resulted me 3. Now I go back. Got you guys? Hello? There?
Yes, Naga.
Okay. Union, intersect, except. Yeah, intersect I didn't tell you. So now we saw about union, all, union and except. That is something like, so it's like a set operation, guys. You already understand about set operation. You have a circle here, you have a circle over here. Then in between, what is a common factor in between? Same thing. Whatever we have a set operation, that is what it's happening in SQL. How you approach it in table level. Now, final thing is like intersect. Intersect, any guesses? What it will do? Without, I will not execute intersect. What is intersect will do? Hello? I'm asking because you guys are watching. You guys are listening or not? So intersect, any idea, guys?
No, Naga.
No idea. So earlier we saw like whichever not exist in this or either in the table 1 or table 2 and we need to combine all those things. There is sometimes like we need to find what are the common items in this two tables. So 1 and 2 is your common items. Okay. So that is what intersect will do. So 1 and 2 is your result. Okay. This is your intersect. Okay, so let us spark some time querying. Let's focus on some security aspects of it. Okay. Now, that is something like always if we see here, this is table. But what about this, guys? We have something like before that some object is there, some reference is there. This is nothing but a schema. So schema definition is like it's like a container or a grouping of objects. Okay, so you create a schema. Say for example, you create a database for a college, and your college has multiple departments, and you want to store attendance for each department separately, or you want to categorize database tables based on the departments. So you create schema for each department, and you will add 3 tables in one department or schema. You add 10 tables in another department or schema based on the organization structure. Okay, you will segregate the groups. Underneath you will create the tables. So that is what a schema is. Schema is nothing but you are acting as a container to refer the tables. So how to create it? So it comes under security. No, it comes under database schema. Yes. So under the database, you have this is your database, security, and schemas. If you see here, by default, you have these many schemas. Okay, DBO. So all objects. If you so, you can ask me. So always I should have a schema. Yes, by default, if you are not specifying a schema, if you see our earlier examples of creation of scripts, just now created some DB table scripts. So we didn't specify anything like this. Okay, now I have saved from the database. Even if you are not specifying, all the tables by default, it will go and sit in your schema. So always it follows three naming convention. One is your database name. If you want to refer your table, you need to refer using three naming convention. That is your database name, schema, and table name. Okay, this is the order. Now, how to create your user defined schemas. So if you are not specifying schema, then it will store in DBO and you can create your own schema. Say for example, this is Corona. I will create a schema as virus. Okay, schema owner. I'm not sure whom to add. Let us have DB security admin or whoever. Okay. So I have a schema called virus. Okay, if I want to create a table in this, create table virus that customer. So here you already have a script, right? I can take the same script instead of DBO. I can create it like in another schema. So you can have a same table name. Okay, virus. Oh, okay, let me run this one. So when I run this one, it will say there is already object name customer control in the database. Okay, when you have the same object in the same schema, it will throw error. But you can create virus dot customer table. I hope we can create. Let us see. Yes, it does. So if you see here in the tables, now go and check it here. Refresh it. So dbo.customer, dbo, dbo, dbo. Now I have created another schema, customer.customer constraint with the same name. So as I said, this can be one department, dbo, and virus can be another department, customer. I can say virus severity. I want to track virus severity, how many, what is the level or something like that. Level ID. Level ID is integer. I'll say just like a level name or stage 1, stage 2. This is, I'll say stage ID. Stage description. Now we are in stage 2 in India. So like that I'm saying. So stage 1, stage 2, what is stage 2 means? Those information I can maintain it here. I'm creating data. So refresh it. You can see a new table. Okay, this is just easy for us to maintain the tables organized matter. Similarly, how you maintain in a folders, like here I maintain this is my recording, this is my data, this is my script. Under the database you have tables, but if you have everything in same schema, you need to organize as a folder. So consider you can refer it as a folder or it can be a group, something like that. Okay, so schemas. In database perspective, it is a schema. So all other operations is same, just is a schema. Okay, you can insert, delete, all those things with the schema name. But if you, what happens if I say for example, when I try to insert without a schema, insert into have a scripts here. So without a schema, obviously it will go and insert in your default schema, default data. I don't think it will have a lot of numbers we have added already. Null, null, null. Okay, that's fine. So I can insert it now. I didn't mention the schema. Now, which table it got inserted? It got inserted into this 67, John London. Okay, if I want to mention explicitly in this table I want to insert, now you select the virus table, there is no entry. I'm going to insert it now. You need to specify virus dot, sorry, virus dot. Now you check the virus table now. You got that entry. So it's same as any other table. So I'm not going to, there is no difference in, if you have a schema in same table, nothing is going to differ. Just you need to specify the schema name. Okay, this is one thing I want to tell you. Now another important aspect is like you want to secure the tables. I want to give access to only certain people, whoever logs in. Say for example, I have to give access only to certain tables, dim, account, currency, and customer. Okay, only these three tables I want to give access to some users. How to do that? For that, I need to have a login created. Okay, new login, and he's something like accounts manager or accounts team lead. Okay, accounts team lead kind of role I want to give him as SQL authentication. So SQL authentication, I give some password. I'll keep it secret. Okay, I don't want the password expiration, so just creating a login here. Now fine, account team lead is your login. So you need to create a login. This is to using this account only I can log in into my server. This is your server. Okay, now I need to go to database. In this database, okay, I need to create a user. Username can be same as login. So SQL user with login. Okay, username can be account user. Okay, and I need to choose that particular login. Accounts team lead. Okay, and for him, what are the access I want to give? Hold on. No, own schemas is not securables. Okay, in securables, you need to add specific objects. As I said, I want to give those objects only tables. You can give any of them, only 3 tables or views, whatever you want to give. So you choose tables, then browse. As I said, I want to give, say for example, 3 tables. 3 tables. and then press OK. Then what access you want? I want to select access. I want only select. Okay, let us see. Only select these three tables. I'm giving only select. That's all. Okay, account user. Let us log in using, see, this login is using my admin access. I'm going to connect using the newly created login, that is account underscore team leader. I forgot the name. Let us see. Good. So he is the logged in. Now you can see, you can still see the database. I need to fix that one now. But when I tries to expand the other database, he doesn't have access. When he tries to expand it, the account team lead. Okay. But when he tries to expand this one, I have given the rights. You can see only that these three tables. This account is my admin account. I can see all the tables in this AdventureWorks. But using this, I mean for account team lead, he can see only the three tables. And even he can only select the tables. He can select the tables. When he tries to insert or delete the record, it will throw him an error. Let us try that one. Delete from dim account. See guys, once you are querying, it is taking the here you can see the username who is executing these queries. Okay, so those things also is taken into account. It's just not running the query, who is running all those things. So when you try to delete it, delete permission was denied on the object schema. Okay, he doesn't have a access to delete the records. He has only have access to select the records. So this level of, this granular level of access control you are providing, so that any banking applications like crucial applications, correct? So you cannot update your balance, someone's balance. So people will have only access to read. Only very crucial people will have access to updation or correction. Sometimes we need to manually correct the name or update the user information. So this is what they implement the security. So these kind of things you cannot impose it in a file system, earlier conventional file system. This is very important things to consider. Okay, I hope I'm clear guys. So you imagine whatever other roles you can create. Let's see that one. Like each thing over here as defined schemas has its own, I mean to say, DDL. We saw about DDL, right? So if you give DDL admin, he can able to create the tables, he can able to alter the column definition, those kind of roles. So these roles are predefined by SQL Server. So some like deny data reader or deny data writer. So you cannot insert or update. Write means it's not only insert, update. So these are different access or roles already created by SQL Server. DB owner means he has access to all. I mean, DB owner can create or modify all the SQL tasks he can do, but he's not a system admin, security admin. There are certain things, even I'm not sure what are the things. These things are DBA activities. As a developer, it is good to know, just to highlight something. If you find like I don't have access, what to do, so you should know they have restricted your access. Okay, this is about schemas, users, and security. So I hope you guys know about roles. Roles are nothing but again a group. You give some roles of, I mean, you create a role and same security, whatever security restrictions you want to have, you give it for role, then you map those users. Because if you create a user, for each user you need to give this security restriction, this table, this table. Instead, if you create a role, you can give whatever access objects you need to provide it in a role. Just map 10 users into that role. It's again like a grouping, role-based security. Okay. So with this note, then what I want to cover is import export. When we start the session, someone asked me whether we can import data from Excel into database. Yes, we can do. That is what I'm going to show. But for now, what I'm trying to do is like there is an issue in importing an Excel in my laptop. For time being, I will import .csv file. So I've created already a purchase CSV file here. Let us have a look. It is nothing but our customer purchase table only. So same thing, maybe I will replicate some data to have a huge records. So this contains almost 25 records. Okay, 18 records, including the 18 records, excluding the header. Okay. So this purchase CSV file or Excel file, the procedure is same. How to import into a database. It can be a huge file, 1 GB file or whatever can be the thing. It should be in a table format. How to do that? So you have a database, choose where you want to import. Here you already have customer purchase. Let us do it in virus.customer purchase. Okay. So click on the database, right click. Okay, right click on the database. You have a task, then import data, and click on next. Everything is simple, guys. Microsoft has done very good GUI for you. You don't need to do any coding, all those stuffs. Just choose, then your job is simple. Choose this, guys, and SQL Server data. Choose all files, purchase.csv. Okay, so this is what you have. See, now this is your flat file. Once you choose that CSV, so you all already understand about the row delimiters and column delimiter. Row delimiters is a new row. Column delimiter, what was there in the CSV file is like CSV. CSV means comma. It will be comma, comma, comma separated. So tabs or commas usually it will take, and it has created the new table for you. This is the structure, row ID, customer. You remember I copied and pasted multiple times. So 19 rows. It showed you the preview. Okay. So this is your source file, just showing you a preview. This is what you're going to get, because there will be some issues sometimes. You can fix it. This column might come here, this column might went there. So just ensuring it's correct. Now what is your target? Target is my database, Microsoft OLDB provider for SQL Server, and this is my server name. I can go for Windows authentication, since I choose the database already, and right click from there. So it is showing me the correct database. Then you click on next. So it suggests us some name based on the file name. Okay, I don't want this name. Just go and do it in purchase. Now virus schema and purchase import. I'll name it as import. So now we don't have any tables. You note this point, guys. Okay, I mean what I'm trying to say is here I don't have any target table. So either you can have a table created by you manually so that you can map, otherwise this will create you a table for you. Okay, now you can see the edit mappings here, edit SQL here. So this is the structure it's going to create, virus.purchase import. row ID, customer ID, product, quantity, price, based on the metadata. You didn't provide anything there. See, it will sense the data. So how it created the data type, you didn't provide anything. So it, by default, it created with varchar of 50, 50, 50. Okay. Simple as that. If you have data in file or Excel, just import it. That will be very simple. Any doubts in this, guys?
Nagendran, if we have a live database, okay, in Office, okay, when we import those data, do we restrict that? No, it's not be done by everybody.
No, what's yeah, that is what, see, importing is one part. Okay, you imported, you created a physical table. As an admin, you should have access to it. Now you can restrict, this is the table, right? You can restrict to some users. So not all users can log in and take the data. That's what I told in the previous point. You can create read access only to this, and you do not show this table at all. You don't give rights to read or write anything. Okay, so those users have that right, only can see it.
No, if the
It's
users
based on
can, if the users have the data in Excel, if they're adding, importing, will they do, or we can restrict the importing the data to be done only with respective users?
no, you're saying who can import the data. That's
Correct.
what,
Yes.
right? So it's again whoever has access. Let us try with this guy. He don't have import access, I think. When he right
Because you
click
said
and
right in the
task,
security and all, we
yes,
can.
right option he don't have. So he cannot write or create a table at all. So using him, I can't do. Let us try quickly. He can't do it. It will throw error for him. Okay. Hope I answered. Let us quickly check what happens for him. I'm using another user. Purchase CSV next. I'll go quickly next. Okay. First time, for time being, I put everything. It's executed. Oh, I'm sorry. Then something has some security rights I have given to him. That is why it got executed. Okay, that user. So you can restrict, but it has written somewhere else. Maybe it created from something else. Not here. So the rights I have created has not given him a right to see the table. You still see here. It has created a table here, but he can see that one. In AdventureWorks, he has created. He can see this one. That is doable, Deepak. To answer your question simply, it is doable. See, you got a purchase table here. So yeah, that is based on the security rights. Okay, this is one thing. Then linked server, I especially put here to make you to understand what is linked service. Yeah.
Nagendra, when you import the data, will this also include the column name, or because it sends, right, whatever we have included in Excel, according to which it's split into a column wise. So the column names, will it choose
Yeah. See, that is a built-in functionality. So column names you have given as a top order in the top. Okay, you should have a top column, and you will specify like first column as a row. I mean, first row as a column name. Some options will be there to specify. So based on the tab delimited, here you have tab delimited. That is why it picked up automatically. You can even correct it. Sometimes it will be like this, or sometimes the separator will be like this. So you need to specify. You can specify that one.
okay.
Okay. So based on your data, you can edit it. So this is about your import and linked server I have created, because see, linked server concept is very simple. You have a server here, you have a database, you can talk with different databases between in the same server. I can query a table from here in this database. Like here I have a select star. See, here I have AdventureWorks database. I'm querying the table in another database. Okay. So I can query using three naming convention: database name, schema name, and table name. And what about if you have database or table to be accessed from different server? Say for example, you have a server. I mean, Deepak has installed the his own system. I mean, SQL Server. That is, as I said, a DBMS. SQL Server is a DBMS. He has in his laptop. I am having this table. I want to combine a table from Deepak's laptop into my laptop. I want to query it. I want to see it. So what I will do is, so this is again some rare cases. You will create a new linked server. I will give the Deepak's server name, and both should talk. Okay, there should not be any firewall or other issues. So your system should enable to read, my system to accept the server request. So those things you can mention it here, server name. Then it's like, again, you can use, instead of this database name, you also have another dot, like you have a link server name. I don't have another server here. I can't talk to Deepak server. So link server name dot your database. You got it right. So just a link server is nothing but you have a database in another servers. You want to access in your environment. You need to create a linked server. Okay. Then only you can able to access it. This is what. Okay. So this is about your linked server. Then one important aspect I want to cover is like a profiler. It's very crucial, guys. Most of them won't use it. Very important concept to learn. So what is a profiler? So profiler is a separate tool. Data profiler. No, it's not a data profiler. It's your SQL Server profiler. SQL Server profiler. So what it will do is, like, as the name indicates, is the part of DBMS, and it will give all your activities inside the DBMS. You see, like in a Windows profiler, you have logs, whoever logs in, whoever logs out, and what activities you did. You created a table and you created a file, you watched a movie, some Windows player has went, those logs will be tracked. Similarly, if you run your profiler, only if you run it, okay, all the activities happened in the database will be logged here. So you can see the things. So whoever has deleted some records, you have deleted, which user has deleted, which user has modified, so that you can easily track. You can identify that person. What is this thing? Track.
So basically for audit purpose, it will be used,
Yes,
right?
exactly. Audit purpose.
So
So
for
events. What are the events? Yeah, go ahead.
for that there are separate application is there, SQL Server Profiler.
Yeah. So you see, if you enable it, it will log, but you can see what is happening here. What queries it is fired in the runtime. When you hit some applications, what queries it came from the client application, what queries it has written the results, those things will come here. So just you need to see all the events in database level, all those things. Let us see what important here is. Think database. Let's see. Okay, I will choose all columns, all things. Let's keep it like this. Okay. Now you have everything over here. Just I run this query. So that will be available over here. So I have run that query. SQL batch completed. Select star from link server. Since this doesn't have any link server, so it throws error. Now I run that query. You see here, without that link server, it has written. So what queries are keep on firing? Whoever logs in. If I log in, that activity also will be tracked. System admin edition, what SQL Server, all those things, whoever logged in, ADM connection edition. So this is the events which will tell you something is going wrong. Someone has goes and deleted, and which user has deleted, it will keep track. So login name, who has logged in, who has done the changes, we can track it. So people can't say I have deleted, no, I don't know who did that. So this is very important tool to identify. Okay, so people will say don't share your logins, all those things, right? This is because of this. Someone has logged in your user and deleted, that will become a very tedious problem. So this is main purpose. So I hope I always tell to Rahil, we need a profiler because they ask some application. So all these commands, whatever commands coming from the applications, front-end applications, your client. So since it's a client, my application also will be a client. My web, it can be a web page, it can be Windows Forms. Anything will fire a query. Whatever queries it fires, it will be captured here. So we can see what what queries it is firing. Based on that, we can easily point out which table it is referring to. I will be don't know what tables it is referring. So I can see from this profiler what tables it's referring. So I can see it's system configurations, it's referring my username. So I can go and check in that table. So it is as simple as that. When you have a profiler in place, we can easily find what tables. So it is used for troubleshooting basically, and also it's used for to know the whoever logged in, which database the query is firing, what queries are firing frequently. Those things will be tracked. This is one of the main important. Any questions in this SQL profiler? Okay guys, one last thing I want to show it to you. So I have something like this. I want to take a backup, or once I have taken a backup, I want to restore the database. What I need to do, go here, restore database. Already taken a backup of it. So from device, if it's stored, and add something over here, softwares, VentureWorks. So these database files will be stored in when you take a backup of a database, it will show as back, BAK. So it will be stored. Once you choose that one, press OK, then press OK. Database restored successfully. So earlier we have DW, now you have another database here, which is nothing but works 2014. The tables are entirely different. Here you see with the schema, human resource, person, entity, all those things. Okay. And taking a backup of database is so simple. Right click, task, backup. That's all. Okay. Just choose the path. Let it be in same path. Just press OK. That's all. Okay. Once you want to restore, right click and create. So this database does not exist earlier. So usually you can go and check. I want .bak files to work on. So just download it, then import it. It is as simple as that. You don't need to create tables, all those things. The tables, everything. It is not only the schemas, or I mean, only the structure. It will also have a data. Once you take a backup, it will also have the data. All the data are there. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm on time. I've completed. Anything in this session? Any clarifications required?
No, Naga.
Okay, guys, that's good. Let's stop it today.
This conference will now be recorded.
So let's have a quick overview what we have discussed yesterday. So yesterday we saw about schemas, and schemas is nothing but a grouping of tables that is used for your giving security rights. So only those peoples having pertaining to certain departments they can access, and that is the main purpose. And we have created some users and role-based security, how to do that, and the purpose of security. So yesterday we saw about giving one particular user, giving only the 3 tables having a select access. When we try to delete it, it doesn't allow him, since the user has only select access. So these kind of things we can't do it in a file management system. That is why that is the main advantage of going for a database management system. That point we have highlighted. And we just imported one of the file. Export is same operation. Whatever you see here. Hello, who joined? Deepak. Okay.
Hi, Nagindran.
So, hello. So just we are discussing about what we have saw yesterday. So we just saw about import of a table and how we need to do an export. You see some data over here. You joined some queries and you got some table information here. So this query can be a simple query as like this. Select star from table, or whatever queries you have did yesterday or previous days using multiple joins. This is your output, assume like that. Then you can save these results as this is not just an export. See, this will also give you the results that's saved in a CSV file, comma separated file. So just returning this result and click on this corner, left top corner. Then you can right click it. You can save the results. So this is kind of export, but this is not the actual export. This will give you only the one file. If you want to export multiple files, how to do that? So click on the database, task. So these many tasks you can do: backup, restore, mirroring, all of the steps. So export data. Similarly, we saw yesterday about import data. So let us have export. Choose a data source again. Data source is our SQL server only. So same server, this is the database. Then choose what you want, where to export. I will export it to a flat file. I need to choose file over here. Let me choose payroll.txt, whatever. Next, copy data from one or more tables or views. Okay, so I can copy multiple data table into one file, or I can create one file per table, something like that. Those things you can specify here. So this is my source table, account table, then run immediately. So same thing will happen. The purchase or those file will return some records. Okay. So this is the kind of exporting your table. Then we discussed about link server. As we do not have another server in place, we can't able to practically see how it works. So it's, as I said earlier, we need to refer the link server and database name followed by a schema name and a table name. So in order to access the table. And a profiler is a tool used to track your changes, or whatever changes you do, all the events will be captured there. It's used for it. Okay. Okay. Views, what it is used for. Any idea? Anyone aware of it? Hello?
Obviously.
Yes. So can you tell these people so that they can understand?
Like to collect the data from multiple tables.
Okay.
We create view. Yeah.
Okay, great. So what is the purpose of it? When you create multiple tables, when you want the data from multiple tables, you will always query it. I mean, yesterday query I'm trying to take. Let's take this joins example. Okay. So this is the table we have taken yesterday. So this contains a join. Okay. So when you want to have a join multiple tables, okay, we need to use left join, inner join, whatever can be. So Rahil, I will ask one question. So if we have a one table, do we not no need to create a view?
Come again?
I mean, you said like if we want to join multiple tables, then you need to create a view. So what
Okay,
about
right.
if I have only one table? Even with that, I can create a view or not?
Yeah, you can create a view with one table also.
Yeah. So basically, it doesn't matter how many tables you want to have. Basically, you want to store this query in the database object. That is the main purpose. So a view definition says like it's a virtual table. Now you can see like this is the result when you execute this query, whatever you see here. So this result is not stored, whereas this query can be stored somewhere in database. So that is the purpose of creating a view. Create view, view name. View name is like customer product purchase. Okay, so you always end up with having this kind of queries frequently. Okay, you need to join multiple tables, and if you forgot this query somewhere, then it becomes very complex. So what you need to do is whatever query result you want to have, you write that query and put it in a view. So this will create a virtual table. Let me show it to you guys. So when you select this query, you are getting these four columns and with 10 rows. So when you create a view with this query, what it will do is, instead of selecting this particular statement, I can select this particular view. Select star from this one. Okay, so you see the difference. Even you can select this query. If I remove this one, so this particular view is stored now. You see here, you have the same result even if you select the view or the query. Okay, so basically your query will be stored in the view. Okay, and the results won't be stored. So view won't store the data, it will store only the query. That is the main purpose of view. Let me show it to you. So here it is the query. I mean the view is stored here, customer, product, purchase. So as Rahil pointed out, in order to have multiple joins, okay, so people will forget or they use different joins sometimes. Once you use left join or inner join, so this query will be stored. And if you use only one table, okay, and you use some where conditions, where gender equal to male, or kind of I want to have some constraints to be defined. Someone has some question?
No, commonly used queries where every time we will run again on a daily basis or sometime. So those queries, if we can save it, it will be easy to retrieve, right?
Yeah, so there are multiple purpose. So it is not, you cannot store those queries whatever you regularly use for that. Even this is used for a security purpose as well, the views. The thing is, like, instead of giving access to the table, you cannot, I mean, you can give access to the views. Okay, so as we discussed yesterday, giving object level security, only the what objects you need to give. Only 3 tables are given for HR manager role, or someone has a different username. So you can give access to the views. So he cannot able to do any operations in the view. Only the deletion or insertion can happen in the table. View is just a query. So that is main purpose of it. It is not only the common, that is also one of the purpose. But you say like you use 100 to, 10 to 15 queries usually. You cannot store it as a view. Just that query will be having written some useful information always like this. So I want customer product information, then you store it. Okay, and that is main purpose. Then you have something like security purpose. Instead of providing a table access, you give access to the view. That is the two important purpose of creating a view. So in the view, what you can do, whether you can do a delete or insert, as I said earlier, it will create only the virtual table. You can have only the var condition, select statement inside the view. So what about order by class? Create view, customer, purchase. This is customer purchase. I have customer purchase. Select star from. Even you can create like this. So this is used for encapsulation, some kind of concept, like you have a customer table, customer purpose, and you don't want to expose this table name. Instead, you want to give access to customer purchase. So your This is used to hide the base table information. There are multiple purposes for creating a view. So when I create a view like this, only with this table information, select star from, based on order. I think it should not allow order by row ID. I don't think it will create. See, this is another important thing. You cannot specify order by class inside the views, inline function, derived tables, subqueries, all those things, common table expressions, all other stuffs, because it will store only the result, whatever order it is fetching. You cannot specify it here. But once you create the view, okay, then you can specify the order. Select. I will comment it out so that you can understand. Select star from. I'm selecting from the view, okay. Then order by row ID. This is simple. I mean, it is as usual. You can specify the order by, okay, because it is storing only the structure, okay. It will not store what order you need to store. So that is what it is restricting. So these are certain limitations in using a view, but it doesn't make any difference for you guys, okay. With this note, let us focus on another topic, common table expression. So I have said like we have created a view here, okay. And what about I need some results to be stored temporarily. For that, we have a concept called common table expression, okay. Let us have one example here. So you have customer John and biscuit, everything, okay. I want to filter out whoever bought biscuits, okay. So what I will do, I want to use some biscuit and chocolate, these two conditions. So these two things I will try to get it in another table. I want to put it in condition here. Select star from. I can do like this. Assume you need to create some temporary table, and those results you need to filter it over here, okay. Where product in. With temp product as. So this is a way to create some temporary results, okay. Select star from. See here, if I select this statement, it will throw me error, because whereas when you create a view, after creation of the view, this is an object created in the database. I can able to go and select it, okay, without choosing that one. Creation is like your object is created, the metadata is created. Whereas a common table expression, I have this one here, okay. Even I do like this, okay, it will throw error, because it should have the with statement should follow with the select statement. You see here, I need to select both with and select statement. The with should followed by the select statement. Okay. So this is the thing, like I have created some temporary results. I want to store it. So this is nothing but your common table expression, which will hold some temporary results. This can have any table information. Okay. For simplicity, I have created 2 rows and which is having only 1 column product. Okay. So this result, what I am going to do, this should be acting as a filters in this particular table. I want biscuit and chocolates. So select where product in. You guys know about temporary tables. Subqueries. Select prod from this table. So once I select this, I need to comment it. As I said, this scope of this table, this common table expression is within the next select statement. So I should not use this select statement. I need to use this select statement. Now I got whoever purchased biscuits and chocolates. Okay, this column, this you can mention it here also. Okay, biscuits and chocolates, something like that. But assume you have you don't know how many records it's going to fetch. Whatever query it's going to fetch here. You remember some queries like whoever has this degree and the employees whoever has this designation, those employees should be filtered, something like that. So in those cases, if we don't predict can't have a discrete values, the result set will be based on the conditions over here. In those cases, you can use such a common table expression. Okay. So a view and common table expression is different. This will exist only with this query. If I use the same table reference after the select statement, if I run along after the select statement, this will not execute. Invalid object name temp prod. Okay, so that is the scope you understand. I think the scope statement, scope of any statement, how long it will exist, whether it's a global or it will last for the session, all those things. Someone has a question?
This union is will combine both the select statement, right? Data.
Union.
You include right select biscuit prod union. So this union will combine both the select queries and
Yes.
get the data.
Yes. It will append the rows, amend the rows. This is row 1, this is row 2. Maybe you, for confusion, I'll put it as ID. Yesterday, I think union and all I taken last session. So this is first and second. So forget about the union part. Just you still have confusion with union, how it works?
No, just a clarification I just asked.
Okay, so now the focus should be on the common table expression. This is with, okay, the view definition, you just try to compare it with a view and a common table expression. View is permanently stored in the database, whereas common table expression, the scope is within the next select statement. Even if you use here, this won't work. But whereas if it is a view, you can create it as a view. If I change this one as a view, now you have seen like this result. You got result for this query you got error for this select statement, error over here. Okay, what happens if I create it as a view? Create view. Okay, even you can do like this. View, first you need to create. You cannot execute along with this, just execute with that two select statements. Now you got the output. Okay, this is the main purpose, when to use, when not to use. Okay, now there is something like common table expression. Similar to that, you have something like temp tables. Temp tables. Okay, there are two types. I think for now, I think you can stick to two. Hash table, hash table. Hash table is nothing but local temp table, and hash table is nothing but a global temp table. Global temp. So what is those? So all these things, guys. The temp table purpose is to store your results temporarily, and while the purpose of the table is met, then you can drop the tables. That is the main purpose. So till now we have seen like this can be stored in a view, this can be stored in CTE. Now I'm going to store this result in temp table. So say for example, it is like create table. The temper table is same as your normal table creation, but you need to prefix with the hash. ID, and you say product integer, say care of 20. Okay, I'm going to create another table. I'll say global temp product and prefix with hash. So this is the one. Now let us insert these two records. Have a template table, insert into. Okay, it is as simple as that. Let us insert for a global table as well. Okay, so what is the difference? Why, when to use, when you should not use global, when to use local? Those things I will explain shortly. Okay, both have data. Okay, here. Now I will take this guy, this local template table, and put it in a new session. There is C, whatever you create a new query here, okay, that will have ID. If you can see at right end bottom, when I highlight, there is a number after my name 54. Then over here, it is 53. This is nothing but 53, 54 and all session IDs. Okay. So you have created this local temporary variable in session 53. You cannot go and access this temporary table in another session, but you can access within the same session. So the scope of local temporary variable is within same session. Whereas hash table I created here in session 53, I can go and access in a new session. Okay, so this temporary table and global temporary table, once you drop wherever you are created, once you close this guy, okay, this session, then these temporary tables will be dropped automatically. So I can drop it manually also. Drop table like this. Drop table. So the all other operations, altering a table, whatever operations you performed in the table, those operations you can do it in this table. The only purpose is to store your results temporarily. Okay. And sometimes, so where you will use, okay, basically let me answer this question. So basically you have next I'm going to talk about the stored procedure, where you keep calling one procedure from another procedure, and sometimes what happens, based on different applications you call, some data called in one session should be accessed in another session. Okay, and in those cases, and that results should be stored temporarily. So in those cases you will use global. And some cases, like within the procedure or within the execution of that batch, okay, all these things, when I go and execute as a whole query, it is called batch running. When I run, the batch starts from go. When you have a go statement, from this go statement, whatever statements you execute, it is as a batch. Okay, in procedures you use go statement. So within that go statement, it's running as a batch that will create one session. So your scope should exist within that batch or session, then you will use local variable. And your data should reside for other sessions, I mean should be available for other sessions, then you need to use global temporary variable. Mostly we will use this one because our logics is not so that complex. So this is good to know. And what is the purpose of common table expression? That is used to store small results. Basically, there is a memory logic behind all these three: local, global, and this is your CTE. Okay. There are some memory requirements. This temporary product and temporary tables is stored in your system databases, temp DBs. I think it will have somewhere over here temporary tables. See, global temp prod, global temp prod. So it will be stored in your, as I mentioned earlier, what are the system database? You have a master model, MSDB, temp DB. So when you create a temp DB here, it will create a temporary tables here. So physically, physical table is created. Okay. Whereas in CTE, you don't create a physical table anywhere in the database. That is the main difference. So you might ask why I need to use temporary tables. Instead, I can store the results in CTE within the scope. So usually if the volume is huge that requires some storage, go for local temporary variable. Otherwise, if you run it in the CTE, it will be stored in RAM. So whichever doesn't stored in a database physically, these things will be stored in RAM. So better avoid it. Your system performance will reduce. Say for example, if you are storing more than 1 million record, don't go for city. Instead, you should show for temporary tables. Such cases, you need to take a call based on that. Okay. And if your temporary table should be accessed by different sessions, go for global temporary tables. All right, guys. Any doubts in this? No. Okay. Fine. Let me proceed to stored procedure. So we've seen about these tables, views, the purpose of views, all your predefined queries and used for security purposes as well. Now let's go little on programming part, like stored procedures and functions, all those things. Let's start with stored procedure first. So similarly, you have your queries written. Okay, in the views you have only select statement. What happens when I have some data querying or data manipulation language? I need to frequently update one particular record, customer information, okay, whenever I receive. In the forms you have, like as we discussed earlier, how the data will get into a database from business perspective. You have forms in front end. They create a customer, they press button insert, or I mean submit, you will get insert into statement into the table. Similarly, sometimes like when I want to do change in my customer information, so what we need to do, we need to do the update, correct? So update, each time you cannot run one code. I mean that snippet, I mean that piece of code is by default. What you need to pass, usually people will update a phone number, people will update address. So what information you need to update? Phone number or address. Based on what you need to update? Customer ID. So this is a predefined structure, and I'm going to repeat for n number of customers. If I write a code once, passing a parameters, then customer information will be updated just passing a parameter. So these kind of scenarios, you create that code in a procedure. Okay, that is what one of the main purpose. You go for a procedure. Repeated task you want to do, that code to be executed every time some operation happens, then you go for a procedure. Let's have the same example now. I'm going to update customer information. SQL training Corona. Customer master. Okay, here what I'm going to do, I give a customer ID. Okay, I will pass customer address and phone number. Okay, when I change any of this information, my information should get updated. So how to update? Usually we'll write update query, right? Update customer master set customer address. For simplicity, I will go for customer address update for now. Okay, and we can focus on another parameter later. Customer address, I will say like Bangalore, I moved to Chennai, where customer ID equal to 3. So what it does like for Naga, you update the customer address to Chennai. Let us try that one. Why? I'm not in a correct database. Okay, this is the thing. Now you see the same information now. From Naga, it's moved to Chennai. Now you have got it right. Earlier it was Bangalore. Now you updated to Chennai now. Now this is a repeated task. People will keep updating the location, phone number, all those things. So this is the statement I want to execute each time when there is an update. Okay, so such a scenarios, what I will do, create procedure customer update. Okay, and the procedure, if you can have any without any parameters also. Okay, if you keep like this, it doesn't get any information about the customer or what values to update. So you need to create a parameter here at customer ID. Okay, so remember the symbol that indicates a viewer variable. Okay, at customer ID, comma, at address. You need to define the data type, obviously. Okay, what is the data type of master and varchar? Keep same as whatever you mentioned. Okay, so the procedure, create procedure name with parameters, then begin. Okay, begin should be the thing, then end. Okay guys, so now I have given these two things now here. Then whatever values I'm getting it over here should be updated here. Okay, that is what, replacing the hard coded value with whatever you pass. Got it guys? So
Say
this
that
is,
again, Naga.
yeah, see, if I have a hard coded value here, okay, let us see, like the main purpose of creating a procedure is like there are number of customers over here. Okay, maybe I will take someone has huge data, 6 to 7 records. Okay, here you have 5 records. This is far better. I'll take this table. See, you assume you have we have a customer data. You have thousands of 10,000s of customers. Okay, so basically we want to update phone number, customer address frequently. So how you will do it? People enter in the screen in the GUI front end. Then you capture those value. Whatever you want to modify, you will capture that value. And for you, whom you want to apply for that particular customer. So obviously in a customer table only you want to apply. So you need to get these two information. What information you need to update? That is, for now it's an address, and for whom you want to update. For whom is customer ID. So these two things are very crucial things that you need to capture from the input system. Okay, that will update it. Okay, based on that only you will update. So earlier what I did here is for customer ID 3, when I want to update for now there is no 3. When I want to update for Kumar, now he is in Chennai. When I want to he is changed to Bangalore, I need to write Bangalore. So assume like you keep on storing this information what you want to update, then you are not going to update it manually. You should not do it because you have 10,000 customers. You cannot have it one by one. Okay, instead what we are doing, we have written a procedure, programmatic approach, where you get those information, customer ID and address, and in this place you replace those values instead of 4. See, now first I will update for Kumar, I will update to Bangalore. So how I can do it programmatically? I will pass 4 and Bangalore here, okay, in this customer ID in Bangalore. So this should update me that Bangalore information. Now you see he already changed to Bangalore. Now I say he moved to Delhi. Kumar moved to Delhi. So I should not make it dynamically. Should you have to make it dynamically for any customer I change. I should not hard code it. So just replace these two values, the hard coded values wherever you wish, and whatever values you are getting as input, you put it here. Now I create this procedure. Okay. Now you see the value here now. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7. Now I want to update Deepak from Chennai to Delhi. I can use this procedure, execute. You give a values like, you need to give the value 5, comma, Deepak, I want to change him to Delhi. Now I'm not running the update scriptment. I'm running this procedure now. Done. So you see Deepak was in Chennai. Now he got updated to Delhi. Now you want to do it for Abdullah. He's in Kuwait. I will move him to Abdullah is 2. I will move him to somewhere else. I will say Africa. You see guys, Abdullah is in Kuwait. I'm just passing it here, but how it get, this is not referring any table. I'm just calling this procedure to Africa. The logic, whatever I've written here, that updates the Abdullah to Africa. You got it, guys?
Yes, sir.
Any doubts? So this is how you need to create. This is the main purpose. You go for a procedure, any kind of operations that will perform your data manipulation language, updates, deletes, inserts, regular inserts into a table. Those things you store it in a procedure. So all applications, your Windows Forms, web forms will access to this procedure. They will pass the parameters like customer ID or customer name, whatever the key attribute that will pass in this parameters. So they will capture it here, then it will be passed here. This is the thing, guys. So you can do any operations here. Even I can use the same statement here for logging also. So it is not only one statement, insert into customer master, whoever I'm passing here, I can do a log. So multiple statements you can do. Insert into select. What are the columns? Only a name is not there, one is there, no? So I have only this information here. One, I mean, customer ID, comma, address. So how, so now I have created the procedure earlier. Now I'm changing some logic inside this. This is the logic change. Earlier I had only update. So now I'm changing a little logic. So it's the command is as usual. You are changing the structure. Just create, I mean, change the create to alter. Alter procedure name, same thing. Just use this one. Now you see, I have two tables now. Select star from customer control customer master. Okay, now I got these two tables. Now I will say for John 67, I'm changing him to London to 67. First I pass 67 to London to, I will say, UAE. Now what happens, earlier whatever we did changes, there is no entry here. Now I made a logic to insert entry into customer master as well. Customer master, only two columns will be inserted, ID and address. There won't be any names. Okay, just for your understanding, it's not a proper way, but still. So for 67, UAE will be inserted first, then for John, UAE will be available here. That is the expected output. Let us execute this. You see one row affected, one row affected. Inside what rows affected, it will be replicated in your result set. Now we select the data. So now you see here another entry in customer master table 67 UAE, and for John we have changed to, the address is changed. Okay, so this is the thing, guys, about procedure. It's very simple as that. And something like we can have a set no count, set row count on something, row count on, off, set row count. There is some function that will say like no count or something. This is useful, like no count off, no count on. So this is useful when you have so there is a cost involved when you run this query. I mean, earlier you see like row counts on, I mean, one rows affected message was displaying. So this itself will take some time. So this is, people say like this is one of the performance improvement factor. So in order to avoid such messages, you say like set no count on, off, something like that. Okay, just for your understanding, I'll mention. Okay, yes. So when I executed again, so another entry was there. So there is no changes in your data here. So this is about your procedures, guys. Any doubts in this? Procedures, views. Hello. Hello.
Can you explain this again? This set no count on.
Yeah. So when I have this one removed, you see like alter procedure like this. When I update UAE, you get rows affected. Based on the insert statement here, this message is displayed. Based on the update statement here, the second message is displayed. Sometimes what happens, to avoid, there will be number of statements you keep on executing. So that will have a lot of messages like this. So to avoid these messages to be displayed, you need to enable this option. Okay, so I'm altering again. Now you try to run this guy, Omen. I will make him to Omen. Sorry. Sorry. Now you see, like I said, Omen. There is no messages now. One rows affected. One rows affected. You got it? Yeah, that is the main purpose. Okay. So this is the thing, and similarly, you have one last thing about today's session. We have a procedure we have something like functions.
This conference will now be recorded.
So I added some more points here. It was only views and views was there. I will add triggers and cursors. Okay, fine. So I'm jumping between the topics. I'm not going in this flow. I mean, yesterday we saw about views. Then the order over here I need to revamp. So forget about that. So we start working on stored procedures and functions. So yesterday we saw about stored procedures. I'll cover some more in that. And today we will start with the functions. Okay. And moreover, what are the difference between functions and stored procedures? That we will see. Once I create some function example, then we'll go for it. Okay. So functions, it is again a same kind of thing. Yesterday we created a stored procedure, and a stored procedure, what it will do? It will do the update. Let me check whether I showed that script. Triggers, functions, set operations. No, I think I don't have that one yesterday. Yesterday was 31st hours and some other mode. I didn't say. Okay, so yesterday we saw about stored procedure that use it to update. That will get two parameters. No need to worry. We already have this one here, customer update. So one, as I said, these are the objects. So your table is your object. Your view is our object. You see here, these are the physical structure it will create. So tables, and we have created views. Those things are created as an object here. Then you have a stored procedure. This is also an object. So these are the things it has created. Now you can see the script over here. So what it does, it gets two parameters. One is customer ID and address. Then it does its job. Just it will insert into a table and update the address. Both the things it will do. So like this operations, if you want to perform, you use procedures. Whereas functions, create function. Okay, let me take some table here. Customer master or customer purchase. Just want to see what it's taking. Okay, price into quantity. Perfect. I'll take at quantity, at price, integer again, and this is nothing but purchase value. There is a function name called purchase value, and which takes two input, and the syntax is it should return a value, return at net price, something like that. Okay, this is the syntax of it. I just found something over here. Give me a minute. Functions, table valued function, scalar valued function. See, basically a function should return a value over here. If you see a create function that will take parameters, that should return a value. Okay, returns date time. Maybe we will say return integer. Okay, as begin declare. Okay, fine. it should say returns. I'll take the syntax from references, returns integer. Okay, that is a problem. Here you don't see anything. So what it does is, see, similar to a programming language, you can declare a variable. I hope everyone familiar with C or what basic languages. You can declare a variable price, okay, and declare it as integer. Then what you can do is set. You need to, if you want to assign value to this variable, you can say like set. Okay, set price equal to quantity into, or I will say net price. Quantity into price. This is as simple as that. Okay, then what it will has to do, once it calculates, just return me the value, return net price. This is simple programming, okay, that you understand this one. It gets two input variable, one's quantity and price. It will multiply and return the results. If you give 2 and 3 here, it will return 6. So this is what you return a program. I hope everyone has written some programs. If not, this is the way you have to write. So you need to store these results in some place. That is the variable I have created here. This is the way to create your variable. Declare is a statement to create a variable that will hold temporary results. So I'm setting the value. I mean, the calculation of this will be stored in net price, and I'm returning this value over here. Okay, this is the definition of your function. Then I'll just execute it. Okay, then how to call them? So I can use select of purchase value, and I need to specify 2 comma something like that. So I hope everyone knows the multiplication. Just I will execute 2 into 9 is 18. I'm getting this value. Okay, so what is the main difference over here is like, so you guys understand, right? These kind of calculations you will create, okay, and you can use this function to compute some values. It is as simple as that. You just imagine you are finding the tan theta, or some average values, or you are passing some calculations like average for that month. Any calculations you can do over here. Okay, you pass that value, 2 input values, then you can execute. You can pass those 2 values here, then you get the results over here. Okay, this is your function net price. I think even you can execute, like, you cannot execute a function like this. Let me check that one. So you cannot execute a function. Okay, you can select a function like this only. Okay, so that is the main difference between your stored procedure and functions. What I'm trying to say is, you have here a create procedure over here. Okay, create procedure name, and in order to do a call to this procedure, you use execute procedure name, you pass some id 3 comma some Bangalore or Chennai, whatever, like this. You will pass. You are executing without parameter, I think. Okay, now you got the value. Similarly here, I think you can do it. Let me check that one. Execute will not work. Here, okay, this is executing, but you are not getting the result. In order to get the result, you need to put it like this. Select. You no need to use the select. If you use select, then this is enough. You can get that value in the select statement. I'll use both the guys together. So in order to get the values, you need to use select statement to run the query. Now this is the value I'm passing it over here, 2,9. What happens if I run this function for a table? You can do that by passing this function. So here I found one data, this table. I want to multiply this quantity into price. I want the result 40 to be displayed in a new column. This I want to do programmatically. I don't want to write the code. Even I can write like this, the same thing, quantity into price. Okay, this I can do it here itself. I'll get the results. I got this result 40, 60, something like that. Instead of that, in this place I can call that function passing quantity comma price. That will calculate this 40, 60, 70. Let me show that one, what I'm trying to say. So this is a table and I'm having a without function, then I'm using this function, I'm calling this function. Okay, here you see in the select statement I'm calling this function. This is the function name, purchase value. Instead of 2,9, I need to pass this quantity here, this price over here. So 2,9 gave me 18. So this one and this one should return me the same using function. So this is without function, this is using a function. Both return me a same. 5 into 10 is 50, 5 into 10, 50. So using a function, this returns. This is without a function in the direct column. So I have written it like this because some calculations you cannot do it in a simple calculation like this. Okay, some calculations you will pass these two values, and in your logic you compute lot of things over here. You write hundreds of codes over here. Then final results should be passed to this column based on the two input values. So such a things you go for function. And the main difference, now you got about what is a function used for, and the stored procedure also you can do it the same way, but you cannot use it in the select statement. The stored procedure you cannot use it in the select statement. Say for example, what I'm trying to say is, so since I said like I can pass parameters here, so this customer ID and address also I can pass, right? You might have asked. So this is the stored procedure, customer update. Since the stored procedure requires execute statement explicitly mentioned, okay, you cannot have a select statement and the execute statement over here. So you cannot use a stored procedure in your select statement. Okay, that is the thing. But whereas you can have your function in your select statement that will execute for each row. I hope I am clear with this. Let me show you base difference between these two. So stored procedures and functions. The difference is this, the basic difference. And the function must return a value, but stored procedure, it is an optional. So this is the core difference between your function and a stored procedure. You remember our stored procedure that was inserted and updated. That did not return any value. Return in the sense you give some input that will return that value and you store it. Whereas that function, you gave these two inputs, it returned you a value called 18. When you execute this procedure, that does not return any value. This does not return any value. Just it has done its operation, whatever you do. Okay. If you want some operations to return some value by default, you go for function. Okay. Then stored procedure can also return a value. It is not mandatory like it should not return. It's they said like it's an optional. Okay, but stored procedure, it is an optional. But when you want something to be returned, then you go for a function. Okay, so that is what they mentioned. Even a procedure, stored procedure, can return 0 or n values. That is any that can return values. That is a core difference. Okay. Next point is function can have only input parameters for its, whereas the procedures can have input or output parameters. So it is same, I mean, more or less. So function should have input parameters, can have only input parameters. Only input parameters means whatever you pass. And procedures, instead of written value, they say it as output parameters. Okay, the parameters matters, whatever you pass. Here you can specify. I will tell you later. Functions can be called from a procedure, whereas a procedures cannot be called from a function. So it's like some people will have a comment from here to there to there. It is not possible. Vice versa, it's not possible. Meaning like inside a procedure, okay, inside a procedure, you can call the function. But from a function, you cannot call a procedure. That is what it mentioned. Let us have that one, these 2 points clarified. I'm just altering this procedure, create function name. I'm saying alter. So as usual, guys, this DDL operation applicables. Alter means you are modifying something. What they're saying is, I have this function. If I say like I want to call something inside this function, I'm calling this procedure. Okay. You execute it. Okay. Now it has compiled. Compiled means this code is saved. But when you run this one, only functions and some extended stored procedures can be executed from within a function. So it says like only functions can be executed. Another function you can call. You cannot call a stored procedure inside your function. Okay. In such a cases, you should avoid it. Basically, guys, people will confuse which one I want to use. I want to use function or stored procedure. When you want to call another stored procedure inside your code, then you go for stored procedure. So stored procedure can call another stored procedure. Fine. But you want to do some simple calculations, such a kind of things, or any other complex calculation that returns a value, single value or multi-value, whatever, then you go for functions. This is the simplest way to understand about functions and stored procedures. And the other things are there. Procedures allows the stored procedure. See, people always say procedures in SQL world. They will not say with the stored procedure. It's procedure. Procedure allows DML, insert, update, delete, whereas function allows only select statement. Okay, these are the things you need to consider what to choose, whether you go for stored procedure or function. If you want to do insert, delete, update inside that, so always you need to go for stored procedure. This is the point I highlighted. Procedures cannot be utilized in a select statement. We cannot call a procedure in a select statement as we did before, the price into quantity, whereas functions can be embedded in a select statement. So they use some technical words, don't confuse. In the select statement, you can call a function. Then stored procedures cannot be used in SQL statements. It's simple, either in SQL or select, both are same. And functions can be used. Since it's used in select, you can use it in a where condition, whatever place. Okay, these are the things. You just keep it for your reference. Anyway, I'm going to share this presentation. Only syllabus I have shared. I'm keep updating this slide. So once it is done tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I'll share this, both the things along with the recordings. Now I'm going to have another session. Another topic, triggers and cursors. So before heading to explaining about triggers technically, let me tell you when you want to use triggers, when you want to use cursors. Okay, so triggers, as the name indicates, it will trigger something, some other operation. If something has happened and it should initiate some other operation. So this is what a trigger is. This is when you use trigger. So for example, when I want to create a product, okay, and I want to intimate this to my manager, or any new request comes, I want to intimate to someone else. So assume there is new product entered, then that will insert into a product information. Then what it will have to inform is like, it has to send some email to a manager, or it has to insert in the log table, or it has to intimate some other operations, trigger some other operations. So these kind of things, how will you do? You cannot keep on monitoring these things like once the product got inserted, what has to be done. Something has to happen automatically once some operations happen. So these cases, you create a trigger and say that what has happened, what should happen, whether some insert should happen or some select is happening or delete is happening in a table or object someone has logged in. So those kind of things, something has happened, what should happen, that you need to mention in the code. So this is what trigger is. Okay, let us discuss later about the cursors. With this note, let us focus on trigger example technically. So what I'm going to do, let me explain that first. I'm going to create an employee and employee edit. As I said, so in this example, whenever insert happen in this employee table, or not only insert or delete or update happens in this employee table, that should insert automatically in this table. So this is a simple example I'm going to explain. So let us have this table, employees, employee edit. Then I'm inserting into employees. Okay. Now this is the definition of the trigger. Let us go one by one, line by line. So the definition of trigger says like that. Similarly, how you create a procedure views, it is syntax is somewhat similar. In procedure, you say create procedure, procedure name, create view, view name. That is create what object you are going to create, then object name. Similarly here, create trigger, trigger name. That trigger on which table? As I said, I want to insert into whatever operations happened in employee, it should trigger some other operation. So I'm creating a trigger on this table, and for what? For these operations, insert, update and delete. So if these three operation happens, I want to initiate a trigger, and that trigger, what it has to do, it has to do this logic. What it is doing, this is inserting into employee audit. Just as simple as that. Okay, let me create this definition of this trigger. Before that, I want to explain another table. Okay. Okay, guys. So now this is the definition of your trigger. So we have seen the top part, 2 lines. If something happens, this operation happens in this table, then do this operation. Let me quickly explain what is happening. So it is just getting the login names, all those things. Then see, there is some concept like deleted, inserted, this table. Basically, when you do an insert in this table, employees, dbo.employees, okay, and what has happening here is it is not getting from the employees information. Let us park these two, this deleted comma, this one, insertion. Okay, it is not picking up from the employees table and inserting into audit. Instead, there is something like inserted. Okay, what is this called? So in SQL, basically during the transaction happening, once you do insert into any table or any other operation, there is a temporary table, it is created, okay, a virtual or it is a physical table. During that time only, this will have that value. Once you have inserted, so this will have the value at that time. So using that value, when it is inserted, you are inserting into this employees audit table. Okay, this is the one, insert into employee audit table where inserted. Okay, similarly, if there is any delete or update happens, that will be stored in your deleted table. So from that, you are inserting into audit table. If you have a delete, then you are getting that value deleted, okay, and inserting into audit value. So basically, we are not getting the data from the base table. This is from employees, because you can ask, once you delete the record, that is gone. How you will get that data and you will store it in a temporary table or audit table? You are running one query, delete into this table. Once you delete it, that's all, that is gone. Then you need to store it into your audit table. So before deletion, you need to copy and delete. This is the one way. Instead, you can use this kind of temporary tables, okay, that is internally stored. Use that one to for audit purpose. Let us have a look with an example. Okay, so I have created the trigger that explains it will insert into an audit table irrespective of whatever operations you do. So now let us see what is there here. I have 4 records, 4 records and 1 record here. What I'm doing, first of all, I'm doing a update. So it's rollbacking transaction. Okay, let me explain that one also with you. Okay guys, now you see here what has happened. You see the query first. So first select statement, this statement is return 1 Mark Smith. Then I'm updating the Mark Smith. See the data here before updation. Mark Smith, what I'm updating, employee name. Employee name is Mark Smith. I am updating the employee Smith to Z. This is the one. Okay. Then I'm selecting this record. I mean, updation won't give you any record. This result, okay, this result has given you, I mean, this select statement has given you this result. Then I'm selecting from the employee audit table. I didn't do anything in the employee audit table because earlier you see only 4 records I have created. For Mark Smith, I've changed it to triple Z. What has inserted here? Audit ID 1, employee ID 1, Mark Smith. Mark Smith was the old value, and I did a update. Okay, Mark Smith was updated. This is the thing. Next, I'm going to do, see the magic guys here. Guys, I didn't say about transaction. Let me explain that one along with this. See, if I do along with all other stuffs like this begin transaction will make you to have the batch execution. Whatever statement followed by this begin transaction, which run in a full batch. So after this transaction, you say commit here. Then only all operations, whatever it performed, will be updated in the respective tables. Now you see, like we executed this command, I mean, along with the begin transaction, end transaction. So this employee doesn't got updated to triple Z. He still has Mark Smith. What I'm trying to say is, one, we saw like he has got updated triple Z. Okay, why it is not being updated here in this employees table? Because we have rolled back the transaction. So all these things are rollbacked. It will not happen in the actual table. Once I say commit, okay, whatever operations. So when I run update here, see, when I do only the selection of this query alone, I mean update alone, it will auto commit. There is no begin transaction, no end transaction, commit or rollback transaction. So this is another important factor here. So what I'm trying to convey is like, now instead of rollbacking, I will update this guy. For one, I'm going to run begin transaction to commit. Then this time when I execute this employee for one, it will update to triple Z. Okay, now again it is saying the same. Now you see triple Z. That is for instead of Mark Smith, you have triple Z now. So rollback transaction is like whatever you have a code between begin transaction and this transaction, all the statements will be rolled back. That will be nullified. It will be ignored, all those commands. Okay, that is the main purpose of rollback transaction.
And again, then when you roll back, you need to, you're including the table name, right? Employees audit.
No. See, rollback means begin transaction. So it says rollback means all this operation, irrespective of the tables or whatever operations you do, everything will be stored until you say rollback or commit. You say commit, all the things will be committed. It is not for the table. Transaction means batch, irrespective of the tables or procedures, whatever you call. Okay.
Okay, so when I begin, see, when I see, I have a doubt. When you say rollback transaction, will
Yeah.
this rollback only for whatever we have done today, or any time frame? How this happen?
Within the scope, it's not for today. Begin transaction. You're saying from here to till this previous transaction. If you do update here, that will not be rolled back. If you say here, if you put some update here, that will not be rolled back. You need to execute as a batch like this. If you execute within this,
Okay.
it will update or it will roll back.
Okay, fine.
Okay. Yeah, this is what I said, batch. You run it as a batch. So all the usually in stored procedure, they will write like this: create procedure, begin transaction, end transaction. Begin should be at the beginning, end rollback or end should be. If some failure happens, they will call it as rollback transaction. If something everything goes smooth, then they will commit it. So these three statements is very important. If everything is good, then commit it. If something goes wrong, roll back it. Okay, forget about that. Let me update again. Maybe took it directly. Mark Smith. Okay. Okay. Now, so you got it right, guys. So now you see again the audit table. Now I did many times. Okay, these are 2 times I did, and it logs me modified who user because who has done that. That is why it is getting in the first of your trigger, first line or few lines of the trigger. Now here what I'm doing, I'm trying to insert. See again union all these things people are using. Again here I'm doing the rollback. Let me check. So here what I'm doing, I inserted these 2 records. Is that Marcus Rabius, and here it is trying to insert in the audit also. I'm getting the operation, what operation I did. I'm not doing anything here, but it automatically does some job. Here you have only 2 records. Since it is rolled back, those 2 records are gone. Okay guys, so this is about the triggers. I hope you got it. You no need to do something, certain things that should trigger some other operation. What it has to do, that is defined in your trigger logic. So I need to initiate trigger on this table for these operations: insert, delete, update, or select also. Okay, and what it has to do, it will do insert or delete into based on the logics. So this I have explained. Some temporary tables it will keep based on the insertion happened. So using that, it is inserting into another table. So this is your trigger, guys. Here you can send as usually we will send emails. That is why I know I am pointed out. If something happens, say for example, someone has deposited huge amount, then you can write some logic there in that. You can send emails to your managers, alerts, all those things. Okay, for those purposes, we will use triggers. Okay, with this note, let's move on to courses. So just now we discussed about triggers. Let's move on to courses. Courses, when we use. So there are certain cases like all these operations, select statement or functions or stored procedures. These things you are running as a set operation. Set operation means for a table. Okay, for entire row you are selecting, entire column you are selecting as a set operation. But what happens, I want some operations to be performed for each row one by one, like looping. Okay, basically it's kind of a looping operation. Okay, those kind of stuffs you go for courses. So courses, if you have a 10,000 records in your table, you want to loop through all the 10,000 records to do some operation. Let us give one example. So say for example, like today's corona case, like these are the guys who has identified as having a corona, and I want to identify for each customer whomever he has met, those kind of stuffs. Okay, that information you have it in some other table. So you need to pass this guy, okay, in some other table, and you need to fetch those information, whomever he met, something like that. Okay, so each row, each customer you need to pass. This will be acting as a parameter, and for each row you are finding something else, and this procedure should run for multiple values, row by row operations. It's like a looping. That looping can be anything. It can be 1,000 rows or 10,000 rows. Such kind of operations, if you want to perform, then you go for cursors. Let's have a quick look at an example, then you will understand much better. So here what they're doing is like, in this example, they're taking backup. Okay, we are going to take a backup of the system databases over here automatically. You have 4 databases backup. Okay, I mean these things to be taken automatically with when I run this code, single piece of code, that will take my backup automatically. That is the main purpose. Let us see the code. So here, so these are the variables, as I said before. These are the variables to store some temporary results. Okay, and the code for a cursor starts from here. So cursor, declare cursor. Okay, I mean here it follows the name before. It's like a variable only, guys. So declare cursor name. Here you see declare variable name and data type. So similarly declare cursor name and your cursor is a keyword. For see, these are the things it will have as a list. Like if you have a multiple values, or in our previous example I quoted, all the customers you want to loop. So that list you need to keep it here. Your query should return whom to loop or what to loop. 1,000 records or 1,000 customers. Those customer list it should return here. Okay. So that information is stored in your cursor. Then what you are doing, then you are opening a cursor for each row, for fetch next from this cursor and store in that variable. So I hope you guys remember you worked in any programming language. You need to loop means for each loop you get the value as 0 to 1. 10 times you 1 to 10 you need to print means you will specify initial value 1 and the end value as 10, and each value you loop means each value you will print 1, and you will assign the value to variable to calculate something, and you will assign, then you will loop through the increment the value, then you loop through. Same logic here. So first value you are getting, I mean you assume these we'll stick to this example. So 4 values are stored in this cursor. It is fetching the first value, okay, master, and stored it here. Then that master, it will keep looping through using a while statement, because at that fetch status, if you declare a cursor, and at that fetch status meaning whether the cursor has a value or not. When you say fetch next from a cursor, it fetch one value. When you say again here fetch next from cursor, the cursor will point to next value. I will explain that little better in Excel. Now stick to this example. Master is stored here. It will check this condition is true. Then what will happen? This is the code, whatever logics. Here only you need to write your logic in the while part. Whatever logic. As I said, for 1,000 customers, we need to take whoever he has met. So those information you can write here. Okay. So in this case, for master, it will generate the path. Then this backup database query will be fired, then that will take a backup. Okay, then what happens once it has taken a backup, it will go and check model second value, fetch next from db cursor into name. What it will do, it will take model, it will, the while condition is true, then it will take model backup. Again this condition will say for msdb, it will check here, this is also true, this will take backup for msdb, it keep on going. Once tempdb is taken backup, fetch next from db cursor into name, this will return 0 or null value. Okay, it's not a null. While uttered fetch status equal to 0, then it will exit. This is not true, fetch status will become null, empty, once the 4 things are fetched. Similarly, for 1000 customers corona case, all the 1000 corona cases as retrieved, then it will go and check the while loop. Okay, then it will return false after 1000 customers return, and it will fail. Okay, basically it's a looping concept, guys. You need to use the cursor, nothing but it will hold the list of values. For those list of values, one by one you need to process, okay, one after the other. Then you will use for each value what operations you need to perform. That operation you need to specify it. It is as simple as that. Let us have execute this one. I didn't try it. I need to have decolonizing naga. Maybe training we will take backup over here, because sometimes the space in the file name will throw error. Okay, I want to take backup in decolon training naga. Let us see whether it's there. Nothing was there. Let's try to execute. I'm running it for the first time. I hope it should work. There you go. Oh my god. It is taken backup for all other things also. Okay. I think inside each thing it has taken master database backup. Process file report server. Okay, fine guys. See, the code is not in. It is saying it's not these 4 conditions. It is not in. Not in means whatever names it has selected. Don't take these 4 database. You take all other database. So that's why it taken all these things. Our example is correct only. So adventure works. So there are 7 databases we have. Okay, this list they have taken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, you got it, guys. Now you see the practical example of it, cursors, how it works. So it will be really confusing for you guys when to use procedures, functions, and you have triggers, cursors. Okay, you all came through it. I mean, once you have experienced this one, different scenarios will come into place. At that time you need to be in a position to choose between either of them. Either we need to go for triggers or we need to go for cursors. Which one fits in that scenario? Okay, at that time you have to decide, but you need to know what are the different things, what is the purpose of procedure, function, triggers, and cursors. Got it, guys? Any doubts? No? Okay. If you guys are having no doubt, then I will explain the joins part. Today's session, I'm fine. I mean, I'm done with today's session. Let's focus some time on joins. Or you want to take it tomorrow as a beginning? Today is at the end of the class. You guys are very feel bored.
Naga, Yeah, I'm having a call, okay? I've got
Yeah,
one
go
call
ahead.
from office, so working on that. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Good. So, guys, what do you think, guys? Can we have joins now or tomorrow? Hello? No suggestions?
We can have it
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow. I think two options tomorrow. Then we can have tomorrow because we will start fresh. Then it will be easy for you guys to understand. Okay. Let me summarize today's session then. So we started with functions and a little bit of stored procedures. What are the difference between these two, when to use? Okay, these are the combinations. You should not confuse with stored procedure, triggers, cursors. Stored procedures are functions, either of them, which one to choose. Okay, then we worked on triggers. So triggers, which used to trigger some of the operations based on certain operations that happen in any of the object. Okay, cursors, when you want to loop through or you want to go row by row operations. Okay, in that case you need to go for cursors. And I hope I covered everything: creating, executing, modifying. So these things, it is very simple. It's one liner. Like we had a function procedure here. So yesterday itself we saw this. So create procedure. Instead, if I say alter, okay, this is, I say like I want to amend some code here. So I have modified something, whatever it can be. So it's modifying. Okay, it's as simple as that. I don't want this procedure means drop. So drop procedure, procedure name. Even you can delete it. This is the code: drop procedure, procedure name. So once I do that, you see here you have customer update. It will be gone. You won't find it. I can recreate. That will be useful because no need to store this content. Once you have a procedure or view defined, no need to store physically as a script. You just need to have it in your database. Keep your database safe. Take backups regularly. I got my procedure back. So these are the things, guys. Any object, you go for create procedure, alter procedure. In this place, you can have view or table, whatever. Then use that appropriate objects. This is what. Okay. So about that, then
This conference will now be recorded.
okay. So guys, so this is our syllabus we have seen from the beginning, and the topics almost I have covered. Just we will quickly go through it so that you guys will remember what are the things we have shown. So basics of database concepts, like we see about what is the purpose of a database, what are the disadvantages of your file systems, all other steps we have seen in this, and introduction to SQL Server. And here in this module we have seen about DBMS, relational database management system. What is the purpose of it? Each table is a relation, and management studio, how to log into your client, how server client is architected. Then in this module we saw about the purpose of SQL, the structured query language. This is the language used to communicate between your database and hello Deepak. I'm just going through the syllabus, whatever we saw, so that we are in sync. What are the topics we have covered? It's just a refresher session. So we learned about, yeah, we learned about databases, and I hope Varun also joined. Varun didn't join. Hold on. Let me see. Not sure why he didn't join. That's fine. Let's continue. So we saw about SQL, the purpose of SQL. SQL is a structured query language that is used to query your DBMS database, and it will return the results to your client applications. And we have DDL statements, DML statements, DDL data definition language, that is to create, alter, modify, drop your tables. DML, you need to manipulation language like insert, all other stuffs. And you have a DQL, data querying language. It should be coming here. We have covered that one. So these are the different statements we have seen. Then constraints to have data integrity. Constraints, you guys remember, like we had null constraint, not null constraint, unique constraint, primary key, foreign key. So these are the constraints. Check constraint to ensure that the age should not be greater than 18 or any combination. So those kind of constraint to define your data integrity. Then we saw about aggregate functions, sum, average, max. You need to use group by. When you want to aggregate, you need to use group by. And we saw about joins. Joins, in order to get information available in another table, you need to use joins. I'm going to cover this right now. And user security and schemas. So we have created a user, and it is not all the users who logs into the database can access the table. We need to create certain tables, users, and give respective rights to him. So we see like one of the user we have created who has access only to 3 tables. He can able to select. Give me a minute. And we saw about user security and schemas. Schemas, grouping of objects in a. You can create a schema. Schema is nothing but your like a functional area. For human resource, you create one schema. All of the objects you create there, you can map it there. It's like a folder. Then views, we have covered. Views purpose is a virtual table. The data won't be stored there. It's like you can combine multiple tables as a query, then store it there. The data won't be stored there, just a query will be stored. Another purpose of views is to give your security, like people should not access to the tables. Instead, you give multiple tables in a query, then you can access, people can access the view instead of for tables. So both the purpose, we use views. We didn't saw about index. So these are the two topics I'm going to cover today, joins and indexing. Yesterday we saw about stored procedures and functions along with the cursors, triggers, all other stuffs. So stored procedures, in order to do certain operations repeatedly, like getting update, you want to create one user, you want to update some information, you pass parameters. Based on that, you will write your logic inside your procedure that will do the respective task. Functions, any calculations. So yesterday we saw deep difference between stored procedure and functions. I'm going to share this PPT, about the PPTs which I have. This contains a syllabus, and another PPT contains some of the key concepts like this. So these are the things we have covered. So today's focus is mainly very good topic, indexes. So any idea before starting index, what is the purpose of index? Here it says how to create all those things. So what is index? What is the purpose of it? Any idea? No idea? Okay, fine. That's okay. I hope everyone is familiar with books while we are reading. If you guys remember this one, index in your books in college, it's the same concept. Like at the end of your book, you will have some index, like working group. which is available in this particular page number, this 4266. If you see 201, 232, 233, 234, if you want to study about active scanning, then you need to go to this particular page, then you can refer that one. Okay, some topics alphabetically it guys arranged, like ad hoc network 206, common use, basic services, something like that. So it's like a searching criteria where your records are stored. So this is the concept behind the index. The same logic applies in your database level as well. So here is the definition. An index is associated with a table or view that speeds up retrieval of rows from a table or view. Okay, it is basically you can create index for a table and rows, which helps you to retrieval very fastly. Okay, that is the purpose of your index. An index contains keys built from one or more columns in the table or view. It is same. You can create index for more than one column. Okay, that is what it mentioned. How it is stored? It's stored in a B tree structure. So forget about this. It will make you complex to understand. Basically, index is used for query retrieval faster. So how it will be fast? Say for example, I'm storing, I want to store customer 1 to 10,000, or now you see Facebook users, all other users, you have millions of users. Okay. So as soon as you log in, you are 1 in a million. So it has to get your information fastly from that 1 million records. Okay. So how it gets? It should be very quick. Okay. So it has to navigate as soon as sees your name or you sees your password. When you hit that button, it should navigate directly to that particular place where it is stored. So the logic behind this is like this. You assume you have 80 IDs. Okay. Now out of that 1 million, this is like that. Now in our example here, you have IDs 80 users, 1 to 80. So 1 to 50, there will be a reference. It is stored in page 1. So here it will go 1 to 50. So here in this page 1, you see like 1 to 10, okay, in page 4. You see the difference over here. The 1 to 9 is in page 4. And from 10 onwards, it's in page 5. So it will goes like this. Say for example, ID number 56. Okay, so it will come and search here. Where is 56? 56 is in second page. Second page is here. So 56 is from 55. So 55 is here. So it will navigate to this particular point easily, then fetches the results and gives to you. So this is what index does. Okay, so IDs are stored at the bottom level. So even you create a primary key, okay, so that will create a clustered index where your data are stored at this level, at the bottom level over here. So it will create an index structure like this. Then your data are stored in this last leaf node. Let me show it to you. So this is clear, guys. I think this is very simple. When you have your IDs are nothing but customer ID, login ID, unique values. So those unique values will have a value like this. Then those informations are stored here. Okay. So clustered index. So you have something like IDs stored. So where from A to say for example A to G is stored here. Then A to G from Hagdar you have values over here. So this node you have from values from A to G, or not from A to G, A to before G. What is that? A B C D E F G H, A B C D E F till A to F. Your values are stored here. From G to is that J, G to J, the values are stored here. From M to or values are stored here. From S to Z, it is stored here. So when someone asks my name Naga, then it will go and check this particular MN. So it will be stored here, something. So it will navigate this path instead of going searching all the things. Okay. So if the index is not there, what will happen? Okay. It will go and check in each and every record. It will, if my name is Naga, whatever data is stored from the order it is stored. You asked Deepak, I mean, a lot of times how it is fetching, how it is retrieving the data. So this is the answer. When you create an index, it will store in alphabetical order. Whatever column you have created, the data are stored here. It will be fetched from the page 1. This is page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. It is fetched from this order. Okay, always. Okay, when you are not creating an index, it will be inserted random order based on the page availability. If these are concept behind the databases, I mean how it is internally stored. Okay, so when you are not creating an index, the data are stored random order. Whatever there will be like storage concept. Whether the space is available here, then insert it. Whether some space is available, insert it. So if there is no index, Naga can be stored here or any other places. It based on the space availability. That system will decide. There is a huge algorithm behind that. Okay. So again, focusing on index. So when you create an index, the data are sorted based on the column you have created index, and it will be stored in the least level. This is your clustered index. Okay, let us stop this one. Before going to non-clustered index, let us focus on clustered index. When you create an index and without an index, how it performs. Okay, so we have data over here. Now when I select this table, I have an index here. Whether index is used now or not, let us see that one. So using execution plan, as I said before, we can see, so clustered index scan. Okay, when you are not using your index column in your var condition, it will always use a scan. Scan is nothing but the entire table from 1, 2, 3, 4, all the things it will scan and pick up the results. Scan is nothing but row by row, each row it will go and fetch the results. But whereas when I say customer ID, okay, equal to 4, you see the execution plan here, guys. Index scan. I will create a new page. So when I filter using customer ID equal to 4, include execution plan, what it does is clustered index seek. Seek is nothing but this flow. I've filtered 4. So here it is stored with name. So 4 means Naga, assume like Naga. So it will go in this path M and just pick up the seeking the appropriate value. So difference is here, seek, then scan. So when you are not using your index in the var condition, as I said before, indexing is useful only when you are retrieving the value. It is not used for any other purpose. Basically, when you are querying the 10,000 records or 1 million records, the response time should be faster. Okay. So when you create an index, you need to use it in the var condition, then it will be effective. Okay, this is your clustered index. Now let me see if I put instead of 4, when I see instead of index column, I'm not putting the index column in a var condition, I'm putting non-index column Kumar. When I search with Kumar, what it shows. Even I'm not familiar with this thing. Let us see. Definitely it will not do index seek. Let us see. So include execution plan. Okay. See, now the first query is using a primary key column, the primary column in the where condition. The second query, customer name in the where condition. First query, it is seeking, that is finding the path. The second query, it is scan. So there is no use at all. Okay, I mean, even you create an index, it is not that you create an index and use other columns in a where condition, that will work out. Whatever column you create in an index, that particular column you need to use explicitly. Okay, then only it will work. Otherwise, it is normal. Even some other column, even if you select without this one, it is same. First, what it will do now, it will fetch this results first. From this, it will pick up Kumar. What this query will do, it will not fetch the results. I mean, all the records first, then it will filter. Instead, it will go and check where is this 4 exists. It will pick up only the record, 4th record as a whole. It will be resulting only one input output operation only. This is the thing, guys. So this is about your clustered index. Why? Because your data is stored in the same order. As I said, the clustered index, when you have in a single table, I mean a single table can have only one clustered index, because your data, all the columns, okay, it is not only IDs, your name, address, everything will be stored along with your clustered index in this last leaf node. This is your clustered index. And I said, like, there are multiple non-clustered index you can create. What is that? So here you have like non-clustered index. It is same example. So say for example Naga, after mn it should be stored here. Maybe we say OTA only. So OTA means after m, it comes after m, so it will go here, and before s, so it will go here. So OTA. And what happens, this is the leaf node. Here, the data for OTA will not be stored. As we see in this example, the entire row for Agdar, that is address, phone number, everything is stored here. So easily we can pick up. Instead, what happens for him, it will have one reference for this row ID where the other informations are stored. For OTA, it is 470702. So here 470702. Only the reference is stored. So based on the cluster index, it can say a table can have only a cluster index, a table can have only the non-clustered index. If it is a non-clustered index, data are stored in random order. Okay, I mean, assume there is no index at all in a table. You are creating a non-clustered index. Then while you are inserting, data are stored in a random order only here in this data pages. Then the non-clustered column, it will have that reference where that reference is. So at least when you query with this, it will go and fetch the OTA and the reference number, it will pick it up and show it to you. So somewhat better than your previous, because it is stored for a column. For OTA, it is only 470702. Okay, you can have another non-clustered index. So that particular reference also will point to this row. Say for example, you are creating for a phone number. So this column, in this OTA, you will have a phone number. Phone number will have 470702. That will have a same reference. So this is what your non-clustered index. Okay. Let's see how it behaves. Let's create one non-clustered index for a phone number here. Create index non-clustered index. Non-clustered index on. Let us Google it. Forgot about that. The syntax always. SQL Server. Come on. There should be some simple tips. Yes, there you go. There is very big things over here. Okay, create without space. See, these syntaxes are learned very pathetic. Index, I'll put some index name. Okay, test phone number. Phone number on the table name for the column. Okay, the phone number. That's all, I think. Now, what order it should be? We are in some other database. That's why it's throwing error. Okay. Now you see here. See, you cannot see all these things. How it is stored, all of the purpose. Okay. Okay. Now I'm searching using a non-clustered index column. Let us have it is doing a clustered index scan, something new. I mean, if you run this guy, this one returned you the clustered index seek, clustered index scan. Okay, clustered index scan, whereas here clustered index scan again. So if you use that one, I mean non-clustered index column, it will give you the clustered index scan only. Okay. So that is the thing, guys. So the main purpose, you got it right. The main purpose behind this clustered index and non-clustered index is that clustered index can be only one per table, that is using your primary key. If you want it to be a single, I mean a unique identifier per that column, go for clustered key. Then a non-clustered column is like your any frequently used where condition, like address, the location, whichever you want. The multiple columns, location can be in the customer. Then another thing is like what is his salary. You can have a numeric value also. Usually people will query what is the salary of it, what is the salary range, something like that. And phone number, obviously, even Aadhaar card, multiple you have some addresses. So these kind of things, whichever you use in where condition, so you can have multiple non-clustered index. So this is the core difference between your clustered and non-clustered index. This is about your indexing. Okay, guys. Now let us see, without, I will drop this index, how to drop this one, and query this one, how it works. Indexes, test phone number, non-clustered, non-unique. I can't drop it. Drop to. See here, everything we can get. Drop index on. I think if you have your clustered index on, then using even if you drop it, it results the same. So what I'm saying is, if you have your non-clustered index in place, that alone will give you some differences. If this table contains both your cluster index and non-cluster index, just now we dropped, but we created, okay? But core logic behind this is this one only. I mean, it will have your data stored in separate pages, only the references will be referred here. Okay guys, with this note, I am done. I hope you have got something out of the sessions, the SQL class. Any doubts, guys? Hello?
No, Naga.
Okay guys, fine. I hope we have utilized somewhat better in learning SQL. Thanks for participation.
Naga, when there is an application has been created, okay, and
Yeah.
those application data has been stored in the database. So these index, okay, at which point in time they will create this index after all the completion of application completely
Yeah.
and
Yeah. So basically, when you as soon as you log in or whatever the transaction is going to have, okay. So indexing, basically we have some idea initially. We thought we will be in a position like we will use phone number, Aadhaar number. Based on our assumption, we will create the index. But going forward, okay, after some time, people will ask some other things also. So you can add some more indexes on that. So initially we will, based on our assumption, we will create while creating the database structure itself. Okay. After your, as you asked, after application evolves, after few months, 6 months or 1 year, people will change the application and change the columns also. At that time, if they use those columns, we can amend the indexing, and based on the user queries, we can do that. So it is not the fixed one. Once you have, there is no general rule like you need to create before, you need to create after, something like that. Usually we will create on based on our assumption, these will be the things. But as you asked, the application, whoever queries, in some application they will query phone number, in some application they query the location. Based on the application, it varies. So based on that, we will decide and keep on creating the index, the non-cluster index. But the cluster index, we need to create one.
okay, Naga.
Okay. Fine, guys. I think I'm done. Almost everything covered. We did it in 10 days only because you guys are not so responding. In case you didn't ask much questions, usually it will be like 2 and 4. When I keep continuing the session, people will stop me and you will ask questions. So that will take some time. But now it is not in this batch. So that's fine. Okay, you can reach out to me anytime, and I would suggest maybe if I can create a form, just give me a feedback. Otherwise, just give me your feedback in WhatsApp. Okay, and try to practice. Otherwise, you can't learn. Definitely, you will forget in within few days. Okay. Okay, guys.
Okay, Naga.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Naga.
the training.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
And this channel contains INR 75,000 worth or $1,000 free content. Just utilize it. As you can see from this playlist, this is the Analytics with Luck playlist, where you can able to learn SSIS, SSAS, all together. You can call it as Microsoft BI. And also this channel is predominant having a Power BI content as well. And a lot of people ask for career guidance, whether the resume preparation, how to crack the interviews, or how to move to these technologies. So for them I've created career guidance. So please utilize this free contents as well. If you like this video, hit the thumbs up button and comment below for queries. And do remember that data is your asset.